Private members' business. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill S-201, the National Philanthropy Day Act, in the name of Mr. Regan.
Débat.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to continue the speech that I began last week on Bill S-201. As I said last week, yes, I will be supporting S-201 as tabled, but I want to mention once again that this bill instituting a National Day of Philanthropy is far from being sufficient. It's far from responding to the needs out there and the support we can give philanthropy. I won't repeat everything I said about this. I'd like to go directly to the fact that as seniors critic, I have met with many groups of many different types, associations, groups, intervention groups, support groups, political groups, advocacy groups, and groups that work on the ground and that have to count on volunteer work and the involvement of their members. Every time I've met a group in the past year and a half, I must admit that when it comes to consultations, when you start to figure out the challenges faced by these groups, the first thing that comes is, Madam Member, please have a National Philanthropy Day. That is what we need. It may not be because they're against a National Day of Philanthropy, but it's just not their top priority, their top need when they work on the ground. They provide such a precious service to the public. The vast majority of the time, the main need identified by volunteers, groups, and associations was financial support. Volunteer work represents a huge part of the work done in this country, unpaid work, but it is no less important than what is provided in the public sector or the private sector. Unfortunately, these organizations need support. They need financial support, yes, but they need stable funding. They can't fill out more and more forms every year and wonder year after year whether they will get the amount of money that will allow them to continue their activities. They have to plan everything on the very short term and often implement programs that meet the needs of their constituency, but then they have to throw them out. Why? Because the subsidies that the organization gets are very short term and they dry up. They have to be renewed depending on the government in power at different times. So that's the concrete need. One thing this government could do if it was very serious about recognition of philanthropy is to provide stable funding. Now, I'd like to discuss what this kind of day can and cannot do in concrete terms. I've been in this house for a bit over a year and a half. I realize that too often bills are put in place that show to what extent we are useful and serious in this parliamentary system. Unfortunately, if you dig a little deeper, you see that this is a smokescreen. It's theater. It's a play that's being put on that doesn't necessarily make us do something, but we can sit back and say, well, we were serious. We did something about this issue. Mr. Speaker, there are many ways we could go forward to really support philanthropy, and National Philanthropy Day is one of the least solid and concrete ways of taking a position. Now, what could this provide in our communities? As I see it as an MP, we see towns and cities that have incredible fiscal burdens. They have roads that have to be rebuilt. They have all kinds of burdens and duties and expectations from the federal and provincial government, which doesn't always provide support. So these municipalities and regions already have a heavy burden, many different things they have to do, a lot of spending. More and more, the federal government sends them bills that they weren't expecting. When you think, for instance, of the reduction in health transfers or the change in access to OAS from 65 to 67, that transfers the bill to the provinces. They have it up to there. They can't take on anymore. So, a philanthropy day, fine, but what are we going to do? Who's going to pay for a celebration or rewards for those who are active in philanthropy? A date in your diary is not sufficient. What will this accomplish? Who will have the capacity to really put in place activities and celebrations of this new national day? One can wonder, because the municipalities and the provinces, as I just said, don't need another invoice or another burden. Does the federal government want to have activities and envelopes, the means to do this, and say to those who want to celebrate this national day to do so? I'm not sure, because I haven't seen any details about that in the bill. So, I think we all recognize the importance of philanthropy in our country. What we don't all agree on is how to support philanthropy in this country, what to put in place, what to do to really encourage and recognize these people concretely, not just with a date in our diaries, but beyond that, what can we do? I think it's worthwhile thinking about. So my colleague from the NDP will be tabling a bill that proposes concrete measures to support philanthropy in this country. I hope that my colleagues in all parties will go beyond the wishful thinking and kind words and support that bill, if only to examine this issue in detail, how to support philanthropy in this country. This is not a partisan issue. We see that we all agree to go ahead with philanthropy in this country, but how? I think nobody can close their eyes on the fact that a National Philanthropy Day is far from sufficient, and it's not very concrete either. I'd like to close by saying that, yes, there are exceptional people in my riding and across the country that are very active and that dedicate themselves day after day for their communities and their country. George Nytham, a retiree who's extremely active for the quality of public transit. Another person who is active in an older persons club in Delart des Ormeaux. Ms. Zielinski, a retiree who's an activist heading up a group to provide services with arthritis. I'd name just a few. I could go on for minutes and maybe hours. No, I won't do so because I have no time left, but I want to close by expressing my sincere congratulations to all those people who are involved in their community and country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The prise de débat resume.
Resuming debate.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure today to rise to speak in support of Bill S-201 to establish a National Day of Philanthropy on November the 15th. And I wanted to talk, Mr. Speaker, about why philanthropy is important and also what is philanthropy. Some people might just say, cut taxes, establish property rights, support the free market, things will take care of themselves in the world. Everybody eventually will get taken care of. And I want to talk about why that view is insufficient. And when I think about that question, I also think about why I chose to be a member of the Liberal Party of Canada and why the way I look at how government should work, what the role of government is in society, fits very well with the Liberal Party's view. And sort of my abbreviated explanation for why I feel like I belong in the Liberal Party is that when I look back at my own life, I see that the things that I've been able to do, the things that I've been able to accomplish, it came from 50% hard work and 50% luck. And I think that view of the combination of things that led to the things that I was able to do also leads me to believe that government should act in a certain way. Now, here in the Liberal Party, as in with many other people, we believe in hard work. We believe in standing on one's own 2 feet. We believe in paying one's way and reaping what one sows. We believe in individual responsibility. And Liberals also believe in nurturing strong families and the self-reliance of strong extended families. But we also see that we, in society, we do not all have equality of opportunity. We don't have the same starting points in life, the same nurturing families or neighborhoods. We don't have the same health. We don't have access to the same education. And Liberals have recognized all of that in their own lives, how plain dumb luck is important in contributing to the success or failure of certain parts of our lives. We also believe, Liberals, in the power of a market economy, where goods and services have prices that carry information, that reflect reality, or at least should reflect reality, where resources are thereby allocated efficiently to maximize the growth of the economic pie, and that we shouldn't always just be focusing on cutting the pie into exactly equal slices. We know that free things in a market can cause economic distortions and be a net detriment to the world. We believe that you get what you pay for. But we also know that markets are never perfect. There are externalities. And a big one, for example, is the ability to pollute for free, which has distorted many economies, including our own. There is also asymmetric information in economies, where big companies have the advantage of knowing exactly what's going on in the world. They have the resources to do that. And people shopping on the retail level don't have the same information. And markets often don't work very well in those cases. There are often different risk tolerances in the market. And when individual people are in danger of not having shelter or not having food or facing their own mortality decisions can be made which are bad in the long term. And that's another case where markets cannot work. People often don't have the time or the resources to participate and be informed and participate in a market. And sometimes things cannot participate in the market. Wildlife or the natural environment doesn't participate in the market. So it doesn't get a voice and it doesn't get to express the things that it values in the marketplace. And that's when a market can break down. And then sometimes there's unclear ownership of public goods, art and science, and other things of value, of public value, are not recognized by the market. And that's another place where markets can break down. So we have two things here. We have the fact that we know that we don't have equality of opportunity. And we don't have markets that work perfectly. There are never markets that work perfectly. And so this idea that you can simply cut taxes and let people get on, stand on their own 2 feet, establish private property rights, support a free market, the idea that that will solve everything and set up a good society doesn't work in practice, Mr. Speaker. But then what role does philanthropy play, or volunteering time, or donating money? What role does that have to play in making a better society? Why not have a government program for everything to correct all the problems? And for me, Mr. Speaker, I think that goes back to what philanthropy means and what charity means. And I think it's very clear if you just look at the roots of these words, philanthropy and charity. It's about love, Mr. Speaker. It's about love of God, love of man, loving one's neighbor as oneself. Philanthropy comes from a desire to express that love, Mr. Speaker. And we could have the best government programs that one could ever imagine. But without love, without a reason for wanting to care for the people around us, the people that we live with, all of those programs are rather meaningless, and our existence is rather meaningless. It's the love behind what we do that defines who we are. I've often asked people who come from different countries what their babies call their mothers when they're little. And everybody that I've asked, from Africa, from Asia, different parts of the world, when I've asked that question, they say that their babies call their mothers mama. And that's common to all sorts of people who speak all sorts of different languages. And I guess it's not surprising, because I think that evolution of communication between mother and child really led to the development of human beings and the ability to communicate and to become civilized. And I've always thought perhaps that humans should be defined that way, as the animal where babies call their mothers mama. But I think it's really the other way around. It's that we are defined by the love that mothers have for their infants that we don't see anywhere else in the natural world. And this is a love that is really foreign to the economic sphere, to the marketplace. It's a love that's a free gift, a love that is something that is not earned and not something that's even deserved. It's just given. And I think that's what should define us as humans. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, that's why philanthropy is important. That's why it's important for private individuals and for governments to both work together to make society a better place. And why it's not simply enough to have government programs that try to solve every problem. I think it's important for both to work together. It's important for people to donate what time they have, to donate what money they have, to make to society a better place. And it's also important for people to engage in their government and to participate in their democratic government, to make it strong and to make it serve the people of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I believe that we should pass this act and establish a National Day of Philanthropy is to recognize philanthropy. And wherever we see this true philanthropy that comes from the desire to express love, Mr. Speaker, the desire to express love Caritas, we should honor it. We should recognize it and we should honor it. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the real reason why I think that we should establish a National Day of Philanthropy and why we should pass this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly today I would like to thank my colleague from Oak Ridges Markham, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, for bringing forward Bill S-201, which would designate the 15th day of November every year as National Philanthropy Day. According to StatsCan, 80% of Canadians give to a charity and gave in 2010 almost $11 billion alone. But philanthropy is not just about donating money. His Excellency, the Governor-General, recently described philanthropy as giving, quote, time, talent, and treasure, noting particularly that 2/3 of the meaning had honestly nothing to do with money. Very simply what it was giving of oneself. So philanthropy, very simply, can be described as anything that you can do to make the world a little better place. And when Canadians give of their time, their talent, and the money, they can and they have made Canada a better place. I know locally in my riding, Volunteer Quinte, one organization, represents and is comprised of over 150 agencies and various organizations itself. And simply a few that I would just like to mention today that I've had the personal pleasure of working with. There's Alternatives for Women. There's the Alzheimer's Society. I know I participate in the annual walk as much as possible to demonstrate, of course, that it's so important not only to support the victims, but, of course, the affected families. The Canadian Hearing Society, the Canadian Cancer Society. Locally, I was privileged to act as the past president of the local Canadian Cancer Society, and, of course, every year we have thousands of people who participate in the Cure for Cancer Walk in our riding that I know we're so also pleased to support. There's a Christmas sharing program, of course, that is out there for families that at that time of year need that special help. There's Operation Red Nose. And, of course, not every community has one, but we're so blessed in our riding to have a group of people who put together such a caring group of volunteers who decided that they would help out of that troublesome time of year for some people. It's been a tremendous asset. Certainly by the contribution from Rick Watts, the organizer, and a number of his committee, to the past chairs of over the years, certainly the outgoing chair, Mary Handley, and the incoming present chair, Mark Rajat. I wish them well in their work this year again. The CNIB, to the Family Space, to Safe Communities, to Gleaners Food Banks. Well, there's an organization locally that has just had far-reaching effect across our entire riding, and certainly the food banks across our country. I know they've served the school breakfast programs, and they've been helping families across our country, certainly in my riding, going through some challenging times. There's a Habitat for Humanity, which in many cases has provided the dignity of having a home that would otherwise not be available for people. It's a Children's Aid Society. It's the Hastings and Prince Edward County Health Unit. It's the Heart and the Stroke Foundation. It's the Multiple Sclerosis Society. It's the number of children's daycares that we have in our riding, and the hundreds of volunteers to help out, to be able to help the moms and pops feel more comfortable at their day of work, knowing that their children are being looked after. It's a community living. It's a Chamber of Commerce. I know, Mr. Speaker, I served as the president of a local charter Chamber of Commerce, and when I see the hundreds of members and the hundreds of businesses that reach out through not only the business itself, but their employees as members of the Chamber of Commerce, they contribute tremendously to our area. There's the Red Cross. There's a sexual assault center. Sadly that we would need that, but for those that have been victimized, what a wonderful resource it is to be able to reach out and assist. There's a Salvation Army, Sally Ann, as most of us comfortably call it. When you see that kettle campaign every year, that's only the tip of the iceberg for all the wonderful work and volunteerism that they do for our communities. There's the Sri Oak Shelter for Abused Women. Once again, unfortunate that in a society that we even need something like that, but it's a reality that we have, and when we have the people that help out through those times of distress, it's tremendously encouraging. We have the Trenton Military Resource Center, and of course this has been more in vogue as we've had a number of the repatriation ceremonies at Trenton right next to me, and I see the coast-to-coast syndrome stress that is evident through a number of our armed forces people, so I'm very, very pleased to see the volunteers there. Of course, there's the United Way itself, which is really an umbrella financial organization that just absolutely makes it possible for a number of these groups to be able to participate. They raise a significant amount of funds, and of course those funds come through volunteers, through companies, through corporations, through individuals. Of course, there's there's the Victorian Order of Nurses, there's the Quinte Vocational Support Service, there's the Brain Injury Association, there's Foundations itself, which is just a group that is dedicated to assisting young people that are having challenges or just looking for maybe a little bit of mentorship or even fellowship. Whether it's, some people would classify it as a drop-in center, but they do so much more, Mr. Speaker. They provide a hot meal and a warm smile and a ready helping hand. There's the Diabetes Foundations. There's the various hospice organizations supported by so many volunteers in all of our communities, where at that time of ultimate sadness, there's a way of being able to reach out and help console and show the consideration that's necessary at that most difficult period of life. There's the Diabetes Foundation, as I mentioned before, the Mental Health Support Networks. There's, in our area, there's, Quinte Immigrant United Services, and they're just a wonderful help. Not only to the new Canadians that are coming there for advice and for assistance, but I can tell you, as a member of Parliament who deals with a number of immigration cases, as do a number of my colleagues, they're a wonderful assistance to us in providing some support as well as some considerations and advice. There's Pathways to Independence. Of course, from being a big brother myself over a number of years, the big brothers and big sisters have reached out in volunteerism and helped so many people. The Autism Services, the local hospital auxiliaries. How many people have not went into a hospital and always found that auxiliary there, able to reach out, to welcome, to give directions, and certainly to console through, once again, generally a time of distress. Of course, all of our churches spread throughout our country. I know I have just a significant number of my riding who are most active. They run many, many volunteer programs, and literally they are a cornerstone of several of our communities. There's all the service clubs, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the Legion, the Rotary, the Kiwanis, the Lions, the Women's Institute, the Kinsmen, the Elks. The list just goes on, Mr. Speaker. Absolute volunteerism taken to the ultimate. There's Meals on Wheels for those people that are not able to reach out on their own and be able to go and cook a meal. They don't have the capacity, or they don't have the commodities, or they don't have the ability to do so. There's the Senior Citizens Clubs, who once again reach out to those people that they know that need the help, the guidance, and the assistance. The Boy Scouts, Girl Guides. There's the Humane Society. People say humane, well, to many, many people who are either living alone or have an animal, that animal is a very, very precious being as well, Mr. Speaker, so the Humane Society reaches out in a number of ways. And of course, Mr. Speaker, there are thousands of coaches and sponsors and volunteers and the many sporting, cultural, and artistic organizations throughout our riding, throughout our country. I know many of them. I've been a coach myself at the various levels, whether provincial, national, or local, and when I see the countless hours that are put in, whether it's on a semi-pro team, whether it's on a kids team, or whether it is certainly a teacher on the after hours putting in the dedicated commitment that they do to so many of our young people. Now, I know there's so many more I could name, Mr. Speaker, but obviously I am limited in my time here today to list all the local contributors, let alone those who reached out both nationally and internationally. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to remember as well, it's our young people. They might not be able to donate money, but they do represent an important demographic because they are the future of philanthropy. Though they make up a small numbers, they, of course, will ensure the future sustainability of our voluntary sectors. We all recognize seniors are, of course, the most active volunteers, but, of course, as they age, they will begin to reduce their volunteer participation. Mr. Speaker, our government has numerous programs and projects that encourage youth in their philanthropic endeavors, because when people are inspired to take action, they can make an incredible impact, not only in their community, but around the world. So whatever way it's manifested, Philanthropy plays an important role in our country. It's at the heart of who we are as a nation. It's a part of our identity. It's the core of our values. It's a spirit of giving of every type, from donating to volunteering. It really defines our people and our country. So why do we need to legislate a National Philanthropy Day? Well, as the Prime Minister has said himself, volunteers need to be acknowledged and honoured for their work. This day will be a day to do so. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to support this legislation that highlights the actions of so many generous Canadians across this country, and I tip my hat and my hand today to all of those who contribute so much to making this country what it is.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased today to speak to Bill, not C, but S-201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, which comes from the upper chamber. The National Philanthropy Day was celebrated for the first time on November 15th, 1986. Canada was, in fact, the first country to give official recognition to this day in 2009, thanks to a statement made by the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Since that time, Parliament has tried on 6 different occasions to officially make November 15th National Philanthropy Day, but none of these 6 attempts were successful because of prorogations, elections, and therefore the bill unfortunately died on the order paper. So I think that we can safely say that this time will be the right time, and that we will officially make November 15th National Philanthropy Day in Canada. I would like to point out that even though some 70% of Canadians made charitable donations over the past 12 months, I sincerely believe that a National Philanthropy Day would make the public aware, even more aware, of the importance of volunteer work and the importance of these charitable donations that people make to community organizations and nonprofit organizations. Sometimes it's only $5, but $5 can make a difference and go a long way. I am optimistic that almost all Canadians will be participating in charitable activities. Already in Canada, there are some 2 billion hours that are devoted to volunteer work per year, and that represents approximately 1 million full-time jobs. So the work these people do is truly essential. Obviously, this is a very good way of thanking these volunteers and the organizations. The idea of the federal government officially recognizing this work through a piece of legislation, it recognizes the enormous impact they have on society, so it's a good way of thanking them. I think a day that underlines their work, people who give of their time and their money, I think it is very important to have this day to thank them officially. Canada needs this. Canada needs these people and this money, because volunteers play an invaluable role in the lives, the everyday lives of Canadians, and in the increasing the well-being of our communities. They help the charitable sector to make a considerable contribution to the economic and social welfare of our communities across the country. Canadians' generosity also goes well beyond our borders. We play a very active role on the international stage, and there are a great many Canadians who travel to other countries to help people on site, to defend a cause, to participate in the building of homes, and to offer their assistance after a tragedy, because there are many of these incidents that occur, unfortunately. So outside Canada, Canadians are recognized as people who do not hesitate to give freely of their time without expecting anything in return. So what is important for them is to be satisfied with having contributed to the improvement of these situations. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we do not underestimate the importance of volunteer work, especially in a context of economic crisis where there are much more pressing social and economic needs. In these cases, communities are more and more put to the test. We know this. So this bill will recognize the importance of all the work that is being done in terms of philanthropy. What is also interesting is that the majority of Canadians indicated that that they had the intention in 2012, whether it be through philanthropy or charity, to make a donation that equals $487 per year, which is a good amount, and it is important that we maintain these donations. So making this day official will encourage volunteer work and also donations, so I think that is a perfectly realistic objective. That is why we recognize the importance of this bill, which enacts the statement made by the Minister of Canadian Heritage, saying that November 15th of each year will be National Philanthropy Day. We support this initiative, but we need to remember that we must do more to support volunteers and to encourage charitable donations. So this bill is not an end in itself. Now, with this in mind, my colleague, the member for Repentigny, introduced Bill C-399, which I think would be an excellent complement to this bill to recognize the work of volunteers. My colleague's bill would amend the Income Tax Act in order to grant a tax credit of an amount of between $500 and $1,500 in the form of travel expenses to individuals who have carried out at least 130 hours of eligible volunteer services and who have made at least 12 trips in the course of a single taxation year.
And I think it's a good idea to applaud the member for Repentigny, because we do support his bill. That bill would provide recognition for volunteers, show that they're in fact a pillar of society, and S201 is another good attempt to recognize the work done by volunteers. It would be necessary to encourage volunteers to keep going. Now, there are many people in my riding who would benefit from a recognition for their philanthropy and tax receipts for the volunteer work they do. Now, Mr. Speaker, I worked in the community environment for a long time, and I speak to it often in the House. I can tell you that donations of time and money do a great deal to help communities. And I'm speaking, in fact, on behalf of volunteers in Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot, and without the donations, in fact, made by the people of my riding, there are many community organizations that would simply have to close down, and the people of the area would bear the brunt of that. We have one, Comptoir Partage l'Ami. It's a food bank. It serves the population of Saint-Hyacinthe. It has a very small budget. They don't even have any full-time volunteers, or full-time employees, rather. It's all staffed by volunteers. Without donations and Volunteer Week, this organization wouldn't be able to offer food to the citizens of Saint-Hyacinthe. With the report put out on food banks last week, we see just how important they are. There's also Parrainage Civique in the riding, which is an organization, a twinning organization for people with intellectual deficiencies. These services are absolutely essential to help with integrating people with an intellectual deficiency into the community. And their work, once again, is based almost exclusively or provided almost exclusively by volunteers. So without the work of these volunteers, their clients would have a great deal a great deal more difficulty in their lives if they didn't have these services. So the bill makes it possible to emphasize and showcase the work done by volunteers. And I'd like to thank all volunteers and community organizations in my riding for the work they do. I'd also like to, however, say that it's a good proposal, but it's not an end in among itself. We recognize the work of volunteers. That is very important, but we need to take it a step farther. We need to show and live up to the responsibility to help these people. The government has a role to play in fighting housing, homelessness, and in the area of social housing. Thank you very much, Mr.
Reprise du débat, resuming the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable members, it's a pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill S-201, which debates the 15th day of November of every year, making it National Philanthropy Day. Now, our debate today demonstrates our support to those Canadians who are currently striving to make Canada a better place. And as our Governor-General recently said, philanthropy creates a society, community, and a country that can achieve much more than the sum of its parts. Philanthropy is an act of citizenship that is an integral part of our Canadian society. Now, many important Canadian institutions and organizations were founded through philanthropic activity. People working together for a common good, whether it's through donations of money or voluntary labor. This is a defining value of our country. And many organizations in my own riding promote and support the greater community. I'm going to list just a couple to begin with. The Children's Aid Society Board, of which I was a proud member for several years, protects the rights and stands up for foster children, children who do not have any families to stand up for them. Young children are placed in foster homes, and the Children's Aid Society Board provides the supports they need, working with the workers who dedicate their time working with them, overseeing them, providing policy support and direct support to many of these children, the children who are in the most need in our society. There are programs to support those who cannot get out and shop for themselves, providing Meals on Wheels, where people actually support those who cannot help themselves. When I was an elementary school principal, there was a tremendous program started in my school by a teacher named Dorothy Alt called the Volunteer Reading Program. She was able to activate over 140 volunteers, many of them senior citizens, bringing them into the elementary school, working with our first grade students, teaching them literacy. In this program, these volunteers would come in and they would be trained. They would spend hours and hours working with literacy professionals, learning how to teach children how to read. This program produced some of the best literacy results in the country, and it wasn't long after this program was implemented that our school was listed in the top 40 schools in the country by today's Parent magazine. Wow. Based primarily on the results of this literacy program started by a wonderful teacher who dedicated her time and enlisted an army of volunteers in a small community. There are stories like that that take place from coast to coast to coast. There's In from the Cold program supporting homeless people. There's breakfast and lunch programs at our schools which support children who do not come to school with a healthy meal. There's programs at hospitals across the country raising money for equipment, nurses' auxiliaries, hospital auxiliaries. There's coaches who work with young men and women across the country providing hours and hours of volunteer time for the betterment of our future of our country. There's the volunteer firefighters, of which our government recently was able to pass a bill providing them a tax credit, supporting volunteer firefighters from across the country. My grandfather was a volunteer firefighter for over 40 years. He put in many, many hours protecting his community, protecting both lives and private property, and he thought that was a worthwhile experience. We're also the Terry Fox Run, which has raised millions and millions of dollars across the country, volunteers from one coast to another, corporations, individuals, donating money every year to this program. And its leader, who never completed his journey, but we are dedicated to completing that journey for him by solving cancer and finding a cure to the plague of these last 2 centuries. All of these activities, these noble pursuits, could not take place without those who dedicate their time or donate their money, give of themselves to try to meet a need which exists in society. And that's what this day is all about. That's what this bill is all about, S201, making the 15th of November every year National Philanthropy Day. We celebrate those who give their time and give up for themselves. Now, we have many people working for a common good, but this is not limited just to the volunteers in all these organizations. We have examples, great people in our society who also give up their time. It goes right to our head of state, Queen Elizabeth II. You know, this year is only the second time in the history of our country we are able to celebrate a Diamond Jubilee. The first time was in 1897 for Queen Victoria. The second is this year with our noble Queen Elizabeth II. Philanthropy and service go hand in hand, and Her Majesty has dedicated her whole life to the service of others. And this remains a remarkable example to the rest of us in Canada and throughout the Commonwealth. She champions public voluntary service around the world. Her Majesty is currently the patron of more than 600 charities worldwide. 33 of these are in Canada, and these include the Canadian Cancer Society and the Canadian Nurses Association. The Census Service has also been transferred to other members of the royal family. The Queen and members of her family lend support to noteworthy Canadian causes such as environmental preservation, volunteerism, and community service. They associate themselves with worthy causes and support organizations through the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, the Prince of Wales Charities in Canada, and the Save the Children's Fund. I am, for one, proud of the work that our royal family does in showing leadership to all of us of how to dedicate your time, your money, in the service of others. And literally millions of Canadians follow this example and have served their communities in raising money for charities, donating their time and their hard-earned tax dollars for the good of others. In my ride in Cumberland Colchester in the Musquodoboit Valley, we are fortunate to have many people who give their time and effort for their community, and I listed several organizations previously. But one recent project, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to relay to you. It took place in Truro, where we opened a new hospital last week. It was a $185 million project that was funded in part by the largest community fundraising effort in the history of my riding. The local community raised a total of $26 million towards this project. That amounts totals to over $300 for every man, woman, and child in the community. And I wish to personally congratulate the Chair, Chris McDougall, and the other members of the 2-Hour Health Campaign for this outstanding effort in the support of our community. I also would like to congratulate all those who donated, the corporations, the individuals, the children who conducted penny parades and many other projects towards building a hospital which is for the good of not only this generation, but many generations to come. And these projects happen across Canada each and every day. And I think it's time that we set this day aside, November 15th, every year, so that we can celebrate those who give their time, those that give their money, and those that take the time to work for these organizations to ask people to give money. We need to celebrate these people. We need to support these people, because without them, we wouldn't have what I believe is the greatest nation in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, it's because of this important role that volunteers, fundraisers, donators, and others play in making our nation the best country. I support designating this day in honor of their generosity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. You will have 7 minutes. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise in the House today to speak to Bill S201, dealing with National Philanthropy Day. National Philanthropy Day was celebrated for the first time on November 15, 1986, and in 2009, Canada was the first country to officially recognize the day. The purpose of Bill S-201 is to make November National Philanthropy Day. The adoption of this bill would be a way for parliamentarians to underscore the crucial role of philanthropy as an important pillar for the well-being of our society, and I'm proud to join my colleagues in supporting the bill. I grew up in a family where community involvement and volunteer work were always highly valued. When I was a teen, my parents, Christine and Alain, encouraged me to donate my time to causes that were important to me, and thanks to them, I realized just how important some hours per month of volunteer work was for my community. I also saw all of the advantages of volunteer work because my parents themselves were involved in the Scouts movement for nearly 30 years. Over the years, they enabled more than 100 young people to experience wonderful opportunities that they wouldn't have been able to do without volunteers like my parents. The importance of volunteer work and philanthropy for our society can't be underestimated, especially in the context of economic austerity we're currently living through, where socio-economic needs in our communities increase on a daily basis, but when, as well, at the same time, services are on the decline. Volunteers who generously donate their time or money to charitable organizations are contributing to the quality of life and dynamic nature of our communities. Making November 15th National Philanthropy Day would be a way of paying tribute and saying thank you to those volunteers who are involved in our communities, who don't count their time, and also to donators and philanthropists from across the country. Every day, as part of my duties as a Member of Parliament, I see the extraordinary work done by volunteers in my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and I'm sure that my colleagues here have seen the same thing in their own riding. On October 26th, I had an opportunity to attend the Volunteers Gala in Saint-Augustin-des-Mars, as I did last year. The evening is organized, as it is in a number of municipalities across the country, on a yearly basis by the Mayor and Municipal Council to thank volunteers and to recognize the extraordinary services they provide the community. On 26th October, some 40 organizations, sports organizations, as well as cultural organizations were represented and honored for their involvement in the municipality. And I was very happy to see that the vast majority of people who donate their time do so without asking for anything in return. They just want their community to be a better place to live, where people have access to services. Each volunteer in attendance at the gala contributes to the vitality and dynamic nature of the municipality, as well as to providing essential services to the community. Their generosity and dedication are impressive, and I'm happy to see, or in fact to have this opportunity to pay tribute to them today. It's important to point out the value of their contributions for my riding. Of course, I could also say exactly the same thing about volunteers in each municipality in the region of Portneuf and Jacques-Cartier, but unfortunately I don't have enough time to do so this morning. However, there's one thing that's clear for me today. Altruism and doing volunteer work are values that are well entrenched in the hearts of the people of my riding. Making or implementing National Philanthropy Day would be a good way to thank them, as well as all Canadians who give time and money to volunteer and to not-for-profit organizations in their communities. While I am in favor of making November 15th the National Philanthropy Day, I think that we need to do more to support volunteers and philanthropy in the country. Bill S-201 is a first step in the right direction, but we can and must go even farther to support our volunteers. Recent research has shown that the current economic context has a negative impact on charitable donations. Despite an increase in needs by services offering in services offered rather by charitable organizations, the number of people giving donations has not increased. In terms of volunteer work, some witnesses who recently appeared before the Heritage Committee deplored the fact that many volunteers they knew had to stop their involvement because they didn't have sufficient financial resources to continue their volunteer work. They couldn't pay for transportation, for example, parkings, and we know that there are a number of people who work in the community on a daily basis, but they talk about urgent needs for people for their activities, but also resources in order to directly help people. As parliamentarians, it's our responsibility to put in place measures to support the volunteer sector while encouraging more and more people to do the same. Like many of my colleagues have already said, our colleague for Repentigny has tabled a bill. It's a bill C-399, which is designed to amend the Income Tax Act to provide a tax credit to volunteers who have volunteered in their areas. I'd like to sincerely congratulate my colleague for his initiative. It will be an excellent measure. I hope the colleagues of all stripes will support the bill. There is nothing partisan about it, and it will be beneficial for Canadians in each province in all ridings. In the meantime, as Bill S-201 is full of good intentions and is designed to celebrate philanthropy and community involvement, I will be very happy to vote in favor of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Please the débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West. 5 minutes to complete this debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank this House and all the members who have spoken on this bill and indicated their support for the legislation. I also want to say that the fact that the bill has reached this stage is in fact a tribute to Senator Terry Mercer, whose bill it really is from the other place, and who has made numerous attempts to get this legislation passed. And I know he'd want me to thank the House and all members for their support. I also know that volunteer groups across Canada will appreciate this recognition, as do people who are donors. And what this is all about is donors and volunteers across Canada, those folks, millions of them obviously, who I think make Canada the most caring country in the world. I think we've all, as Canadians, I hope every Canadian has had, I think they have had the benefit at some stage in their lives of the help of a volunteer, have had the benefit of their work, whether it's a hockey coach or basketball or soccer coach who's made a difference in your life, a scout or Girl Guide leader who taught many life lessons, a food bank volunteer who helped provide the necessities of life. And I think that really what's happened here is this bill shows how, as the last colleague to speak said, it's a very nonpartisan bill, and it shows how we can all work together. And I'm confident we will all work together in the end on this bill and passing it. And I hope we can work together in making the spirit of this bill fulfilled across Canada as well. And I think it's encouraging that this bill, it appears, will pass before November 15th, which of course is National Philanthropy Day, and that will be welcomed by the legions of volunteers across Canada. Now, I must say I was a bit baffled last week when, in view of the support from all parties for the substance of the bill, when I asked for unanimous consent to have it seen passed at third reading at that stage, an NDP colleague, perhaps acting on orders from on high within the party, refused consent for that to happen. Now I'm going to try again in a minute, and perhaps hope members will see their way to support that measure. If not, I know it will pass, and I know that I will still have their support for the substance of the bill. I don't really see what the partisan advantage is, what any advantage one gets from not giving consent to that at this stage, but those are the games perhaps that get played around this place. I know I'd be remiss if I didn't express my appreciation also to my Liberal colleague, the Honourable Member for Westmount, Bill Marie, who was kind enough to make the switch which allowed this bill to come back so soon and have a chance, in fact, of passing before November the 15th, before National Philanthropy Day. And I want to say how proud I was to sponsor the bill in this House. and how pleased I am for Senator Mercer and countless others from both houses who have really tried to push this bill along, and who have allowed us to be about to declare that November 15th every year will be National Philanthropy Day, an important day, I think, for us to mark. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Mr. Speaker, before I finish, Mr. Speaker, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek consent for the following motion. Almost missed this, didn't I? That at the conclusion of today's debate on Bill S-201, an act respecting the National Philanthropy Day, all questions necessary to dispose of Bill S-201 be deemed put, and that the bill be read a third time and now pass.
Does the member have unanimous consent for this motion? Yes. I'm hearing that he does not. Point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was watching the government benches, and I heard everyone in the government say yes. Members in the Liberal caucus did say yes. I don't know where the no came from, Mr. Speaker. Could you provide clarification?
You know that's not a point of order, and you're in effect asking me to review my decision. I heard no's. There was no unanimous consent. The
period for the debate is expired. The question is as follows.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor moved that Bill S-201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. It's carried. I declare it carried. And that's it. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Senate.
Bill S-9, Nuclear Terrorism Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy. Thank you. I'm happy to stand today to start off today's discussion of Bill S-9, and I'm pleased to stand in support of the bill today. I want to let you know that I will be splitting my time with the fantastic Member of Parliament from Nanaimo, Cowichan. Oh, hear, hear. Notwithstanding the fact I was instructed to use those precise terms, I'm happily stand by those. Mr. Speaker, we're back to amending the criminal code, but this time for good cause. Bill S-9, the Nuclear Terrorism Act, would amend the criminal code in order to implement the criminal law requirements of two international counterterrorism treaties, the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, as amended in 2005, and the 2005 International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. The Nuclear Terrorism Act introduces 4 new indictable offenses into Part 2 of the Criminal Code, Mr. Speaker, making it illegal to possess, use, or dispose of nuclear or radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device, or commit an act against a nuclear facility or its operations with the intent to cause death, serious bodily harm, or substantial damage to property or environment, to use or alter nuclear or radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device, or commit an act against a nuclear facility or its operation with the intent to compel a person, government, or international organization to do or refrain from doing anything, and to commit an indictable offense under federal law for the purpose of obtaining nuclear or radioactive material, a nuclear or radioactive device, or access or control of a nuclear facility, and to threaten or commit to do any of the above, Mr. Speaker. In addition, the bill introduces into the code other amendments that are incidental to these 4 offenses but are nonetheless important. Introduces a new section into the code to ensure individuals who, when outside of Canada, commit or attempt to commit these offences so that they may be prosecuted in Canada, and amends the wiretap provisions found in the Code to ensure that they apply to the new offences, and also amends the Code to make 4 new offences primary designated offences for the purposes of DNA warrants and collection orders. And finally, it amends the double jeopardy rule in Canada such that, notwithstanding the fact that a person may be previously tried and convicted for these new offences outside Canada, the rule against double jeopardy will not apply when the foreign trial did not meet certain basic Canadian legal standards, in which case a Canadian court may try this person again for the same offence of which he or she was convicted by a foreign court. Mr. Speaker, for a long time now, but particularly in the post-Cold War era, it has been well understood that with the proliferation of nuclear weaponry and nuclear power generation around the world, a new and heightened regime of nuclear safety and security must be developed. A scenario in which nuclear weapons or materials fall into the hands of terrorists has prompted many to focus on the development of such a regime or framework. It is clearly understood that such a regime must be international in scope and must be grounded in a deep and good faith cooperation of states around the world. And finally, that regime needs to be put in place with considerable urgency. This understanding forms the basis of the 2 aforementioned conventions that await Canada's ratification. The first of these, the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, dates back to 1980. Its importance is signified by the fact that it stands still as the only internationally legally binding undertaking in the protection of nuclear material. In July of 2005, a diplomatic conference was convened to strengthen the provisions of that convention by doing a number of things, including expanding international cooperation between and among states with respect to rapid measures to locate and recover stolen or smuggled nuclear material, mitigate any radiological consequences of sabotage, and prevent and combat related offences. With respect to the other convention, Mr. Speaker, in 1996, an ad hoc committee of the General Assembly of the United Nations was mandated by the General Assembly to develop an international convention for the suppression of terrorist bombings, and subsequent to that, an international convention for the suppression of acts of nuclear terrorism. This latter convention was adopted by the General Assembly in April of 2005. This Convention on Nuclear Terrorism imposes an obligation on state parties to render the offences set out in the Convention as criminal offences under national laws, and to establish jurisdiction, both territorial and extraterritorial, over these offences set out in the Convention. Both of these conventions, Mr. Speaker, await ratification by Canada, and ratification is in turn first dependent on the codification of the offence provisions of these conventions into Canadian criminal law. Now, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the need and urgency to put in place a regime to counter nuclear terrorism. Moreover, New Democrats are committed to multilateral diplomacy and to international cooperation, especially in areas of great common concern like nuclear terrorism. We need, thus, to work with other leading countries that are moving forward towards ratifying these conventions. We also believe that since Canada has agreed to be legally bound by these conventions, it's important to fulfill our international obligations. So for these reasons, we will vote in favor of this bill at second reading in order to further study at committee. But a few concerns need to be set out first, Mr. Speaker. The first of these has to do with the origin of the bill. For those who embrace the anachronistic and undemocratic institution of the Senate on the grounds of tradition, I would urge them then to employ the Senate in the traditional way, that is, as the chamber of sober second thought, and not as the place of origin of legislation. It is those of us in this chamber that, for better or worse, were sent by Canadians to this place to do that work. Secondly, and as with so much legislation that this government puts forward through whichever chamber, we must be careful that we do not overreach in the name of anti-terrorism. On this point, our experience with the Liberals' Anti-Terrorism Act and this government's recent Bill S7 is instructive. The provisions of that act and that bill run contrary to the fundamental principles and rights and liberties enshrined in Canadian law. And moreover, and perhaps more importantly, we have found that without such extreme provisions, without changing the legal landscape of Canada, without breaching rights and civil liberties of Canadian citizens, we have successfully protected the safety and security of Canada and Canadians from terrorist attack, and the offending provisions have proven over the course of time to constitute an unnecessary and ineffective infringement. I would note that this issue arose in the course of this bill's study in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. No doubt the Department of Justice drafters' intention was to adhere as closely as possible to the terms of the Convention. However, it has been suggested that some of the new criminal code offences are broader in scope than the offences found in the individual international agreements. We must be sure that the overreach of these new sections will not result in undue criminalization or go against Canadian Charter rights. I anticipate that the Justice Committee will play a very valuable role in ensuring that the lessons of previous anti-terrorism legislation are applied to Bill S9. I come lastly to what I believe is a very important point in this discussion, and that is the matter of delay. The implementation of this bill, or some amended version thereof, is a prerequisite to the ratification of both international conventions. Both of these conventions set out in their respective preambles the urgency with which the international community must act to implement a regime to control nuclear weapons and materials and ensure they are not accessible for terrorist purposes. The preamble to the Convention on Nuclear Terrorism, for example, talks about the deep concern of the parties to this convention of the worldwide escalation of acts of terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. That acts of nuclear terrorism may result in the gravest consequences and may pose a threat to international peace and security. And it also notes that existing multilateral legal provisions do not adequately address those attacks. And finally, quote, the urgent need to enhance international cooperation between states for these purposes needs to be moved forward. So the question sitting out there, Mr. Speaker, is why this legislation has taken so long to get to this House for debate when both conventions have been open for ratification since 2005. While there are other laggards in the international community, it is our expectation that Canada show leadership on issues such as these in the international community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague, and I was interested in terms of the larger picture, because certainly we need to deal with offences that if someone is trying to deal in nuclear materials, the whole issue of nuclear terrorism, but we see such a proliferation of arms already around the world. The need to actually have a proactive instead of a reactive response on the issue of nuclear proliferation, because reactive just isn't good enough no matter how many bills and legislation we bring forward. That we're dealing with many countries, some of them are unstable, that have used nuclear weapons. We have access to nuclear waste or nuclear materials. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks in terms of the big picture, in terms of Canada playing a proactive role internationally to reduce access to nuclear weapons in every single country.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
I thank my colleague from Timmins James Bay for that question about the big picture. And Mr. Speaker, I think we've all noted, certainly on this side of the House, that Canada is falling behind in both its international reputation and international participation in multilateral efforts to curb the proliferation of weapons, and it happens at a time of tremendous importance for countries like Canada to, in fact, do the opposite and show international leadership on these matters. There are states around the world, Mr. Speaker, that are failing. These states, many of them have a great deal of weaponry, and these weapons are falling into the hands of people who shouldn't have weapons, Mr. Speaker, and that is a great cause for concern and safety and security for folks around the world, Canadians and everybody else. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, my colleague from Beaches, East York, has mentioned many important points. He did state that one thing that's hard to understand is that you find the word urgent in these conventions, and yet the government waited since 2007 to address the problem and amend the criminal code so that Canada can ratify these conventions. So one of the arguments that was served up by the parliamentary secretary when the bill was tabled is that the government was in a minority situation at the time. To my knowledge, all members in this House agree with the general principle of this bill. So I would ask my colleague to speculate, of course, but how can he explain that the government that has been in power since February 2006 did not act more promptly to pass such a bill?
Mr. York.
Well, thank you to my colleague for that question, and the response is a bit of a continuation of my response to the last question in that I think what's happening here, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada is failing to take its full place in the international community and show leadership on such issues. And it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that it was, in fact, urgings of the international community at both the Washington Nuclear Security Summit in 2010 and the Seoul Nuclear Security Summit in 2012 that seems to have prompted this government finally to take action and put together a bill that would see the criminal codification of the offences under those respective conventions put into place in Canada. But it's interesting to read certainly the Seoul communique that came out of the summit in 2012 in the very stark terms that it speaks of the urgency for countries around the world to ratify these agreements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the very hard-working member from Beaches East York for sharing his time with me. I know he's done a tremendous amount of work in this House around the F-35 file, and I think his speech today reflects his commitment to looking at some of these matters. I also want to acknowledge the member from Gatineau and the member from Toronto Danforth who spoke previously and very ably outlined some of the technical aspects of this bill. And I'm going to read from the legislative summary here just for one moment, just so that people who are watching are clear about the bill that we're speaking about. Bill S9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, short title Nuclear Terrorism Act, is a 10-clause bill that introduces 4 new indictable offences into Part 2 of the Criminal Code, which deals with offences against public order. Adding these new offences with respect to certain activities in relation to nuclear or radioactive material, nuclear or radioactive devices, or nuclear facilities makes it illegal to do the following: possess, use, or dispose of nuclear or radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device, or commit an act against a nuclear facility or its operations with the intent to cause death, serious bodily harm, or substantial damage to property or the environment. Use or alter nuclear or radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device, or commit an act against a nuclear facility or its operation with the intent to compel a person, government, or international organization to do or refrain from doing anything. Commit an indictable offence under federal laws for the purpose of obtaining nuclear or radioactive material, a nuclear or radioactive device, or access or control of a nuclear facility, and finally threaten to commit any of the other 3 offences. Now, Mr. Speaker, a bit of background on this. This bill actually fulfills Canada's treaty obligations under the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, also known as CPPNM, and the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, ICSANT. This includes extending international measures beyond protecting against proliferation of nuclear materials to now include protection of nuclear facilities. And it reinforces Canada's obligation under UN Security Council Resolution 1540 from 2004 to take and enforce effective measures to prevent the proliferation of nuclear materials as well as chemical and biological weapons. In a case where the implementation of a treaty requires amendment to Canadian legislation, the treaty is ratified only when such amendments or new legislation has been passed. And as the member from Beaches East York very ably pointed out, Canada hasn't ratified, even though it has signed on, and it's been 5 years. And the question is, why hasn't the government taken steps before? Now, I know that the parliamentary secretary had mentioned in his speech that it was because of a minority parliament, but there is broad agreement in this House about the need to ratify this treaty and for Canada to fulfill both its domestic and international obligations. To date, as I mentioned, to date Canada has not ratified either the ICSANT or the CPPNM amendment. This is because Canada does not yet have legislation in place to criminalize the offences outlined in the ICSANT or some of the offences outlined in the CPPNM amendment. The amendments Bill S9 introduces into the Code represents Canada's efforts to align its domestic legislation with what is required by both conventions. If these amendments become law, Canada will presumably be in a position to ratify both the ICSANT and the CPPNM amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, one would hope that Canada would move expeditiously to do that once this law has passed through both houses. I want to quote for one moment from a handbook for parliamentarians supporting nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament, because this bill has a larger context, and I think it's important to note the larger context and why it is important for Canada to move ahead and ratify these treaties. Under the United Nations, this handbook was just released at the Interparliamentary Union last week in Quebec City, or the week before in Quebec City. And in there was an address from the United Nations Secretary General, a message dated July 2012 that was at the outset of this book. It says the rule of law is coming to nuclear disarmament, and parliamentarians have important contributions to make in advancing this historic process. Inspired or assisted by the efforts of the Interparliamentary Union, parliaments are showing an increased interest in promoting nuclear disarmament. This should come as no surprise. Parliaments represent the people, and across the world today we are seeing a groundswell of opinion among diverse sectors of civil society: doctors, lawyers, religious leaders, mayors, human rights activists, women's groups, environmentalists, economists, educators in countless fields, demanding concrete steps to control and eliminate these deadly, costly, wasteful weapons. The core role of parliaments in ratifying treaties and adopting implementing legislation gives them tremendous potential to extend the rule of law even more deeply into the domain of disarmament. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is part of what Canada can do in terms of fulfilling some of those international obligations. There is an important context, though, for this, Mr. Speaker. And again, in the Supporting Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Handbook, they quote from the 7th World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates, who concluded that the failure to address the nuclear threat and to strengthen existing treaty obligations to work for nuclear weapons abolition shreds the fabric of cooperative society. A world with nuclear haves and have-nots is fragmented and unstable, a fact underscored by the current threats of proliferation. In such an environment, cooperation fails. Thus, nations are unable to address effectively the real threats of poverty, environmental degradation, and nuclear catastrophe. They go on to talk about the economic dimensions, and I think this is also an important note about why it's so important for Canada to move forward. In December 2010, Global Zero released an analysis indicating that approximately $100 billion U.S. per year was being spent globally on nuclear weapons, with almost 50% of that being spent in the United States alone. In comparison, the biennial United Nations budget for 2012-2013 is $5.1 billion U.S., or 5% of the yearly global nuclear weapons budget. The costs of meeting the Millennium Development Goals of basic education, primary health care, minimum food, clean water, and environmental protection, including climate change prevention and alleviation, are estimated at U.S. $120 billion per year, just slightly more than the nuclear weapons budget. And so, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine what a different world we would live in if all the money that was being spent on nuclear weapons was actually being spent on health care and education and poverty reduction measures and climate change. The handbook goes on to say, allocating such massive budgets to weapons systems designed in the hope they will never be used not only steals economic resources from other vital programs, it also drains the social capital required to stimulate economies. Dollar for dollar, investing in nuclear weapons creates far fewer jobs than virtually any other industry. Nuclear weapons systems are high-tech and have virtually no economic flow-on to other industries or other economic activities. In addition, the intellectual activity devoted to modernizing and developing nuclear weapon systems steals such intellect from areas of social and economic need. The nuclear weapon corporations might get richer, but everyone else gets poorer. In the same handbook, UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, in a letter addressed to all parliaments in February 2010, noted that at a time when the international community is facing unprecedented global challenges, parliamentarians can take on leading roles in ensuring sustainable global security while reducing the diversion of precious resources from human needs. As Parliament set the fiscal priorities for the respective countries, they can determine how much to invest in the pursuit of peace and cooperative security. And there's a quote here from 1953 from Dwight D. Eisenhower from a speech before the American Society of Newspaper Editors, 16th of April 1953. It's the opportunity cost of militarism, and I think it's timely for us to remind ourselves in the context of this debate today. Mr. Eisenhower said that every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. This is not a way of life at all in any true sense. Under the cloud of threatening war, it is humanity hanging from a cross. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, New Democrats are supporting getting this bill to committee for study because it is a very technical bill, and of course there was one clause that needed to be amended out of the Senate, so we want to ensure that the bill reflects Canada's obligation under these international conventions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague from Nanaimo Cowichan for her speech. Mr. Speaker, the interdiction of anti-personnel mines convention was signed a long time ago, and Canada was a world leader in that regard. Now we are laggards instead, and we are trying to catch up on certain other conventions, and that is quite shameful. Mr. Speaker, in my colleague's speech, there was something I was wondering about. Now, the amendments to the Criminal Code, are they sufficiently compliant with the government's action? Now, should we not be introducing precautionary measures as well? Because there are certain things that go beyond the amendments.
Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, that's a very good question, Mr. Speaker, and of course that's why it's very important for this bill to go before the committee in order to study the bill in detail and to take a look at whether we will be in compliance with the two conventions I mentioned, or whether they go beyond the conventions and whether there's more in this bill than is absolutely necessary. I think the other piece of this bill is it is an opportunity for the government to take an opportunity to educate Canadians about the whole issue around nuclear weapons and the need to move towards non-proliferation. And there was a study that was commissioned by the United Nations and presented to the First Committee of the General Assembly at its 57th session back in 2002, which actually recommended that states take on a whole series of measures around education. And that should include taking a look at its own policy and legislation in the context of nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. So perhaps S9, once it's passed, will be an opportunity for this government to set aside some funds to take a look at educating Canadians about the broader issues around nuclear weapons use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, it's been very interesting to see Canada's not moved with the urgency needed on this, but we also see internationally many of our allies seem to have a bit of a ambivalent attitude towards the issue of access to nuclear materials. For example, depleted uranium. that has been used as armor-busting shells. So it's very convenient for the armies, particularly the U.S., NATO, to use depleted uranium. Although we saw over 300 tons of it dumped in the first Gulf War, massive increases in child cancers, in damage and malformities. And yet, under the U.S. Regulatory Commission, they've established a general license for people to be able to use uranium that is used in depleted uranium, as long as they commit that they're not going to leave it anywhere. It seems to be a very cavalier attitude with something that is very dangerous, and we've seen the health effects of depleted uranium. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, it's not just getting rid of nuclear weapons, the large weapons, but it's about ensuring that we pull these very dangerous, toxic materials out of any kind of use, whether it's military use or whether able to get back into civilian population.
The honourable member from Nanaimo-Cowichan, you have about a minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Timmins James Bay for that very good question. And I'm going to actually refer back to the 2012 Seoul Nuclear Security Summit with key facts. And there is an urgency around the matter, as the member from Timmins James Bay pointed out. And there was a call, 11 areas of priority importance in nuclear security, and a call for action on a number of key critical areas, including strengthening the physical protection of nuclear facilities and enhancing emergency response, strengthening the management of spent nuclear fuels and radioactive waste, strengthening the protection of nuclear materials and radioactive sources in transport, encouraging the establishment of a system to effectively manage and track such materials on a national level, preventing the illicit trafficking of nuclear materials, building nuclear forensic capacity to identify the source of illicitly trafficked nuclear materials, strengthening the nuclear security culture, which includes encouraging the participation of industry, academia, the media, NGOs, and other civil actors in the discussions on nuclear security. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of other points of action, but it's clear in this nuclear summit there was 53 countries involved, and it's clear that there's some urgent action needed in the world, and one would hope that Canada would become a leader rather than a laggard.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to mention that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou, who is right behind me. And he usually shares his comments with me, so this time I'm going to share with him. I would like to say that I'm pleased to speak to S9, an act to amend the criminal code. And it seeks to amend the criminal code to make our criminal code compliant with the requirements that are set out in 2 international conventions that we signed in 2005. And they are the the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials and the International Convention on the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. So the first thing that I'm going to say, obviously, is like my other colleagues before me, is that once again, each time that there is a bill that has been sponsored by the Senate, we need to point out that the parliamentary process in Canada should be one that is initiated by elected parliamentarians and not senators who have been appointed. So once again, and that is the NDP's position across the board, is that in terms of parliamentary process, we would rather see bills be initiated by Parliament, by elected officials, that is by the House of Commons and not the Senate. So I'm not going to repeat what most of my colleagues have already said, even though it is clear and it is important. Everything that concerns nuclear weapons and the propagation of fissile materials in general on the planet is a source of major concern, not only for Canadians, but obviously for the entire globe and the residents thereof. But that is something that just needs to be pointed out. So as concerns more specifically this bill, one of the aspects, one of the legitimate questions that we must ask ourselves, and my colleague from Beaches East York who talked about that, said that in these conventions, in a constant fashion, it is mentioned that it is very important to protect nuclear materials and nuclear weapons. And every time we read these conventions, it's the same thing, and yet the position of, and this is the world perception, the global perception of these conventions, and yet Canada's position is to wait not 5 years, but rather 7 years, because we signed this convention in 2005, now it's 2012, and probably we will not be able to ratify these conventions before 2013. So we are wondering why each time we see that it is the word urgent appear in these conventions, why the government waits so long before introducing bills that should be a priority. One of the consequences, in my opinion, is that on the international stage, it takes away Canada's credibility, and it gives the impression that Canada does not take these questions seriously. But that's not the case, because we know each time we try to sign these conventions with our fellow citizens, we know that global security and nuclear security in particular is a source of major concern. And just knowing that terrorists are able to get their hands on material with which they can make bombs is a source of worry for the public in general. Now, one of the arguments that was served up to us by the parliamentary secretary when she introduced Bill S9 was to say that the government, which has been in power since February 2006, even though earlier, originally it was a minority government. So one of her arguments was that now the government is a majority government. But to my knowledge, and given what we've heard since this bill came before the House, is that there is a broad consensus concerning the fact that this is the only way of ratifying these conventions, because if we didn't do so, then that would run counter to our policy and to the very philosophy that we have always espoused in Canada. So that is an argument that has been presented, but now we're wondering why the government waited so long before introducing a bill that, in general, on the international stage is very important. And if we look at the list of countries that have already ratified this convention, well, we can see that globally we are giving a bad impression. It's as if we're being laggards in terms of promoting nuclear safety, whereas that is not the case in the reality when Canada, in terms of the perception of Canadian citizens.
Un autre aspect aussi, c'est que
Now, there's another aspect to this as well. If Canada had proven that it wasn't a laggard, that it was proactive, and had taken action and ratified the conventions, and if we'd amended the criminal code and were in a position to ratify them, then we could have created an incentive for other countries, showing that Canada was a leader internationally. And this would have shown that there was a willingness to move forward and to act on these concerns. And this is something that we need to look at in the future. I think that each time Canada has an opportunity to show the world that we want to be proactive and take these issues seriously, then we need to move more quickly and accelerate the process. Now, this delay in making the legislative changes reminds me of the fact that in October 2010, Canada was not made a member of the UN Security Council. And This adds to that. It gives the impression that Canada is disengaging internationally, when in fact ratifying these two conventions isn't a question of choice. It's a moral obligation that we face vis-a-vis all of our international partners. So I'd like to go back to one of the interesting speeches we heard on this subject, the speech made by the member for Toronto Danforth. And I'm not challenging the content of the other speeches I heard, but because the member for Toronto Danforth has the required knowledge of international treaties, his perspective was slightly different from the one put forth by other members. One of the things that he mentioned, one of the risks that he identified with the current process, is that we could be going farther than implementing the basic measures required to ratify the treaty. It could respond to an ideology based on not wanting to over-amend the criminal code, if you will, but there was also the risk of anticipating what changes or amendments would be made in the future to these conventions so that we wouldn't end up in the same situation we are today, where we have to wait 5, 6, 7 years before we can amend ratify a treaty. Now, from that perspective, there is a danger with doing more than the strict minimum, because we shouldn't be speculating on how the treaty should be amended. And that would relate to adding provisions rather that are in addition to the basic ones required.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question, the member for Saint-Jean a question. You have to move up a seat. You're not in your proper seat. Please proceed and continue. Thank you. I'd like to ask my colleague, the member for Saint-Jean, a question. Now, he talked about the fact that this bill could have been introduced earlier on by the government, and he mentioned the fact that the parliamentary secretary said that at the time the Conservative government didn't have a majority. These were a bunch of excuses. Now, we know that on several occasions the NDP held the balance of power in the minority government. If a bill of this nature had been put forth by the government when it had a minority, would the government have supported it? Would that have then enabled the bill to be adopted earlier on in the process? The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue is absolutely right. It is clear that the NDP's policy is clear. We agree with the better integration internationally. We support fighting threats that exist internationally and on the planet. And one of the aspects in Resolution 1570, the NDP would have never attempted to prevent a bill like this one from going through. So as my colleague said, it's or in fact it's impossible to understand why the bill faced such a delay.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Saint-Jean, for his remarks. He raised some important issues in his speech. And what we've seen is government inaction on the bill. Now, they've said that or in fact they initiated the bill in the Senate. They said that it was a good idea because of the technical nature of it, etc. However, the convention was negotiated before this government. It was negotiated on a multilateral basis, and I was a member of the International Trade Committee, where the government's modus operandi was to proceed with bilateral treaties. Given the success that existed before this government took power, and now the delay, does my honourable colleague think that Canada will be in a position to complete other bilateral agreements on other issues? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague has raised another very important point. We can't speculate on what the future will look like because of the unpredictable nature of the Conservative government. Having said that, it's excellent to see that Canada is involved in international agreements and conventions, but it's unfortunate that we're not more proactive. That is what is disappointing in this context, in the context of S9, because Canada didn't take a proactive approach. It follows on the heels of the loss of the seat on the Security Council. It's a lack of proactiveness, in fact, that has an impact on the image we project abroad. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Jean for having agreed to share his time with me so that I would have an opportunity to speak to Bill S9. That we'll have an opportunity to look at in the Justice Committee with my colleagues, because this is a very important bill for a number of reasons. Now, I'd like to start with the first one, from a practical perspective, something that affects us on a daily basis, in fact. Bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, that we live in a world where nuclear and radioactive material are both very present. Bill S9, as you may know, says a great deal about civil and military applications of nuclear material that is out of the hands of individuals, but the bill also deals with radioactive substances that have civilian uses in the medical profession, for example, or in measuring equipment, for example, in civilian technology. Some types of smoke detectors, for example, used this kind of material. Now, those types of substances are more widespread than people imagine, so it's very important to adopt the current, to amend the current measures of the Criminal Code that sanction improper use or criminal use of these types of substances. And to extend this to terrorists who are not focusing on a single group of people, but who also want to take action to encourage an entire, or force through fear, an entire country to change its views, and this could threaten our very democracy. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's another aspect in the NDP that we wanted to address, and that deals with respect and implementation of the international treaties governing a number of activities. in addressing this point, I raised a question. Canada has in the past shown leadership on international treaties. For example, with the anti-mine treaty. However, what's interesting is to look at the situation beyond the adoption of a treaty. Mr. Speaker, a convention of this nature can be limited in its application if other states across the world don't sign on to it because they don't want to limit their ability to act. Now, beyond the amendments to the Criminal Code which are valid, we need to put a question to the government, because we would have wanted to see the government to go a lot farther with respect to capacity to convince other countries to, in fact, ratify the Convention on Nuclear Terrorism, so that it comes into force in different countries, but also to ensure that there is cooperation to prevent any kind of criminal or terrorist activity that we are seeking to cover off through these amendments to the Criminal Code. Now, I'm repeating myself, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to say again that I'm very honored to have an opportunity to debate this issue and to work on it through my participation on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, especially when it comes to these Criminal Code amendments, because there will be a number of important questions to ask about the changes to be made and the scope that they may have. I'd like to remind the House that when the bill was tabled in the Senate identified an important shortcoming with respect to a device that would have an impact. There was an omission, a serious omission in the bill, and experts on terrorism and nuclear activities are fearful of conventional use of nuclear technology, which is out of not possible for an individual, but also they're fearful of the use of radioactive material that would be much simpler to build and more accessible. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very important to see that S9 now includes that aspect. However, my colleague for Toronto, Danforth, raised a number of important issues about the multiplier effect, and the type of criminal activity that's covered off by S9. We'll have to look at the individual nature of the situation, the scope, the changes being made to the Criminal Code, or whether they will, in fact, cover off any arbitrary action. Now, Mr. Speaker, as part of my work on the Justice and Human Rights Committee, I've had an opportunity to look at certain measures that won't stand up to the Charter. And that's very disappointing, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious problem for citizens of this country who may be, in fact, accidental victims of these changes. there may be difficult consequences. Now, Mr. Speaker, as part of the consideration that we'll undertake at committee, I will be paying very close attention, as my colleagues will, to amendments being proposed to ensure that they won't be invalidated subsequently because they don't take the Charter of Rights and Freedoms into account, so that Canada, once it's ratified the conventions covered by S9, doesn't end up in a position where it can't fulfill or respect to the criteria of these conventions that we're signing. Now, in the Senate, they discussed demonstrations outside a nuclear electric facility with a group of ecologists, for example, who could perhaps prevent staff and personnel from entering to maintain the facility. Now, do the proposed measures include the possibility of taking action in a case like that at a peaceful demonstration? Which, in fact, would also deal with freedom of expression, freedom of movement. So there may well be a completely unacceptable situation where the act is struck down because it simply goes too far. So with my colleagues on the Justice Committee, we'll also take a look at that. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we have another concern beyond the amendments to the Criminal Code, which are legitimate and represent an important first step. But there's also the issue in the future with respect to what kind of preventive measures the government will take, what kind of concrete measures we'll take to place Canada in a position internationally to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons that are covered off by these treaties. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent comments. One of the things I noticed about this bill is that this bill is in reference to some acts of the United Nations, which Canada, as a signatory to, is required to change its laws in order to finally be in compliance with these United Nations resolutions. And a bunch of initials for the two of them. I won't try and repeat them here, but my question is, why do you think it has taken this government 7 years after signing these things to actually come forward and change the laws of Canada to outlaw nuclear terrorism? This isn't a big bill. It's only 9 pages. Why do you suppose it is that the Conservative government, which has been in place almost all of those 7 years, has taken so long to do this? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his very relevant question. It's quite troubling indeed. I hope that there's not a sort of outrageous power grab here, or nobody's seeking ultimate control, but I tend to think that the government was underconfident, or I think uninterested in the follow-up to the treaty, especially since this negotiation dated back before this government came to power. Now, I don't want to make it seem like I'm ascribing intent to my Conservative colleagues, but when an idea does not come from them, quite often, unfortunately, things tend to drag on or be countered actively. So at least I salute the government's action for having done something and brought this bill before us, finally. Better late than never, but it really was very late indeed. Questions and comments?
Comments? The
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since my colleague is on the committee that will be examining this bill after the vote, I come from the medical sector. I'm a nurse by training. We know that there was a shortage of radioactive isotopes used in nuclear medicine lately. So people in the field are worried. They wonder whether this will make it more complex to transport such materials and thus limit access. So I'd like to know whether the committee will examine transportation and access of nuclear medicine materials so that this bill does not make it more difficult for patients to gain access and so that they can get this health care they need. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question because that is a totally legitimate concern. What I saw in the testimony of the Minister of Justice is that the Department of Justice had made sure that in all civilian uses of nuclear materials, there would be no consequences such as the use and transportation of radioactive materials. We will check that aspect. But the other aspect is that the criminal code is being amended. Will there be amendments in the regulations, standards, that could perhaps make certain operations much more difficult? For the time being, we have no answer really, but as a Minister of Justice underscored, beyond the amendments to the criminal code, there had been measures taken by the government to ensure the regulations were properly set out. But there were instances where the government was negligent and that led to deplorable and even dangerous situations for our citizens. We don't want to end up in that kind of situation, so I thank my colleague for raising this.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak in the matter of S9, the Nuclear Terrorism Act, which would amend the criminal code to implement obligations imposed on state parties to two international conventions. The International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, which I will refer to as the Suppression Convention, and the amendment to the Convention for the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, which I will refer to simply as the amendment. My remarks this morning will be divided into three parts. First, a discussion of the Convention and the amendment. Second, a discussion of the legislation before us, Bill S9, and how it relates to these international obligations. And third, a discussion of the context, the contemporary context in which this debate occurs, namely the climate of increasing nuclear proliferation in which we find ourselves. To begin with, the Suppression Convention and the amendment contribute to the development and harmonization of national laws aimed at securing nuclear materials and combating the threat of nuclear terror. In particular, Bill S9 will add 4 new offences to the criminal code, thereby prohibiting acts in relation to the possession, the use and transfer of radioactive or nuclear devices or related materials, as well as the protection of nuclear facilities themselves. It also classifies the commission of these new offences as terrorist activity and empowers Canadian courts to exercise jurisdiction in cases concerning the commission of these offences extraterritorially, such that the particular offence will not need to have occurred inside Canada for Canada to invoke Canadian prosecutorial initiatives. In particular, the passage of Bill S9 will enable Canada to ratify these conventions, a goal to which the government recently committed at the 2012 Nuclear Security Summit in Seoul. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House may remember the political environment back in March in which the summit occurred, with the launch at the time by North Korea of a satellite that threatened South Korean airspace. It is in this context that the Minister of Foreign Affairs correctly observed that, quote, what's going on in North Korea and, frankly, what could be going on in Iran causes us all concern but I think that's an inspiration and a motive for us to see that nuclear materials that already exist are secured or even destroyed, unquote. What the Minister observed then is no less true now. Bill S9 is of critical importance. Indeed, the need for this legislation has long been known, and in fact, the 2005 government of Prime Minister Paul Martin, in which I served, signed the Suppression Convention at the time. While the subsequent election precluded our legislative efforts to fully ratify and implement its obligations, I am pleased that the current government has taken up this task, though it is regrettable that 7 years have passed in the interim. Certainly the Minister's current support for the promotion of an international framework to govern the prevention of nuclear terrorism is to be applauded. Yet it remains as inexplicable as it is somewhat responsible for the government to have delayed this long, particularly on such a compelling international commitment of the first order. Before us today is not the convention itself, but rather Bill S9, legislation introduced in the other place to implement principles embodied in these two international conventions agreed to, as I mentioned, by the Liberal government in 2005. Just as the Liberal government supported the promotion of a global framework for the protection of nuclear material and the prevention of nuclear terrorism then, we continue our support of this effort now. And I would urge all colleagues to send this bill to committee for appropriate study and review. Mr. Speaker, I will support S9 at second reading as it implements Canada's international policy commitments in this regard. To echo the words of Senator Romeo Dallaire, nuclear weapons constitute, as he put it, the most extreme, massive violation of human rights imaginable and serve as a violation of our human right to peace and security in the world. The consequences of fissionable material falling into the hands of a rogue state or non-state terrorist organization are as dangerous as they are prospectively unimaginable. Bill S9 reflects this imperative to ensure the security of nuclear materials and facilities in this regard. By amending the criminal code, and particularly by implementing extraterritorial jurisdiction, this bill will provide the Attorney General with the necessary enforcement tools. These tools, Mr. Speaker, find expression in 4 new criminal offences created by S9. First, Bill S9 makes it an indictable offence to make a device or to possess, use, transfer, export, import, alter, or dispose of nuclear or radioactive material or a device with the intent to cause death, serious bodily harm, or substantial damage to property or the environment. Also criminalizes the commission of an act against a nuclear facility or that causes serious interference or disruption to one's operation. Second offence makes it an indictable offence to do any of these same acts with a specific intent to compel a person, government, or international organization to do or refrain from doing something. In other words, whereas the first offence speaks of intent to cause death, this offence speaks to coercion and threats with a nuclear connection. Third, Bill S9 will make it a separate indictable offence to commit any indictable offence with the intent to obtain nuclear or radioactive material or to obtain access to a nuclear facility. Fourth, this legislation makes it an indictable offence to threaten to commit any of the aforementioned new offences. Mr. Speaker, Bill S9, moreover, includes these 4 new offences within the definition of terrorist activity in Section 83.01 of the Criminal Code. As such, the commission of these offences will trigger other provisions of the Code in respect of related offences such as electronic surveillance and DNA collection. Mr. Speaker, Bill S9 has benefited from extensive debate in the Senate, and I trust that members of this House will agree to send it for further study by the committee in our House, where more of the technical details remain to be scrutinized. I will now turn my attention to the context in which this debate occurs, namely the question of nuclear proliferation and disarmament and of Canada's role in this regard. Indeed, as important as it is, Bill S9 is simply standing alone not enough. Despite our best efforts, nuclear materials and facilities will always be vulnerable. Indeed, the protection of these stockpiles is only necessary so long as they actually do exist. So long as nuclear weapons and highly enriched uranium are developed by states and pursued by terrorist organizations, they will pose a threat to human security. It is in this regard that the government's leadership has been lacking. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, members of this place may recall that the Canadian delegation in Seoul was subject to heavy criticism from both the U.S. and the EU for having not lived up to earlier undertakings to begin the phasing out of the use of highly enriched uranium in the production of medical isotopes. Simply put, Canada should be at the forefront of the move towards arms control and international nuclear disarmament. Measures such as those in Bill S9 must be viewed as preliminary measures, as part of a larger and developing framework of non-proliferation. Indeed, I am concerned that perhaps the government's modus operandi when it comes to domestic criminal justice is slightly orienting its approach to foreign policy, and that it may be presuming that the mere criminalization of a behaviour is enough to combat it. We know that complex and multifaceted problems such as proliferation require so much more than this. Certainly, Bill S9, as I mentioned, will contribute to the prevention of nuclear terrorism by enabling law enforcement to prosecute terrorists before they achieve their intended death and destruction. But given that a single nuclear attack under any circumstances is simply not acceptable, and that the risk of nuclear terrorism will never reach zero so long as such weapons and devices exist and can be accessed by such terrorist non-state actors, this bill is inherently limited as an instrument of prevention and must be viewed as just a first step. Let me be clear again. I unequivocally support the creation of these new offences and recognise the important role of domestic criminal law enforcement in combating the problem of nuclear weapons. I also, as I've stated elsewhere, support sending this legislation to committee. My purpose here is only to emphasise the importance of international collaboration and international legal regimes in pursuit of non-proliferation and the ultimate goal of disarmament, which must be the end objective here. Again, as Senator Dallaire put it during debate in the other place, and I quote, "We should discuss how this legislation fits into the broader stance Canada has taken and needs to take against nuclear weapons," unquote. Simply put, we must be steadfast in our insistence that dangerous and genocidal regimes can never be trusted with nuclear weapons under any circumstances. Diplomatic and legal institutions exist that must underpin Canadian policy in this regard. For instance, Canada should take a leading role in the push for a comprehensive nuclear weapons convention, which would require countries with nuclear weapons to gradually destroy them and remove all fissile material to UN control. Indeed, we should be supporting the United Nations Secretary General's comprehensive set of proposals with respect to nuclear disarmament. Moreover, we must pursue international legal remedies against regimes that engage in genocidal threats, particularly those that underpin those threats with nuclear weaponization. We must view nuclear weapons for the use that they could perhaps dangerously be put, to support their genocidal intents. And we must insist that they be kept out of the hands of those states that flagrantly disregard international law, threaten the peace and security of the international community, and threaten also the rights of their own citizens. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as it has been observed, states that violate and massively violate the rights of their own citizens are most likely to violate the rights of others. Mr. Speaker, the prime example of this threat in the modern context is that of Khamenei's Iran, and I use that term to distinguish it from the people and publics of Iran who are otherwise the targets of mass domestic repression. Where the steady progression towards nuclear capabilities demonstrates the importance both of domestic criminal law enforcement, as we have been discussing it, as well as multilateralism and international legal regimes on the other. Bill S9 deals with the domestic prong. With regard to the Iranian nuclear threat, however, we must continue to engage internationally as well. I have described the terms of the Iranian threat in terms of a fourfold threat: the nuclear threat, the incitement threat, the terrorism threat, and massive domestic repression. Mr. Speaker, let there be no mistake about it. Iran is in standing violation of international legal prohibitions respecting its nuclear weaponization program. Iran has already committed, as an all-party committee of the Foreign Affairs Committee in this House determined, already committed the crime of incitement to genocide prohibited under the Genocide Convention itself. Iran has been characterized as a leading state sponsor of international terrorism, and indeed its terrorism in 2012 alone, which spans 5 continents and some 22 terrorist acts with Iranian footprints, has served to further affirm that proposition. And finally, as I mentioned, Iran is engaged in such massive domestic repression as effectively constitute crimes against humanity against its own people. And so this brings me to the particular issue of the manner in which Canada must address the whole question of nuclear proliferation with regard to Iran. And here the international context and our role in that context becomes particularly important. I would like to suggest that Canada support the prospective P5+1 negotiations with Iran, with whatever diplomatic strategy may develop in the context of those negotiations, and put forward the following requirements with respect to combating nuclear proliferation in general, but in particular with regard to Iran's nuclear weaponization program. First, that Iran must, as a threshold requirement, verifiably suspend its uranium enrichment program and thereby counter the Iranian strategy, the 3 Ds of delay, denial, and deception, which are used in order to accelerate that nuclear weaponization program rather than, in fact, move towards disarmament. Second, Iran must ship its supply of enriched uranium out of the country where it can be reprocessed and then made available to Iran under appropriate inspection and monitoring for use in civil nuclear programs. Third, Iran must verifiably close and dismantle its nuclear enrichment plant at Fordo, embedded in a mountain near Qom, which the Iranians had initially denied it even existed, but where a zone of impenetrability will soon develop unless that facility in Fordo is in fact dismantled. Fourth, Iran must suspend its heavy water production facilities in Arak. It is sometimes forgotten that an essential component for producing plutonium could also be water, which is a nuclear component that North Korea used for its own nuclear weapons. Simply put, the path to nuclear weaponization need not be traveled by uranium enrichment alone, and the suspending of uranium enrichment, however necessary, will not alone ensure that Iran is verifiably abandoning its nuclear weaponization program. 5, Iran must allow International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors immediate and unfettered access to any suspected nuclear site as a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran is thereby bound by its obligations not only not to pursue nuclear weapons, but to open its nuclear sites and installations. 6th, Iranian authorities need to grant the IAEA access to the Parchin military complex near Tehran, where it has been reported that Iran has conducted high explosive testing, possibly in conjunction with the development of a nuclear weapon. And finally, Mr. Speaker, in this regard, Iran needs to allow the International Atomic Energy Association to install devices on centrifuges for the monitoring of uranium enrichment levels. These are the kinds of threshold approaches that Canada can assist in framing these threshold approaches and thereby assist in combating the proliferation development, which in an Iran that engages as well as I said, a Foreign Affairs Committee in this House has determined in state sanction incitement to genocide, the convergence of the two makes the threat even more dangerous than it might otherwise be. Mr. Speaker, let me just move to a close in this regard, because there are a number of remedies that Canada could engage in that it has not yet done so, both to combat not only the nuclear proliferation dimension, as I mentioned, but the genocidal incitement one. In other words, juridical remedies which we have not, in fact, sufficiently explored. Number one, we simply can ask the United Nations Secretary General to refer this to the UN Security Council for deliberation and accountability as a matter that, quote, threatens international peace and security, and which is under the jurisdiction of the UN Secretary General to, in fact, accomplish that purpose. Second, any state party to the Genocide Convention, and that includes Canada, could tomorrow initiate an interstate complaint against Iran, which is a state party to the Genocide Convention, before the International Court of Justice. Third, Canada or any other country could ask the UN Security Council to refer the matter of Iran's state-sanctioned incitement to genocide underpinned by its nuclear weaponization program to the UN Security Council for purposes of inquiring into individual criminal liability. There are other remedies, Mr. Speaker, but I will limit it in this regard. And finally, before I conclude my remarks, I would like to return briefly to one specific technicality relating to Bill S9 and to link this with the problem of Iranian nuclear weaponization. As members of this place may know, despite making reference to the matter, the government has failed to take any action to list the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization under the Criminal Code. Simply put, the IRGC has emerged as the epicenter of the Iranian fourfold threat to which I referred, and has played a central role in Iran's domestic repression, international terrorism, incitement to genocide, and nuclear proliferation. The United States has already labeled it as a terrorist group, while the UN and the European Union have imposed various sanctions against the IRGC and its leaders. It is regrettable that Canada has yet to take the step to list it as a terrorist entity here in the Criminal Code, which would be a step to combat both the nuclear proliferation as well as the genocidal incitement, as well as the international terrorism. Indeed, the IRGC, acting through Hezbollah and terrorist proxies of Iran, has been implicated in the attempted assassination of the Saudi ambassador in Washington, and also in July's terrorist attack targeting Israeli tourists in Bulgaria and resulting in 7 deaths, as well as in a series of international terrorist attacks during 2012. Of course, the international juridical remedies I outlined previously must be pursued against the IRGC and its individual members and leaders. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have long called for the listing of the IRGC as a terrorist organization and mention it now in relation to Bill S9 in order to highlight one particular aspect of the bill that needs to be more closely studied at committee and related amendments that may take place in this regard. Another important feature of the bill is its military exclusionary clause, which ensures that none of the newly created offences will apply to, quote, activities undertaken by military forces of a state in the exercise of their official duties to the extent that these activities are governed by other rules of international law, unquote. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is that activities by or in relation to the IRGC could be argued to fall into this category insofar as the IRGC could be categorized as a military force of a state and not as a terrorist organization. Clearly, the actions of the IRGC can be clearly demonstrated to be in violation of international law, thus precluding protection under this clause. Still, so long as they are not expressly designated to be a terrorist organization under the Criminal Code, this legal loophole still looms over our discussions. Again, Mr. Speaker, we must situate Bill S9 within the larger context of nuclear proliferation and the Iranian nuclear threat in particular, and thereby scrutinize Bill S9 to ensure that it can have the intended effect in preventing nuclear terror. Accordingly, let me reaffirm again my request to the government to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. And I would further suggest that the effect of the military exclusionary clause be more closely considered in committee to ensure that Bill S9 is not precluded from achieving effective prevention. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a tradition and a reputation for taking the lead in multilateral efforts of this kind. Our nation is rich in effective soft power resources, and under previous governments we have demonstrated that multilateral leadership can achieve solutions to the most seemingly intractable problems of international cooperation and the pursuit of human security. Indeed, I would remind the House of our nation's leading role in the negotiation of the 1997 Ottawa Treaty banning the use of anti-personnel landmines, where Canada mobilized governments and non-governmental organizations to achieve the signing of this landmark global treaty. We should also recall that Canadian leadership, and with this I close, Mr. Speaker, was effective then in changing the behaviour of governments and militaries, ultimately proving that disarmament is an achievable goal, and Canada should be pursuing that goal today with respect to the overall proliferation context, particularly as it relates to, as I mentioned, Iran. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and comment time. Question. That's the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague, and certainly the issue of proliferation of nuclear weapons in the Middle East is of grave concern to all of us in this House. I guess the concern that we have is that Canada has historically played a major role in multilateral negotiations to ensure that we maintain some manner of security in regards to nuclear weapons. In regards to this situation in Iran right now, we have a government that's decided to shut down the embassy, leaving us very much on the outside because we are not one of the large players, we are a smaller player, and so our ability to actually have influence has been, I think, somewhat compromised. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks of the decision by Canada to shut down the embassy, the decision by the present Conservative government, at a time when we really need to ensure we have all the people on the ground as much as we can to influence decisions because this issue is so serious.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Yes, several responses to that question. Number one, in the matter of the closing of the embassy, as I said at the time and wrote about it, I supported the 4 considerations that led the government to consider the closing of the embassy, namely the question of the nuclear weaponization program, the incitement to genocide, the terrorist character, the massive domestic repression. As to the specific issue of the closing of the embassy, it's quite interesting and timely, Mr. Speaker, that yesterday evening I attended the annual meeting of the International Centre for Human Rights in Iran, a Canadian-based NGO largely composed of Canadian Iranians, where the predominant view last night was that while it may cause a certain inconvenience and the like to Canadian Iranians in a matter of certain consular activities and the like, on the whole, they supported it for the reason being of the great concern, namely that the Iranians were using their Iranian embassy here in Canada for illegal activities for the purposes of intimidating Iranian Canadians here as well as their families back in Iran, and that the Italian government, which has been given the representative capacity with respect to pursuing Canadian concerns, can do that, and that the Canadian embassy in Iran was effectively being precluded from any kind of effective diplomatic engagement. But having said that, none of this affects our need and our responsibility to engage in the whole framework of multilateral negotiations. So whatever position one takes about the closing of the embassy, that should not deflect us away or preclude our appreciation of the fact that Canada can play a role with respect to the multilateral negotiations to combat the nuclear weaponization program in Iran, which underpins as well its state-sanctioned incitement to genocide and leverages its massive domestic repression and terrorism, and can do so through the framework that I outlined earlier with regard to the 8 points that Canada can play a role in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would simply like to know, given that my colleague was present at the time as a member of Parliament, I would like to know what the government's opinion was in 2005 when these treaties were presented for the first time. What was the government's vision at the time regarding these treaties?
De Mont-Royal.
The honourable member for Mont-Royal. Yes, at the time, we supported these conventions, and at the same time, we supported the ratification of those treaties at that time.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague to my left who identified, I think, some potential failings with this bill that we need to address in committee. In particular, I would like his comments on the apparent failing of this bill to identify as terrorists state organizations acting as the military in those state organizations, who may in fact be performing roles that we in Canada would define as terrorism, that in fact, in the case of Iran, may be terrorizing an entire region of the planet. And this bill would appear to exempt those kinds of state-sponsored terrorism from any actions that Canadians could take in this bill to, in our own criminal code and in our own actions, to deal with those state-sponsored terrorists in other nations. Could he comment, please?
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that question. And that will underpin my entire approach to saying that the Canadian government must list the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity. As all the studies have shown in this regard, and as I mentioned in my remarks, the IRGC has emerged as the epicenter of the fourfold Iranian threat that I described, and particularly is engaged both in the matter of nuclear proliferation as well as in the matter of international terrorism. And should it be characterized as a military organization rather than as the terrorist entity it is, then it could somehow find a loophole to be protected against the application of this legislation. What I want to say in that regard is that we must therefore move with all deliberate speed, and I've been suggesting this for years now, to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity under Canadian law. That, in fact, when the Canadian government closed the embassy in Iran, I listed 4 initiatives that could have been taken apart from closing the embassy, which would have had compelling impact. Number 1, listing the IRGC as a terrorist entity. Number 2, holding Iran accountable for its state-sanctioned incitement to genocide. Number 3, holding those engaged in massive human rights violations to sanction them. And number 4, to engage, as I said, in a much more active way in combating the nuclear proliferation program in Iran. Those are the activities that we still must undertake, and they are more important than the issues of simply closing the embassy in Iran, because they will have substantive effect in terms of our combating overall the fourfold threat that Iran represents, in particular its nuclear proliferation threat that is underpinned by its genocidal incitement threat, as well as its international terrorist conduct, which not only the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, but its terrorist proxy Hezbollah has also been engaged in as well. While we have put Hezbollah on the terrorist list, we might encourage our European counterparts to do the same.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments from my colleague, and just wanted him to provide some comment in terms of the need for the legislation at this time from his perspective, and where we should be going from here in dealing with this very important issue.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. This legislation represents a first step on the domestic level with regard to the implementation of our obligations under international treaties, and which treaties now finally, belatedly, will be both ratified and implemented. But it represents only a first step, and it deals only with the domestic criminal law enforcement step. It does not deal with the overall multilateral involvement that is required of us in terms of combating the overall nuclear proliferation danger, as well as all the others that I have mentioned. So we need to go beyond this legislation, which is effectively, importantly, a domestic law enforcement tool, but does not deal with the important, compelling international, multilateral arms control and disarmament initiatives that we need to be taking.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be sharing my time with the member from Timmins, James Bay. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this bill fulfills Canada's treaty obligations to the UN under the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material and the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, including extending international measures and beyond protecting against the proliferation to now include the protection of nuclear facilities, and it reinforces Canada's obligation under the UN Security Council Resolution 1540, taken in 2004, to take and enforce effective measures to prevent the proliferation of nuclear materials, as well as chemical and biological weapons. And at the outset, let me say that we support generally this bill. We think it's about time that the government actually lived up to its obligations under the UN, but we have some reservations about the scope of the bill. But I also want to point out that this government, with its law and order agenda, has an overarching propensity to deal with law and order as its prime focus. This is just one of 14 bills that I believe have reached this House dealing with crime or crime and punishment or defining crime. And there are lots of them. There was mega trials, human smugglers, mandatory minimums, military justice, the gun registry, citizens arrest, criminal electronic communications, human smugglers, elder abuse, accountability of offenders, RCMP accountability, the faster removal of foreign criminals, terrorism, nuclear terrorism, which would lend one to believe that perhaps Canada is going through a spate of crime that is out of proportion to everything, because these bills are out of proportion to what we are doing here in the House of Commons. But that's not true. The facts, in fact, suggest otherwise, that crime is on decline in Canada, and this government is and has been on decline since before this government took office. And that focusing on laws to scare Canadians into thinking that crime is on the rise and making the criminal justice system harsher and less flexible is not the way to go. That, in fact, we believe on this side of the House that a flexible and more systematic approach to crime is a better way of dealing with things. This bill is necessary, and we agree that it's necessary to adopt these laws, to abide by our agreements with the United Nations, to deal with the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, etc. But let's talk about what things are still missing from this government's agenda while this bill is front and center. The government is making illegal certain acts of terrorism involving nuclear materials. Bravo. Canadians generally are glad that if someone tries to use nuclear or radioactive material for terrorism, they'll be doing something against the law, and if they're caught and convicted, they'll face serious penalties, though we note there's no mandatory minimums here. What is this government doing about other things which are terrifying Canadians? In my riding of York South-Weston, there was a recent spate of killings and maimings using handguns. Last week, one person was killed, 2 others injured in handgun violence. Over the summer, 6 funerals of Somali youth were gunned down in acts of violence all over the city of Toronto. And of course, there was the horrific shootings at a block party at Danzig in Scarborough, which left 2 dead and 23 injured. What action has this government taken to stop the flow of illegal guns at our border? All well and good to pass laws making terrorism and nuclear terrorism illegal, but if our citizenry are being terrorized by other things, what are we doing about that? What actions are they taking to get the guns that are already there off the street? There is no bill here before us on that topic. In fact, the government passed C-19, which cancels and will destroy the long gun registry, so less will be known about what guns are out there, and people are fearful. People in my city are fearful about what that will mean for their safety, for their personal safety. They are more fearful than they were before this government took place. It also takes, in my riding of York South-Weston, this bill does nothing to prevent another thing that is the single biggest crime in my riding right now, the theft of cell phones and other electronic mobile devices. Kids are being mugged, people are being injured, and yet nothing is happening from this government. The solution is simple: make it illegal to activate phones reported as stolen, and I've brought forward such a motion here in the House of Commons. But so far, this government is silent. Silent on things that are, in fact, terrifying people, on things that are, in fact, making people feel that they are less safe than they were yesterday. And yet, we're here discussing nuclear terrorism. It also takes aim at the risk of the environment being threatened by nuclear terrorists. Again, bravo. Canadians are worried about the environment. They are worried about the climate changes, which have been felt most recently by Hurricane Sandy in both the U.S. and Canada, doing damage to both countries. And what else is this government doing about the environment? The definition of the environment in S9 in this bill is almost identical to that found in the new Environmental Assessment Act. Essentially, that the environment is land, water, and air, including all layers of the atmosphere, all organic and inorganic matter and living organisms, and the interacting natural systems that include components referred to in paragraphs A and B. Bravo, again. If a nuclear terrorist threatens any of these elements of the environment, they can be charged with an offense, and if convicted, can face serious time. However, the environmental effects of these actions can't hurt. If they do something, those environmental effects can't hurt any living organism, including humans. Not so for the way the government treats its own projects. The definition of environmental effect in the new Environmental Assessment Act is only those impacts on fish, migratory species, and birds. If a federal project harms the environment in such a way that human health is threatened, apparently this government doesn't care. Human health is no longer protected by the Environmental Assessment Act. S9 protects human health, and it therefore protects the environment better against harm than the Environmental Assessment Act does. So if nuclear terrorists are actually are treated more harshly than government projects or other projects that are of large scale and large effect, they can, in fact, harm the environment with those. So most of those projects, though, aren't nuclear terrorism, so nothing is wrong with harming human health, says this Conservative government. S9 is a necessary part of our living up to our obligations to the UN. We like the UN. We wish we were part of the Security Council. We wish we lived up to all of our obligations. One of those obligations is the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which this government signed on March the 11th, 2010. And on March the 11th, 2010, this government promised, as a result of signing that convention, to report back to the UN within 2 years. They still haven't done it. There's been no report on what they've done so far to help persons with disabilities. And so far, this government has actually done things to harm persons with a disability. One of the things that treaty with the UN says very clearly that we're supposed to be doing is making it possible for persons with disabilities to have equal access to information, to have equal access to the internet. And yet the government in its last bill removed community access funding and therefore cut off thousands upon thousands of disabled individuals from having access to the internet that they have grown used to under that plan, and it's no longer available to them. This government has apparently failed the disabled and failed again one of the very important things that we have signed with the UN. We have agreed with the UN, we thought, that we would make life better for the disabled with every measure that we took, with everything that we did. And yet, we have this government acting in opposition of that promise to the UN. In addition, this bill does nothing to deal with one of the most pressing needs in my riding, and that is affordable housing. It is one of the things that safety and security, this bill is all about safety and security, but safety and security is one of the things most missing in my riding with regards to persons living in supported housing from the City of Toronto. The Liberal government 15 years ago got itself out of supported housing. This federal government has done nothing to move itself back into that role, and the City of Toronto is facing a $750 million deficit in terms of repairing these buildings, and thousands upon thousands of people are on waiting lists, and yet we can do nothing about it. This is part of the safety and security of individuals in my riding, in the City of Toronto, and in Canada as a whole. And here we are, the most important thing facing us is nuclear terrorism, according to this government. We've done nothing, absolutely nothing, to assist those people in this country to feel more secure in where they live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my honourable colleague, these obligations go back to 2004. No steps have been taken to ratify it up until now. This government seems to have a very mixed attitude towards the United Nations. On the one hand, they had tried to get at the Security Council. They were turned down, many said, because of the government's attitude on key issues. We've heard backbenchers attack the United Nations. We've seen the Minister of Foreign Affairs ridicule it. How do you find, I'd like to ask the Honourable Member how he's concerned about Canada's long-standing tradition of multilateralism is being undermined by a government that seems to be very hostile towards one of these, our most important international body.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Canada's role in the world, we always have punched above our weight, is a way of putting it. But since this government took office, we are less able to have an influence in the major and underlying issues facing this planet. And nowhere was that more evident when we were rejected for a spot on the Security Council. I am a supporter of the United Nations. I prefer to think that the United Nations is a place we can go to have large-scale discussions about the ills that face the world, and that Canada should be a part of that process. But more and more, since this government has taken office, we seem to be pushing ourselves to the outside of the UN. We don't want to make speeches at the UN. We don't want to abide by our commitments, and it's been 7 years since this commitment to the UN was made. It's been 2 years. It's been almost 3 years since the commitment on the persons with disabilities was made, and there's been no report from this government on that commitment.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I was concerned. I listened to the member touch on a whole host of issues that are not directly related to this bill, but I guess he's got the right to do that. But I wanted to speak specifically to the issue of the flow of illegal guns into this country, because he was basically accusing the government of having done nothing on that, in spite of the fact that we put increased resources into that at the border, that we have increased sentencing for gun crimes because we felt that was an important thing to do in this country, that we've armed officers at the border in order to protect them better as well, and that we've been screening arrivals and making sure that people are checked as they're coming so that the flow of those guns is stopped. But it's funny, he'd also mentioned that the gun registry was shut down and seemed somehow to try to link that to handguns. And I don't know if he's aware, but the handgun registry has been in place for decades, and it continues. The long gun registry does not affect handguns. So if he's talking about handguns in his writing, he should be clear and shouldn't be misleading his constituents into thinking that somehow we had not done anything with the handgun registry. But I have a specific question, and that is, he noted that people feel that they're less safe today, or that's his opinion, than they were years ago. And I'm just wondering, if that's the case, why have the NDP opposed every initiative that we brought in order to protect people and make them feel more safe in their own homes and communities?
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Well, the problem with the actions that this government has taken, they do not make people feel more safe. That's been the problem. This government has taken actions to remove a long gun registry, which in fact police have used every day. They have taken the steps to, yes, to make penalties for using guns harsher, but I'm not aware of too many criminals who read the law before they take a gun and shoot somebody. That's not what goes on in the minds of criminals. What is necessary in order to make people feel safer is safer and more secure housing, safer and more secure streets, which may mean that we need some proactive way to get at the proliferation of handguns. When I go into a high school and half of the children there in high school admit to owning a handgun or knowing someone who does, there's something wrong with our society when the proliferation of handguns is that pervasive that high school students think nothing of owning a handgun.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a great honour to rise in this, the House of Commons, the House of the common people of Canada, and to represent the people who sent me from the region of Timmins, James Bay, who I have great respect for. And I take my role in this debate very seriously, because we are discussing something of great importance that I think cuts across all party lines, and I hope that it's an international concern, and it is about dealing with the proliferation of nuclear materials that could be used in terrorist attacks, in illegal ways. So, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing Bill S9, which is an attempt for Canada to ratify commitments that were made at the United Nations 8 years ago, the Convention of the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material that was amended in 2005, and the 2005 International Convention on the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. I would have said at the beginning, it's unfortunate that we have not moved to ratify this earlier, but we are dealing with it now, so let's get down to business. The issue in terms of ensuring that all our countries are in compliance with the legal codes necessary to deal with those who would attempt to misuse or get access to nuclear materials is, of course, a major issue domestically. But there's no such thing as being reactive when it comes to nuclear, because it only takes one case, and one case would have catastrophic implications. That's the need to be proactive, to be multilateral, for Canada to take a place on the world stage where we once were very recognized on the world stage in terms of multilateralism, for trying to actually get rid of the weapons, because it's the access and the ease of access to materials that is really like playing a game of dangerous Russian roulette. We will talk a bit about the bill, Mr. Speaker, but I was thinking in terms of two issues that have recently come to light in terms of the issue of how nuclear materials are being used. One of them clearly was used in an illegal manner. The other is being used perfectly legally. So let's go to the illegal manner. We had the recent assassination of the Russian Alexander Litvenko, who was poisoned with polonium-210. Now, Mr. Litvenko was a critic of Vladimir Putin, and a major investigation was undertaken. And it was interesting at the time, the British authorities were quoted in the media saying that, quote, "We are 100% certain who administered the poison, where and how." Yet nobody was ever extradited for this, and life went on. The British doctors who were dealing with Mr. Litvenko when he was dying said that his murder represents an ominous landmark, the beginning of the age of nuclear terrorism. Mr. Speaker, I think without being able to draw a direct line back to the government of Mr. Putin, we see Russia, after the fall of the communist regime that has become very much a corrupt oligarch, and there's been attempts and there's been hope throughout the last 20 years to see Russia move forward, but there are real concerns about what's happening there right now. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, 3 young women who were recently convicted of the crime of embarrassing the Russian ruler with a piece of theater, Yekaterina Samutsevich, Natsevia Tolokonikova, and Maria Alyokina, who are all arrested, convicted, and sent to prison penal colonies. Yekaterina Samutsevich was actually finally released, but the other 2 young women in their early 20s, young mothers who are now serving hard labor time in penal colonies for the crime of having embarrassed the oligarch Putin. This is happening in 2012. But what also was very sad and shameful was that Mr. Putin, in his attack on these young women artists, was actually backed by the patriarchs of the Russian Orthodox Church, who felt that they had been embarrassed as well. And for a church that had been so persecuted under the Soviet Union, we would have hoped that we would have seen the leadership of the church to call on Mr. Putin not to use the power of the state to try and crush artists, because it's the role of the artist to say what perhaps the media and sometimes other people are unwilling to say. And yet we have 2 young women, dissident women, who are suffering right now in a penal colony in Russia in 2012, and very little has been said internationally. And Mr. Putin continues to carry on. So when we see the murder of Mr. Litvenko that happened, and the lack of action in terms of finding out who did it, and the fact that it was involved in nuclear materials, that's a very concerning issue. And for the young women of Pussy Riot, we do need parliaments, and we do need political leaders to stand up and say the right of dissent, the right of art must be protected around the world, even in the world of Vladimir Putin. I'd like to, Mr. Speaker, now turn to another issue in terms of nuclear proliferation, something that is perfectly legal right now, but certainly does not meet the tests of international law, and that's the use of depleted uranium. by NATO and U.S. military forces. Obviously, depleted uranium is being used as tank busters and were used to a great extent in the first Gulf War. They've been used in Afghanistan. They've been used in the invasion of Iraq. And so certainly it makes it very easy to blow open a tank with a large depleted uranium shell. But uranium, of course, is extremely toxic, extremely poisonous to the atmosphere, destroys the landscape because it will poison it forever. And so we're now seeing in areas like Afghanistan and we're seeing in Iraq the effects of this, particularly in Fallujah. There's real concerns about, quote, catastrophic levels of birth defects and abnormalities being reported by media following the U.S. attack on Fallujah in 2006. Dr. Samira Alani, the pediatric specialist in Fallujah, says that she personally has logged over 700 birth defects. Children who were born with severe abnormalities and children who died as a result of exposure to some form of radiation, and the only radiation that we can think of is the use of these depleted uranium shells. Mr. Speaker, that is unconscionable. What's also unconscionable, Mr. Speaker, is that as we're talking about trying to limit access to these materials because they could be used in terrorism, we see that the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission has established a general license for the use of depleted uranium. You can get a general license as long as you promise you're not going to lose any of this stuff. Mr. Speaker, we got to get our heads around this nationally and internationally to say we have to get uranium away from the issue of being used in nuclear forces, because all over the world we're seeing countries that have access to weapons-grade uranium, that have access to nuclear materials, who are unstable. And the ability of former regimes that have collapsed for the people who shouldn't have access to these materials to get them, the potential is catastrophic, and it has been one of the great fortunes of the world that over the last 50 years that these weapons have not been used and that they have not been used accidentally. And we should all be grateful. But, Mr. Speaker, it has to go back to the fact that there has been still a lack of action at the international level to insist that we move towards removing these weapons, removing these materials so that they cannot be used incorrectly. So the New Democratic Party certainly supports moving this bill to committee. We think it's important to move it to committee. Obviously, if anyone is attempting to trade in nuclear materials, they have to be punished, and they have to be punished to the full extent of the law. However, it's the role of multilateral engagement that Canada has traditionally played that role in the world as the honest broker in order to bring the various parties to the tables to say we need to start not only lowering the level of intercontinental ballistic missiles, but we need to deal with issues like depleted uranium shells. We need to start taking the materials out of circulation in order to protect the common good. So as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, we think that it's 8 years we've been waiting for this legislation to come forward. We accept, we will move forward with it, but we're calling on this government to understand that reactive does not work when it comes to nuclear. The only real response of any credible nation in this world today in 2012 is proactive, and we are calling on this government to take the proactive lead, to move towards multilateral disarmament on issues of nuclear, including depleted uranium shells that are still being used. And, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to carrying on this debate. This is the kind of discussion that belongs in our House, and this is what we should be spending our time as members of Parliament. Thank you.
The member from Timmins, James Bay, will have 5 minutes of questions and comments when the debate resumes. Statements by members. The honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Remember, the 5th of November, gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. On this day, in 1605, Guy Fawkes was apprehended trying to blow up Parliament and the Sovereign. It was an act for which he paid a gory price. Mr. Speaker, we have a metaphoric and a modern-day Guy Fawkes. The Bloc Québécois, and it would seem the NDP, attempt to undermine the lawful order of this realm by removing essential elements of the Clarity Act, which provides a rigorous process should any province wish to secede from our nation, namely a clear referendum question, and the need to achieve a decisive majority. They say that history often repeats itself, and in today's case, the schemers will be exposed in this House or foiled. But luckily for them, Mr. Speaker, they will meet their demand at the ballot box and not on the scaffold. Mr. Speaker, God save Canada.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this Remembrance Week, I'd like to pay tribute to all veterans who served our country with honour. Regardless of which mission they took part in, the Canadian Forces always answered the call and made us proud. I'd like to underscore the important support of the families of our veterans who have to live with the anguish of losing a family member. Whether there are also psychological, physical, and other injuries that gravely affect families. The government has spent millions to engage in propaganda on the War of 1812 instead of improving services for our veterans. Every week I get calls from veterans who are experiencing huge difficulties in obtaining services to which they are entitled. I find it unacceptable that this government is behaving in such a way with them. It saddens me to see that after having served at the front, they now have to fight against their own government.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
With Remembrance Day approaching, it is appropriate that we acknowledge those who fought for our country. Specifically, I want to take note of Herbert E. Copperrood of Humboldt. Mr. Copperrood enlisted in November of '42, joining the Queen's Own Cameroon Highlanders of Canada. In a demonstration where his heart lay, he surrendered his sergeant's rank so he could fight overseas with his unit instead of remaining as an instructor. Mr. Copperrood served as a private in England, Holland, Belgium, and Germany before returning as a member of the South Saskatchewan Regiment. In 1946, he married the lovely, now late, Jean Cooper. Together they farmed. After purchasing land with the help of the Veterans Land Act, they also raised 5 wonderful daughters, all of which are still with us: Margaret, Diane, Lynn, Joyce, and Florence. In the winter months, Herbert built houses. His motto was, "Get the roof on before it snows." An avid hunter and fisherman, he is a life member of the Royal Canadian Legion. It's because of Mr. Copperrood and those he served that we have the Canada we know and love. He will be 95 this January.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to extend my congratulations to Fern Downey, who has recently been named President of the International Federation of Actors. Many of us here in the House met Fern at ACTRA's annual reception on October the 15th, but may not have heard of her remarkable achievement. She becomes president at a challenging time for the global performing arts community as we debate the WIPO Treaty and questions of performers' moral rights in the Internet age. Ms. Downey spent the past 30 years as a performer on radio, television, film, and on stage. As ACTRA's national president since 2009, Ms. Downey played an integral role in ensuring that the voices of Canadians performers are heard and respected. Now, Canadians can be proud that one of our own is the highest-ranked global advocate for performers. Her appointment is a testament to Canada's growing arts and entertainment industry, which contributes $85 billion to the GDP today, more than mining, fisheries, and forestry combined. Please join me in congratulating Fern Downey and wishing her well in her efforts at the FIA.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, great things are happening in my riding of Elmwood-Transcona. Last Friday, I had the pleasure to announce much-needed improvements to the East End Leisure and Cultural Centre in Elmwood as part of the Community Infrastructure Improvement Fund. This project will enhance the life experience of our youth. Also, CN Rail recently announced that Transcona will be their national training centre, which will see approximately 250 employees visiting our riding each week from across Canada to receive training.
Isn't that wonderful?
And finally, New Flyer Industries will develop and build 4 electric buses and a high-capacity charging station with the financial support of over $3.4 million through Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Wow. Mr. Speaker, all of this has been done without a job-killing carbon tax, as the NDP would like to impose on Canadians. From investing in our youth to supporting clean energy, in my riding of Elmwood-Transcona, Canada's Economic Action Plan is working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job. Great.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. This weekend I had the great pleasure of taking part in the Quebec NDP section convention that was held in Montreal. Through the exceptional participation of almost 600 delegates, this was a historic moment for our party. Our delegates joined their voices to that of the Quebec Federation of Municipalities and the Canadian Federation in order to support citizens in Neuville in their fight against a private aerodrome on their territory. We're asking the federal government to amend the Aeronautics Act in order to respect provincial and municipal jurisdiction and ensure adequate consultation during the construction of private aerodromes. It's inconceivable that a handful of rich promoters can completely ignore provincial law and municipal regulations as they see fit. It's high time the Minister of Transport stop ignoring the demands of the municipality and do his job. Citizens deserve better, and in 2015, this NDP will replace this government that is undeserving of the support of Canadians.
Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all the constituents of Stormont, Dundas and South Glengarry for participating in my annual Support the Troops campaign. Every year during Veteran Weeks, I encourage all of my constituents to show their pride and admiration for the work of our Canadian forces by putting a Support Our Troops sign on their lawn. We began this program 5 years ago, and I still see some original signs on constituents' lawn or in their windows. I do know our men and women who serve so proudly in our armed services do appreciate these signs. I believe the Support Our Troops program gives every constituent an opportunity to visibly demonstrate how much they appreciate the great work our servicemen and women do around the world. It gives me great pride driving through my riding and seeing my constituents show their honour for our Canadian forces, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage all of my colleagues to start campaigns like this one. I look forward to spending Veterans Week in my riding, honouring our veterans and current Canadian Forces personnel alongside my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, rain shortages coupled with record high temperatures have left many farmers in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke in the Ottawa Valley and on both sides of the river, including the Pontiac, and throughout Ontario, short of livestock feed. Hay East 2012, a farmer and farmer organization-led initiative, was created by Western farm organizations who remembered when Eastern farmers sent hay west in 2002. We applaud the efforts of farmers like Hay West organizer Wyatt McWilliams, helping farmers today. I'm proud to say the federal government, in partnership with Hay East and other levels of government, is providing $3 million to help transport hay to those farmers in need. This builds upon our government's targeted tax deferral for livestock producers in Ontario and Quebec. The Rural Ontario Conservative Caucus continues to stand up for farmers everywhere, assessing the need of these provinces and considering every option under existing programs. A farmer-friendly Conservative MP is always a farmer's best friend.
Honourable member from Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to Normand Robert, a pillar of the Rivière-du-Nord community. As a community organizer at the Saint-Jérôme Social Service and Health Centre, Normand was an ardent defender of people living in poverty and social exclusion. Rain or shine, we saw our local hippie walk around the streets of the city with his backpack going from one organization to another. He always said high and loud that community groups represent an indispensable part of the public system. This is a man who went against conventional thinking and who disturbed those who believe that poverty is always elsewhere. People knew that you never had to wait for governments to be struck by a hit of compassion. You have to shake things up. He's the kind of humanitarian Canada needs. He was given the Coup de Coeur Prize during the 23rd Night of the Homeless.
Mr. Speaker,
The North is key to Canada's future prosperity. That's why it is so important that when Canada takes over the Arctic Council chair in 2013, we have a strong Northern voice at the table. As a born and raised Northerner, the Minister of the Arctic Council knows this is fundamental to Canada's national identity. Northerners now have a strong voice at the table, evidenced by the productive round of meetings in the North this past week. But, Mr. Speaker, one member of this House doesn't agree that a Northerner should have that position of Arctic chair. The member from Western Arctic was in the news saying he didn't think putting an Arctic minister in this position was appropriate. Only a member of the NDP could suggest having an Arctic minister, chair of the Arctic Council, to speak with and for Arctic people is a bad idea. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to be part of a Conservative government that is engaging Northerners on this key initiative and is committed to helping the North reach its true and prosperous potential, and we will continue to bring a strong, united voice for Canada to the international scene. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, my community of Castlegar, BC won the top award at the Communities in Bloom National Conference held in Edmonton last month. Castlegar came first in Canada in the 6,501 to 10,000 population category for 2012. Many dedicated volunteers worked tirelessly to make this happen. I would especially like to single out Darlene Kalowski, our Communities in Bloom volunteer coordinator, as well as Gail Honeysett, Roxy Riley, Pam Johnson, Carrie Burke, Miel Mietz, Denise Tellerico, Kathy Gregory, Matt Gregory, Angie Zibin, and Marilyn Pearson for their extraordinary effort. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The city itself, under the leadership of Mayor Lawrence Chernoff and members of council, played a major role in this project, especially the public works employees. Mr. Speaker, our Castlegar Communities in Bloom team is but one example of those countless volunteers who labor day in and day out to improve the quality of life in our rural communities. Bravo, Castlegar.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, recently NDP President Rebecca Blakey admitted that the decision to create an NDP party in Quebec, and I quote, is complicated by the fact that some Quebec New Democrats are supporters of left-wing sovereigntist parties at the provincial level. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, we know the member of Rosemont-La Petite Patrie donated to Quebec Solidaire, the most left-wing separatist party in Quebec. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we know he donated 29 times to Quebec Solidaire, while donating only 14 times to his own party. We also know that he even made donations to Quebec Solidaire after he was elected as a member of this parliament. That's crazy. Mr. Speaker, the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie can put this controversy to bed today by embracing Canada in question period. Will he do so?
That's a great idea. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, this summer we said goodbye to an exceptional Canadian. Ruth Goldbloom was 4 feet and 11 inches of sunshine. She was the most formidable fundraiser for charities, universities, arts and culture Nova Scotia has ever seen, and one of Canada's best. An officer of the Order of Canada, Ruth was the first chairwoman of the annual Metro United Way campaign. She was the driving force responsible for preserving Pier 21 and making it a celebration of Canada's openness and diversity at our National Immigration Museum. A bundle of boundless energy, Ruth was still tap dancing earlier this year at the age of 88. Ruth Goldbloom demonstrated how much difference one person can make. It is a privilege to pay tribute to her.
The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
It's been months, and the NDP leader has not yet explained what he meant when he said, and I quote, "And of course I have a cap-and-trade program that will produce billions," or what his party meant by the $21 billion in revenue from carbon cited on page 4 of the NDP's platform. Mr. Speaker, my constituents and many Canadians are wondering, what is the NDP leader trying to hide? Is he ashamed to come clean with his sneaky tax plan that will raise the price on everything, including gas, groceries, and electricity? Is he ashamed to tell hard-working families that he wants to take more of their hard-earned money out of their pockets? Or is he ashamed that his plan was already rejected by the Canadian public in 2008 and in 2011? Mr. Speaker, it's about time that the NDP leader fess up and admit he has a sneaky carbon tax plan that would cost Canadians billions of dollars.
He's trying to hide it.
Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, a recent report shows that Conservatives collected over $8 billion in government user fees last year alone. In fact, since 2000, user fees have more than doubled, while corporate taxes have been cut in half, shifting the tax burden once again onto the back of the beleaguered Canadian taxpayer, and they're not finished yet. Even though Canadians are still struggling from a devastating recession, the Conservatives are hitting them right in the pocketbook with a vast array of new taxes on everything under the sun. Passport fees have gone up, fees for nautical charts and maps, fees imposed on new Canadians, even fees for international youth exchanges. Add it all together, and it amounts to a great, big, fat Conservative tax grab. Yep. Mr. Speaker, Canadian taxpayers are sick of bankrolling the Conservatives' obsequious tithing to their corporate puppet masters. Gouging Canadians for exorbitant service fees is no way to balance the budget.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP this past weekend spent debating policy positions. But oddly, what was not discussed was the NDP's leader's plan to impose a $20 billion carbon tax on gas, groceries, electricity. On page 4 of their costing document from the last election, it is written in black and white what they have, their plans for this new tax. During his leadership race, the NDP leader laid it out clearly that he wanted to impose this job-killing carbon tax to generate billions of dollars in new revenues. It's curious. The NDP could have spent the whole weekend on inward-looking policies, but refused to talk about the billion-dollar job-killing carbon tax. While the NDP leader continues to try and hide behind his new job-killing carbon tax for Canadians, our Conservatives will continue to oppose this new tax on all Canadians.
Questions are out.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Another week goes by and Friday night special, a late-night decision on foreign investment by the Conservatives. This time it's the approval of the $15 billion takeover of Nexen by the Chinese government that was delayed. What investors and Canadians are looking for is some sort of certainty, predictability, a clear set of rules. Conservatives have been leaking that the criteria and the process will be changed shortly. Is this true? Will they be changing the entire process before the new Nexen deadline?
Excellent question.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the government and the minister are taking a thoughtful review of this important transaction. The minister is looking to find out whether it's in the best interests of Canadians, and he's taking the time necessary to get it right. He's taking into consideration the views of stakeholders. They'll be considered, including those that are being put forward by Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What form will that consultation of Canadians take?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry hears regularly from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. He's looking at this transaction, which is a large transaction, to make sure that it's in the best interests of Canadians. And that is something that's tremendously important. This is a big deal. He's taking the time necessary to get it right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Ça devrait pas être une question.
That shouldn't be such a difficult question, Mr. Speaker. India is a major market, an economy that is thriving. The Prime Minister is there right now. So what are the criteria to be able to invest in Canada? What is he going to answer to Indian investors? What are the criteria used to evaluate Canada's net benefit? What is he going to answer to the Indian government? Why won't the Conservatives answer this question clearly? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Been a source, has received a lot of foreign investment. We welcome foreign investment where it's in the best interest of Canada. Foreign investment helps create jobs and opportunity. The government's policies, keeping taxes low, keeping regulations low, have been a real magnet for jobs, investment and opportunity. What the leader of the NDP wants to do is to bring in more regulation and a large carbon tax. Let me tell you, that'll be something that would not be welcomed in India or anywhere else who looks at Canada.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister went to India with his own limousines and his escorts, but he's blaming the RCMP for that decision. It is true that it looks bad to assume that kind of responsibility when you're telling everyone else to tighten their belts. India is the world's largest democracy. Weren't there any cars that were good enough for the Conservatives? Maybe they didn't like the color? How much did it cost for the Prime Minister to fly the fleet of limousines over, and was the orange juice included? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
We are responsible for decisions relating to the Prime Minister's security. The deployment of RCMP assets is based on operational considerations, including safety of officers and the safety of the Prime Minister. I rely on the RCMP and I trust their judgment.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, let's get this straight. Conservatives are raising fees on services, raising taxes on health benefits, cutting old age security, cutting vacation pay, and yet austerity doesn't seem to apply to the Prime Minister who brought his own limos for his visit to India. The only time this has been done before is places like Haiti, war-torn countries, but this isn't about security. So can we please get a straight answer to this simple question? How much is it costing to send the Prime Minister's personal limos to the Taj Mahal?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have the comments of the member opposite saying this isn't a security decision. Well, frankly, the RCMP, in fact, have made that decision. They've made it related to the Prime Minister's security. The deployment of RCMP assets is based on operational consideration, including the safety of the officers and the safety of the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in indicating on Friday that the government was doing a complete reversal of its previous position at the Ashley Smith inquest, the government did not tell us what exactly has changed in the government's position. There have now been a number of reports from the correctional investigator indicating that the Ashley Smith death was not alone, was not a singular act. In fact, there are dozens of people who have died while in custody and who have committed suicide. I'd like to ask the government, can they please explain to the House what exactly has changed over the last few days that has caused the government to change its position at the coroner's inquest?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, this tragedy continues to show that individuals with mental health issues do not belong in prisons but in professional facilities. At the same time, our government continues to take concrete steps on the issue of mental health in prison. We've taken action to improve access to mental health treatment and training of staff. Some of the behaviour by Corrections Canada seen in these videos is absolutely unacceptable, and that's why the government has directed Corrections Canada to fully cooperate on this issue.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government had access to the video in question for 5 years. For 5 years, the government knew full well what the situation was. It was not until Friday that the video showed something that was unacceptable to the Conservatives. But they knew about the problem. They had known about it since they came to power, and certainly since the death of Ms. Smith. So what changed? The government is guilty of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
For anyone viewing these videos, that the behaviour by some officials at Corrections Canada is absolutely unacceptable, and that's why the government has directed Corrections Canada to be fully supportive of this investigation.
Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. There isn't a correctional minister or a senior official in Corrections Canada who's not had access to those videos. It was entirely possible for them to view those videos for 5 years. In fact, they must have seen the videos because for such a long time they told the inquest and they've told everybody that the videos could not be shown because they were so serious. And now Canadians have seen them, and now we understand what the problem is. I'd like to ask the government, how can they justify this level of inaction over 5 years in which the correctional investigator has said the situation is unacceptable?
Right. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
This is a tragedy. It shows that more can be done on mental health. That's why since 2006 we have ensured that there's faster mental health screening, that there's been extended mental psychological counseling. We've ensured that no prison cells contain harmful objects, and we've had improved staff training. Obviously, we're all deeply troubled by what these videos have shown, and that's why the government has directed Corrections Canada to fully cooperate.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. We've been trying to get answers from the Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs for over 3 weeks concerning the overspending during his election campaign, but the Minister continues to believe that the question doesn't apply to him and he looks elsewhere, even though his campaign manager got a job in exchange for having flouted the system. Where's the ministerial responsibility, Mr. Speaker? The Minister refuses to answer, but he must answer. If he cannot supervise his own employees and his own campaign, how can we believe for one single second that he can manage his own department? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has already indicated that the official agent is proactively collaborating with Elections Canada.
The NDP party officials have been likewise very busy. On Saturday, they met in Quebec to discuss whether or not they should have a provincial party. But the decision, according to a global news story, the party president, Rebecca Blakey, says, and I quote the story, "The decision is complicated by the fact that some of Quebec New Democrats are supporters of left-wing sovereigntist parties at the provincial level." Can the member clear up all the complication?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, there's nobody in Quebec with the New Democrats who supports illegal activities, unlike Now we have the member for Labrador who's been caught again. This time he cashed a check from Penticon and then tried to cover his tracks by coming up with after-the-fact personal receipts. That's wrong. He financed his campaign with 0 free interest loans from his in-laws. That's wrong. He blew past the spending limits. That's wrong. He hit $18,000 in flights. That's wrong. And he's been hiding out from accountability since, which is totally wrong. So I'd like to ask the member, will he stop acting like the turtle, act like a minister of the Crown, and stand up and take accountability?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, at no time did I suggest that the supporters of the NDP were breaking the law when they contributed to the separatist cause in Quebec. That's not a criminal offence, Mr. Speaker. It's a political position. All I ask is for the honourable member who has contributed to that position on 29 occasions to rise in this House and say whether or not he is a Federalist. But what is against the law is the $340,000 in illegal union money, which that member has been defending ever since his party accepted it. Shame on him.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
For the lack of respect of democracy, Conservatives have reached new lows. We're all concerned to see that a journalist from the Selkirk Record lost her job because a Conservative backbencher deviated from the official talking points of the PMO concerning Nexon. Freedom of the press is a fundamental pillar of a strong democracy, so why won't the Conservatives allow Canadians express themselves freely on the Nexon transaction instead of using the scorched earth policy of those who are seeking the truth? That is important in our society. Honourable Minister of State.
The proposed transaction will be scrutinized very closely. The views of a variety of stakeholders will be considered, including those submitted by Canadians. We welcome foreign investment that is in the best interests of Canadians.
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've received tens of thousands of emails and letters about Nexon, including folks from Conservatives who agree with the NDP position on this and say that Conservatives should be listening to the public. Yeah. Now, the Windsowski affair takes this to a whole new level. The member from Selkirk Interlake says, quote, he strongly opposes the deal, but he also says, quote, there is little that can be done to stop it. So why are Conservatives not allowing public consultation? Why are Conservatives so afraid of dissenting voices? And why must a journalist lose her job because of the mess the Conservatives have created on Nexon?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of State.
Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, the NDP are opposed to every initiative to increase trade. In fact, the NDP trade critic says They are opposed because, quote, unions do not want it. Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we listen to Canadians, and we will act in the best interests of Canadians.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
During the worst recession in a generation, eligibility for EI has hit a 10-year low. And for those who do qualify, service is falling. 2/3 of EI calls and 50% of CPP calls are not being answered on time. Last week, the minister said that if there was a need, she would bring on more staff. But in reality, she's getting rid of staff. Why won't she keep her promise, fix her department, and give people the help they need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The report continues to show that 8 out of 10 individuals in Canada qualify for employment insurance. Let's be very clear. This government is focused on making sure those that are unemployed have an opportunity to have a job. We've created 820,000 net new jobs since the downturn of the recession. We have a number of items that we put forward, whether that be the targeted initiative for older workers, apprenticeship grants, whether it be an opportunity for individuals to support the hiring credit for small businesses. These are all things the opposition vote against again and again.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. The Conservatives' changes are not working. There's not enough staff to answer people's questions during peak periods. That's where the problem lies. This is a perfect example of the Conservatives' mismanagement. The vast majority of calls concerning employment insurance and old age security are not answered within the prescribed deadlines. When will the minister stop slashing services to citizens and provide the resources necessary to get the job done? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Service Canada continues to improve and update its operations to ensure that Canadians receive service effectively, efficiently, and actually use in the best case scenario, use taxpayers' dollars effectively. You know, unlike the NDP that want to put in place a $21 billion carbon tax, increase taxes, and therefore not provide opportunities for Canadians, we're focused on what Canadians need, efficient and effective service.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives love to go all out when it's time for photo ops, but when the cameras go dark, they turn their backs on veterans. 70% of veterans' families who apply for assistance to the government to pay for their funerals are told no by the government, and those who do receive government assistance receive only $3,600 to pay for funerals that often cost the double. Why are the Conservatives refusing to help these families in their most difficult times? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, or rather of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the government has tremendous respect for men and women who lay down their lives for our country. And that is why every day here in the House, the members stand up to support the measures that we are putting in place for our veterans. Obviously, those are the Conservative members. The NDP just don't support anything. The Last Post Fund provides for all veterans in need.
For Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, that is patently false. The Last Post Fund does not supply the needs for all veterans. The fact is, we asked last week in this House of Commons, when will this government ensure that every single hero of our country that wears the uniform, when they pass on, Mr. Speaker, it is the final chance that a grateful nation has to say thank you for your service and that of the family. So I'd like to ask the Minister again, Mr. Speaker, through to you, does he believe that every veteran that serves his country deserves a proper and dignified burial service?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, for 6 years we have been improving the quality of life and the services provided to the veterans. And we've hit, Mr. Speaker, we've hit no on this side. They are sitting on their hands when comes the time to do things for veterans, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the funeral and burial program, Mr. Speaker, this is an important program delivered by the Last Post Fund, who goes to all injured veterans in need, and we will keep on improving all the services we are providing to our veterans. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Skolma, Wonderfuka.
Mr. Speaker, the correctional investigators concerned that lessons learned from the death of Ashley Smith are being ignored. His word, ignored. We heard a list earlier in question period from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of very laudable things Corrections Canada has done, but it omits the basic recommendations from the corrections investigator, like review of all serious incidents by mental health professionals, or ensuring mentally ill patients don't spend long periods of time in segregation. So will the Minister now assure this House that Corrections Canada has the capacity to address the mental illness needs of those in prison, and will he make sure that the basic recommendations are fully implemented?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this tragedy continues to show that individuals with mental health issues do, in fact, need special attention and special assistance. Our government continues to take concrete steps on the issue of mental health in prison. Since 2006, we have invested nearly $90 million in mental health for prisoners. We have taken action to improve access to mental health treatment and training for staff.
Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Prime Minister tours India in an armoured limousine, the Conservatives are rejecting 66% of all applications made by veterans for help with funeral and burial costs. It's a national disgrace. Would the Minister consider appointing an independent panel to review the funding of the Last Post Fund, to make recommendations on the appropriate levels of support for our brave veterans when their families deal with their funeral and burial costs? Would the Minister consider this approach?
Excellent idea. Order. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, coming from a party who cut the benefits in funeral burial, Mr. Speaker, this member should be ashamed to ask this question, Mr. Speaker. For 6 years, this government has brought unprecedented benefits for veterans. We have brought the Ombudsman Veterans Charter.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, first it was inexperienced campaign workers. Workers meet bust. Then the excuse was, sorry, I'm a rookie at this kind of stuff, I don't know the rules. Then out of nowhere last week, the Minister knew the rules. It wasn't inexperienced campaign workers. He told them, don't accept corporate donations. Don't be tricked, don't be fooled. But then, in the same breath, he forgot to tell them that there was a spending limit. So, to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, is there anything else you'd like to add while you're digging this hole?
Exactly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I have something I'd like to add, Mr. Speaker. That member across speaks for a party that in the last month, we can say, has been caught making illegal robocalls, that has almost $500,000 in illegal loans that have now become donations over the limit. No explanation whatsoever. And of course, this builds on the grand legacy that they left after 13 years of office, that $40 million. So I ask him, where is the $40 million?
Order. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, intentional flooding in spring of 2011 forced Manitoba First Nations from their homes. A year and a half and millions of dollars later, more than 2,000 people are still in Winnipeg hotels. Perhaps the Conservative member for Selkirk Interlake could spend a little less time trying to get unflattering reporters fired and a lot more time working with his government on a permanent solution for this unacceptable situation. Will the government commit today to moving the Lake St. Martin community to higher ground?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are working very closely with the leadership from Lake St. Martin and with the province on this important community situation. We have put 60 trailers in place in order to have people move in. That's been now several months, and we have exactly 11 of those homes now occupied. There's a great reluctance to move to higher ground. We continue to work with the Chief and Council and with the province, and their health and safety is our first concern, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, an Environment Canada study showed contaminants accumulating in the snow near oil sands operations. These results confirm results produced in the past that the Conservatives have ignored. Science should be based on fact, even if those facts run counter to their ideology. Why are Environment Canada scientists being prevented from talking about this study? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, precisely on the advice of the scientific community, led us to set up, to design, and to have a monitoring plan for the lower Athabasca River in the area of the oil sands, peer-reviewed by the scientific community. It is being implemented jointly by the Government of Canada, Environment Canada, and the Government of Alberta. And this world-class plan, I can assure my colleague, will result in an improved understanding of the cumulative effects of the long-term environmental side effects of oil sands development.
The honourable member for Halifax.
I appreciate the minister's answer, but we have actual facts here. The study was kept secret, and the scientists who did the research, they were muzzled. Instead of providing information about water contamination to the public, Conservatives concocted spin and downplayed findings that they found inconvenient. Well, spin won't protect our waterways, nor it will protect the Canadians who drink from them. So how can this minister look at this study and still agree to further weaken environmental protection in this budget bill?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, if I can correct my colleague, Mr. Speaker, the incident mentioned was in fact reported in 2011 by the scientists who conducted the study at an international conference in Boston. And the results of follow-up monitoring, Mr. Speaker, have confirmed that water in the Athabasca River show absolutely lower levels of contaminants than those that pose a concern for aquatic life. This government, Mr. Speaker, can balance environmental stewardship and our recovering economy.
The member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that ignoring science puts our ecosystems and our very way of life at risk. Canadians don't need to look very far to find that evidence. Now, Justice Cohen pointed to a serious lack of scientific capacity at Fisheries and Oceans as a factor putting wild salmon at risk. Fish stocks are down across the country, and the Conservative plan is to further gut environmental protections. Will the minister implement the recommendations of the Cohen report before it's too late?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have invested significantly each year in West Coast salmon research, and we've also provided funding to upgrade about 26 hatcheries along the Fraser and other rivers throughout British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in science. Recently, the Council of Canadian Academies presented a report which said fisheries research in Canada was ranked first in the world by top-cited researchers, Mr. Speaker, accounting for 8.6% of the world's papers.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't complicated. How long can it possibly take for the Conservatives to understand the findings that are so clear? Mr. Speaker, wild salmon are in crisis. The report's recommendations are a roadmap to saving them. But instead of acting on the recommendations, the Conservatives are further gutting environmental protections and in another omnibus budget bill. That minister is going in the wrong direction. When will she commit to implementing these recommendations?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very expansive report, and it has very serious implications on a very important resource for British Columbians. We will carefully review the recommendations, and will work with our stakeholders and our partners to take steps to ensure that the salmon fishery in British Columbia is sustainable and prosperous for years to come. Mr. Speaker, it was this government that called the Commission of Inquiry.
Honourable member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the devastating effects that autism spectrum disorder has on far too many Canadians. Tragically, all children who have this disorder will experience social difficulties and mental health problems at some point in their lives. Fortunately, there is cutting-edge research going on here in Canada that will hopefully provide new and effective treatments. Can the Minister of Health please update this House on how our government is supporting this important research?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank my colleague, member from Caledon and St. Paul, for that great question. Our government is committed to support research that will help Canadians with autism and their families. That's why today we announced funding for a new chair for autism research, Dr. Jonathan Wise, from York University. This will not only improve our understanding of autism by looking for new approaches for treatment. It will also support the next generation of Canadian researchers. We will continue to make strategic investments in health care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, new data from Stats Can show that only 40% of the unemployed are receiving employment insurance benefits. More than half of people are not receiving a service they've been paying for. This is the lowest access rate to the program in 10 years, and that is scandalous. The Employment Insurance Fund belongs to the workers and to employers, not to the Conservatives. Why limit access to employment insurance to those who need it the most and who've been paying into the program? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned before, this report continues to show that around 8 out of 10 individuals in Canada qualify for employment insurance. What's scandalous is that the NDP continue to vote against opportunities for Canadians to be employed. So whether that be the hiring credit for small businesses, apprenticeship grants, or the targeted initiative for older workers, the NDP just want to tax Canadians, make sure that they have no opportunity for employment, as opposed to supporting great initiatives for employment.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine.
As she goes along, frankly.
In the Magdalen Islands, 2,000 people demonstrated on the weekend against this reform, which directly attacks seasonal workers. 2,000 people out of a population out of 12,000. Has the minister started to get the message? That's more than 800,000 unemployed people who the Conservatives are abandoning. Stats Can recently revealed that accessibility is at its lowest rate in 10 years. Why reduce access to the Employment Insurance Fund, which belongs to workers and employers?
So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about making it up as we go along. As I just said, and I will say it for the third time, it's sort of like Groundhog Day. 8 out of 10 Canadians have qualified for employment insurance. That number is a little different than the opposition member opposite had stated. But let's be clear on what the facts are. The facts are we have a number of initiatives we put forward to make sure Canadians are employed. In fact, 820,000 net new Canadians are employed. The opposition continue to vote against these things and want to increase taxes. In fact, a $21 billion carbon tax. Just think what that will do to
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the NDP proudly opposes this reform and will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. We're in difficult economic times. There are fewer and fewer permanent full-time jobs and more temporary, unstable jobs. Tightening up criteria for access to employment insurance is unjustified. Statistics Canada has recently disclosed that women and people aged 24 to 44 are the hardest hit. Why is the minister attacking workers in such precarious economic times? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's talk about the facts again. 90% of the net new jobs created have been full-time jobs. Let's be very clear. And with respect to youth employment, the Youth Employment Strategy, a $50 million investment to make sure that young Canadians have an opportunity for jobs is what we put on the table, what we put in budget 2012. The opposition vote against those opportunities. The facts are very simple, sir. We want to make sure that Canadians are employed. The opposition obviously don't. They're
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative mismanagement of employment insurance means fewer and fewer Canadians are qualifying. 1.35 million Canadians are out of a job. 60% of those do not qualify. Mr. Speaker, this is the real story. Conservative changes to EI are only going to make the problem worse. Hardworking Canadians have paid for their EI their entire working lives. When will this government start helping unemployed Canadians get the protection that they've already paid for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I've mentioned already in this House, in fact 3 times already today, 8 out of 10 Canadians do qualify for employment insurance. So, you know, I guess...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
Very much. Simmer down, look here. As I've mentioned, over 820,000 net new jobs have been created by the Economic Action Plan since the downturn of the recession in July 2009. whether it be the targeted initiative for older workers, or whether it be apprenticeship grants, whether it be the youth employment strategy, all of which are helping create jobs for Canadians, the opposition continue to vote against these.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Monsieur le Président, le ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has said that the fishery or the Navigable Waters Act is about boats. Using the same logic, the minister has said that the Fisheries Act deals with fisheries. Does the minister realize that regulations under the Act allow that mining effluent to kill entire lakes? So that means that the Fisheries Act affects the environment. Will the minister say that regulations against automobile emissions are uniquely deal with automobiles and not the environment? Mr. Speaker, that's really about making things more complex. Officials at Transport Canada consulted the provinces and the territories to put together a list of waterways, Mr. Speaker. None of the provinces or territories identified concerns, Mr. Speaker, or problems. It's the opposition that wants to create them. 98%, Mr. Speaker, of the projects didn't require studies, so we'll be saving money for all taxpayers across the country, and the departments will apply regulations that pertain to their departments.
Last week, Hurricane Sandy tore through the U.S., causing enormous suffering and $20 billion in damages. I then received the government's two-sentence answer to my order paper question regarding disaster risk reduction and preparedness in Canada. Apparently, my answer requires, quote, extensive manual research and analysis. Why hasn't the research been done? Why didn't the Minister of Public Safety deign to answer any of my questions fundamental to the health and safety of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let's just put that into context. The question that was posed by the member cost taxpayers in excess of $1,300 to just examine whether an answer was possible. In order to...
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety has the floor.
So the question cost taxpayers in excess of $1,300 to just examine whether an answer was possible. In order to answer the 55 sub-questions, it would cost untold tens of thousands of dollars.
And the Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian businesses pay $5 billion a year just to process credit card payments, and these costs are then passed on to consumers. Now, credit card companies have announced fees are set to increase again, this time by 33%. This will have a major impact on small businesses in Canada and underscores how their toothless, voluntary code of conduct has failed to rein in credit card fees. Why do Conservatives refuse to regulate this industry and protect consumers and small businesses?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, imagine what a $21 billion carbon tax would actually cost businesses, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is certainly something that has concerned businesses, and it's actually concerned our government, Mr. Speaker. That's why we actually put in place a code of conduct that, if I recall, the NDP didn't even support that. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that businesses know exactly what they're signing on to when they sign agreements with the credit card companies, as do consumers, Mr. Speaker. We'd appreciate a little support in this House in protecting businesses.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, L'Île-et-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. The voluntary code by the Conservatives isn't working. Consumers aren't protected. In addition to a 33% increase in processing fees, the cost of transactions for foreign cards could double in 2013. And Visa will be issuing ultra bonus cards for most frequent users, and this will lead to even higher costs for merchants. There's no end. The Conservatives must take action to protect SMEs and stop hiding behind this so-called code of conduct. When will we see regulations that will protect SMEs' profit margins from abuse by credit card companies?
Honourable Minister d'État.
Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we do have a code of conduct that was put in place with no help from anyone on the other side of the House. But it actually does put in a lot of protections for businesses, Mr. Speaker. The debit card and credit card protectors must be upfront about fees. And the businesses now know that, whereas they didn't before. They also have to know up front what the rates are. And small businesses can actually cancel contracts without penalty if those fees change, Mr. Speaker. Those are common sense changes in the Code of Conduct, not common sense enough for dippers, I guess.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the more Canadians learn about Senior Liberal Joe Fontana, the graver concerns become. First, there was the Senior Liberal's alleged misuse of 20,000 taxpayer dollars. Now we learned that a charity run by this Senior Liberal issued tax receipts totaling $72 million in 2011, despite receiving only $72,000 in donations 3 years earlier. Those numbers do not add up. Will the Parliamentary Secretary please advise the House what our government is doing to crack down on tax cheats, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government strongly condemns those who would use charities as a way to steal money to enrich themselves. Sadly, those who steal once often steal again. While we will not stand by and watch anyone fleece the taxpayers, Canadians want to know what the Liberal Party of Canada has to say about this issue. Will the Liberals assembled here, including the member for Papineau, join with us in condemning this activity, or is their silence a representation of protection?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week we learned that 90% of cancer patients and their families suffer severe hardship, often bankruptcy, to pay for prescription drugs and home care. In the 2004 Health Accord, Prime Minister Martin and the Premiers agreed to fund and develop a national pharmaceutical strategy for medically necessary drugs. This government abandoned that strategy, forcing patients to go on social assistance to get their medication. Is this government saying that Canadians should go bankrupt to stay alive? If not, what is their plan to help them?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government that balanced their books on the backs of provinces and territories, we have committed to long-term, stable funding that will see...
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister... Order. The Honourable Minister of Health has the floor.
Hold on, Hetty's trying to prove irrelevance here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said, unlike previous governments that balanced the books on the backs of the provinces and the territories, we have committed to long-term stable funding that will see health transfers reach a historic levels by the end of the decade. Since we formed government, health transfers from Ottawa to the provinces and the territories have grown by nearly 35%. Our investments will help preserve Canada's healthcare system so it is there when Canadians need it.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
When they sought asylum in Canada, all Adel Ben-Muda and his family were looking for was a fair process. Instead, he was deported and tortured in Gaddafi's Libya. The Canadian Federal Court has ruled. They were subjected to an unfair process and their application was prejudged. That minister has been pushing for extraordinary powers to block people from entering Canada. But will he use his power, the power he currently has, to comply with the federal court and ensure that this family is given a fair hearing?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, no, I won't personally intervene in this file, Mr. Speaker, because that would be to violate the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, which ensures that decisions on applications for permanent residency on the grounds of humanitarian compassionate applications are made by delegated, independent, highly trained professional decision-makers in the public service. And I would like the NDP to stop asking ministers of the government to intervene in what is a non-political process where decisions are taken by independent public servants.
Learn the law.
What is it they don't understand about the rule of law?
Learn the law. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, this has been a difficult growing season for farmers in Ontario and Quebec. Lower crop yields due to reduced rainfall in certain areas have left farmers without enough feed for their livestock. Earlier this summer, Hay East, a grassroots initiative, to help transport hay from the west to Ontario and Quebec was created. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell this House what our government is doing to help farmers in Ontario and Quebec?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for her great work on this issue. I'm proud to say that our government is supporting Hay East. Governments are providing up to $3 million to help transport hay to those farmers in need. This builds upon our government's robust suite of business risk management programs and our targeted tax deferral for livestock producers in Ontario and Quebec, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brassard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we didn't really need another example to illustrate mismanagement by the Minister of National Revenue in the affairs of her department, but unfortunately we've got yet another. This blunder by the Conservatives on child benefits for single-parent reconstituted families is twice as extensive as initially anticipated. The Conservatives have taken more than $50 million away from families who really needed it. How can such a mess have occurred without anyone in the department having realized it was happening? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly do regret when these kinds of unfortunate errors do occur and the impact that they do have on Canadian families. I have expressed my strong concern to the Commissioner of the CRA, and I have asked the Taxpayers Ombudsman to conduct an investigation into this issue to ensure things like this don't happen. I can announce, however, that checks will begin to flow to identified families by November the 20th.
The Honourable Member for Huntsic. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Quebec has clearly indicated its intention to create a firearms registry and has announced that a bill would be tabled in the National Assembly. All that it needs to proceed is the data held by the federal government that a court has prevented the government from destroying. However, last Friday, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Public Safety said that all data had been destroyed. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell us if the data from the registry for Quebec has been destroyed? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Our Conservative government is proud to say that as of Wednesday night, all contents of the long gun registry have been destroyed except those related to Quebec.
That concludes the question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Ben Stewart, Minister of Citizen Services and Open Government for British Columbia. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 52 petitions.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for consent for the following motion, that the House recommends that the Minister of Veterans Affairs strike an independent task force to conduct a root and branch review of the Last Post Fund and provide recommendations to the government on ways to enhance and improve access to funding to help cover burial costs of veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House? There's no consent. Order. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Oxford. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-37, an act to amend the Criminal Code. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment.
Without amendment. The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Nunez-Mello, appuyé par Mr.
Nunez-Mello, seconded by Mr. Tifo, seeks for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Rights of Air Passengers. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to point out the privilege given to me in order to table this bill today. I also wish to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Sudbury, for the support he provided. The title of the bill is an act respecting the rights of air passengers. It would force airlines to compensate passengers and offer assistance when a flight is delayed or cancelled, when boarding is refused, or when the plane remains on the tarmac more than a certain period of time. This demonstrates respect toward travelers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Nunez-Mello, seconded by
Mr. Nunez-Mello.
And be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Ms. Sella, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Implementation of the Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to introduce my bill, an act representing the implementation of the Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada. This bill addresses a critical public health issue in our country. Right now, we are facing an epidemic of sodium-related diseases driven by the high sodium content prepackaged foods, which account for approximately 75% of our sodium intake. This bill will help Canadians make healthier choices and reduce the sodium in their diets. It would implement the recommendations of Health Canada's Sodium Working Group as set out in their Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada.
Hear, hear.
I'd like to thank all the organizations who asked us to bring this issue forward and help create the bill. They told me that reducing the amount of sodium in our food would substantially decrease the incidence of cardiovascular disease events and, in turn, the deaths of thousands of Canadians each year. I'd also like to thank my colleague from Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert, for being here today to second my bill and who, as a physician, understands the importance of preventative health measures such as reducing sodium intake. That is why this bill is so important. It will improve the health of Canadians and it will save lives. I hope that all members will support this bill.
Here, well done.
Madame Davies, Vancouver Est, appuyé par
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Ms. Sella. This motion is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Mr. Williamson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, Disclosure of Information. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is truly an honour for me to rise today and table a private member's bill amending the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act. The bill's title is the CBC and Public Sector Disclosure and Transparency Act. If adopted, Mr. Speaker, this bill will remedy a defect in the current Section 68.1 of the Access to Information Act, and in so doing, it'll replace the blanket exception with a discretionary exemption based on an injury-based test. Mr. Speaker, this bill will also provide that specific salaries of the highest levels of management in the public service will be subject to access to information requests. I believe this bill successfully addresses concerns raised by many constituents with respect to taxpayers' rights and to information, and is a step in the right direction towards enhanced government transparency and accountability. And I encourage all members to support the CBC and Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Rathgaber, appuyé par
Mr. Rathgaber moves that this bill be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mrs. Gallant, seconded by Mr. Lozon, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Restricting the Fees Charged by Promoters of the Disability Tax Credit and Making Consequential Amendments to the Tax Court of Canada Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today to table my private member's bill, an act restricting the fees charged by promoters of the Disability Tax Credit and making consequential amendments to the Tax Court of the Canada Act. A person is judged by how we help the less fortunate. Unfortunately, it can be as can be with any government program, there's always the possibility of abuse. Since 2005, when the federal government began issuing refunds retroactively for the disability tax credit, there has developed a growing collection of consultants offering to provide so-called help to disabled Canadians in securing these credits. Disabled Canadians, who are often in a vulnerable position, are being misled into signing away as much as 35% or more of the refund they're entitled to, received simply for the consultant to fill out a 2-page form. Concerns have been raised by the medical profession, who feel they are being pressured to fill out forms fraudulently by some of these consultants. Currently, these consultants are totally unregulated. My private member's bill seeks to regulate these consultants by restricting the fees they can legally charge to disabled Canadians. I urge all members to support this bill. Let's make sure the support this Parliament has voted to assist disabled Canadians ends up in their pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. Gallant, seconded by Mr. Lozon, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions between the parties, and I seek the unanimous consent of the House, notwithstanding any usual practice of the House during today's debate on the motion to adopt the 7th report on the Standing Committee on Government Operations. The Speaker will not receive any dilatory tactics or calls for quorum. When no member rises to speak, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion will be deemed put to a vote and the recorded division deemed requested.
So you have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present a petition today from my constituents concerning the Canada-China Foreign Investment Protection and Promotion Agreement. My constituents are expressing their concern that there hasn't been a public consultation and no parliamentary debate on this agreement, and that this is a treaty that locks us in for 15 years. They are very much concerned about the effect of state-owned enterprises on our sovereignty and on Canada's democracy, and they call on the government to decline to ratify this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to present this petition from constituents in my riding who are asking that the House of Commons pass Bill C-398 without significant amendment to facilitate the immediate flow of generic medicines to developed countries.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table, once again, a petition signed by people from across Canada, of all ages and all social strata, who want a national housing strategy and support my private member's bill C-400. So I'm pleased to table this petition today.
Wascana.
Speaker, I have two more petitions today to file in respect of the government's former Prairie Shelter Belt program, and particularly the tree farm at Indian Head. These petitioners come from a broad cross-section of Saskatchewan, Zener, Edenwold, Pallet, Butte, Capel, Quill Lakes, Wadena. They also come from other areas in the province, like Elrose and Eston and Swift Current and Wilkie and North Battleford. They basically make the point that the tree farm and the Shelter Belt program has been an integral part of prairie agriculture for more than 111 years, and they believe the Government of Canada should find the resources to maintain the program ongoing into the future.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour of tabling two petitions that have been circulated by a lady called Stella Cormier from my riding, who did a remarkable job in underscoring people's concerns about the changes to EI proposed by this government. She's very worried, as I am, about seasonal industries, employers and employees. She circulated this petition. She got hundreds of names in my riding. People who are very worried and are asking the government to change this policy, which will punish people in my riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour of tabling a petition of 109 signatures of people who are opposed to pushing back the age of access to old age security. They are not only asking that the OAS program be maintained as is, but asking the government to take immediate action to fight against poverty among seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I present a petition in regards to Canada's experimental lakes area and the idea of what the government is doing in regards to closing down the research session. What they're actually asking for is that the government reverse its decision, recognizing the importance of the ELA to the Government of Canada's mandate to study, preserve, and protect our aquatic ecosystems, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q879, Q880, Q886, and
Holy
889.
smokes. Wow.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q876, 881, 885, 887, and 890 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
We'll do that. Is it the pleasure of the House that questions Q876, 881, 885, 887, and 890 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Yes. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, my colleague from Tobago North asked a question concerning the fact that she had put a question on the order paper, a written question, and the Minister of Public Safety got up and made a reference to the fact that this cost, he used the figure of $1,300 to address a part of that question and then went on to elaborate. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that in O'Brien and Bosk, it says very clearly the replies to written questions may be presented, of course, each sitting day during routine proceedings under the rubric questions on the order paper. And it says specifically later, and I quote, "The Speaker, however, has ruled that it is not in order to indicate in a response to a written question the total time and cost incurred by the government in the preparation of that response." I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, if we could get the government to address this specific concern and let us know whether it does intend, in fact, to answer the question fully that was put forward by my colleague from Etobicoke North.
Thank you, sir. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that there was anything in the written response to the question that did that. I believe it was his oral answer in the House.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Yes, indeed. It was in the reply of the Minister versus in the reply to the question. The reply to the question was, in fact, 2.5 lines. That's all there was to it. And that is why my colleague was asking for an explanation today why, on a very serious matter, the matter of disaster management, it only warranted a 2.5 line reply. And in fact, in seeking clarification as to why it had not been answered, the Minister very clearly said, and I'm interpreting here, that this was going to cost money and therefore we were not going to do it. Is this setting a dangerous precedent, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, the concern he had related to written answers. This was an oral question in the House, and the answer to the question that was raised provided the information I believe they were seeking.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Yes. Really interested in knowing now, is this going to become a standard answer when the government doesn't wish to answer a written question on the order paper, that we're not going to answer this because it involves a certain amount of money?
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie for drawing this to my attention. I'll certainly look at the response that was given and come back to the House if necessary on this particular point. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Commencement of debate at the report stage on Bill C-36, Protecting Canada's Seniors Act.
No motions at report stage. The House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Ms. Yellick for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Ms. Oblonsky, moves that Bill C-36, an act to amend the Criminal Code, elder abuse, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed? I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now? Ms. Yellick for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Ms. Oblonsky, moves that Bill C-36, an act to amend the Criminal Code, elder abuse, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to speak on Bill C-36, the Protecting Canada Seniors Act, following its review by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Bill C-36 builds on our government's commitment to protect the most vulnerable members of society, including the elderly. To this end, Bill C-36 proposes to consider as an aggravating factor in sentencing the fact that an offence has had a significant impact on the victim because of a combination of their age and any other aspect of their personal situation, including their health and financial situation. I am pleased that the witnesses who have appeared before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights have expressed their support for the general purpose of Bill C-36. Several of them have said that this bill would increase public awareness of elder abuse in Canada. This, Mr. Speaker, further confirms the important role that this legislation will play in elder abuse cases by emphasizing the sentencing principles of denunciation and deterrence. That being said, this government recognizes the concern expressed by witnesses who appeared before the committee who noted that Bill C-36 cannot serve as the only response to the problem of elder abuse. It is important to note that this legislation was never intended to serve as the only response to elder abuse. The proposed amendment to the Criminal Code would complement the significant resources that our government has been investing for several years to fight elder abuse. For example, the Elder Abuse Initiative has contributed to raising public awareness with its advertising campaign entitled Elder Abuse, It's Time to Face the Reality. Another example of our government's investments in this area is the New Horizons for Seniors program. Since its creation in 2004, this program has supported projects to upgrade seniors' facilities, to increase elder abuse awareness, among other things. Some of the projects funded by this program are Canada-wide and aim to develop and implement awareness activities and to create tools and resources to help seniors protect themselves against abuse, such as fraud and financial exploitation. Some of the agencies that appeared before the committee have benefited from this program. For example, we heard that the Long-Term Care Best Practices Initiative had received funding from this program to develop long-term care best practices guidelines that would benefit Canadians across the country. Such examples illustrate how this government understands and recognizes that efforts to fight elder abuse must be made at the federal and provincial levels through, for example, legislative amendments in areas of exclusive jurisdiction, as well as investment in community, regional and national initiatives, including the ones I have just mentioned. Mr. Speaker, we heard in committee it would seem that Bill C-36 has unanimous support in principle. However, the opposition parties proposed two amendments during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. The first proposed amendment, which was passed by the committee, amended the short title of the French version of the bill from Loi sur la protection des personnes âgées au Canada to Loi sur la protection des personnes aînées au Canada. This amendment responded to concerns expressed by a few witnesses that vulnerability should not be defined only in terms of a victim's age. Bill C-36 would instruct sentencing courts to take into account the significant impact that the offence has had on the victim, considering the combination of age and other personal circumstances, including health and financial situation. The second amendment to the bill would have eliminated the word significant from the proposed amendment to the Criminal Code so that any impact on the victim would be considered as an aggravating circumstance in sentencing. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, such a proposal reflects a lack of understanding of the Criminal Code and, in particular, of the sentencing scheme. This proposed amendment, if passed, would have trivialized the denunciatory and deterrent value of the aggravating factor in Bill C-36 by making it apply to any offence against seniors that has had an impact, even transient or trifling in nature, on an elderly victim. Mr. Speaker, we agree that every offence has an impact on a victim. However, Bill C-36 addresses cases where the impact of the offence is exacerbated because of the victim's age and health, for example. It also bears noting that Bill C-36 is consistent with recent amendments to the Criminal Code. Section 380.1 of the Code was amended effective November 1, 2011, to specify that, in the context of fraud, the fact that an offence has had a significant impact on the victim given their personal circumstance, including their age, must be considered as an aggravating circumstance. This provision thus bears at least two similarities with the amendment proposed in Bill C-36. It speaks of a significant impact, and it identifies age as a factor for aggravating circumstance. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is important to bolster our fight against elder abuse by ensuring that our courts denounce and deter offenders from committing such crimes by imposing tougher sentences. For this reason, as I have noted, I urge my colleagues in this House to give this bill their unanimous support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Deputy de Pierre Fondala.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Fondala. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the work that he has done in collaboration with us on the Justice Committee. Work that was very interesting and very serious. But I do have a question for him. The bill in its current form, well, we heard a number of witnesses speak to it in committee, including Ms. Beaulieu from the research chair at the University of Sherbrooke, who said that it was important to educate all partners in the justice system to ensure that Bill C-36 has a true impact, that judges, that prosecutors, that policemen know how to intervene and have the proper tools in order to interpret a section such as the one that is included in C-36. Now, this is already a suggestion that is contained in a report by the Parliamentary Committee on Palliative Care and Other Services that produced a very good report, and that also suggested that among the judicial measures to be put in place, that training and awareness raising in legal circles should be put in place. And I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about the relevance of including such measures as the ones measured by the Parliamentary Committee and the witnesses. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I would like to thank my colleague for her very relevant question. It is not only the justices and the prosecutors and other partners who must be aware of this bill. It is also social workers, caregivers, people who may be aware of the problem of elder abuse. Obviously, a promotion program such as New Horizons would be complementary to the Criminal Code amendments, which by itself cannot solve the problem of elder abuse. And so we must act in parallel and not only hand down harsher sentences. We must publicize the fact that all partners must be aware of this significant problem. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Good afternoon. I would like to ask a question of my colleague across the way. Would a modest investment be sufficient to lift seniors out of poverty? And what would be the most effective way of preventing maltreatment of which they are victims? Why doesn't the Conservative government make any effort with regard to that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm not certain if I clearly understood the question, Mr. Speaker, but certainly this government is making efforts to highlight the problem of elder abuse, and that's why we made amendments to the Criminal Code under C-36. That's why we put in place New Horizons, which helps people understand that it is simply not acceptable to abuse or commit violence against one's family members who are in situations of vulnerability. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have a question for my colleague. Would a modest investment help lift seniors out of poverty, and what would be the best way of preventing elder abuse? Why does your government not make this effort? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The question of elder abuse affects not only people who are less well off, it affects also people who are well off. In 30% of cases, whether the person is poor, rich, are abused by friends and family. So our solution is to help elders regardless of their financial situation. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Gatineau. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to the speech given by my colleague. I always appreciate analyzing the files on the Justice Committee and his company. The section in question that will be amended by Bill C-36 is a particular focus of mine, and it's regarding sentencing and aggravating and mitigating factors that must be taken into account by the courts. So I heard what he said about the amendment that was moved to remove the word significant regarding having a significant impact on the elder in question, but I'm not sure if I understood his argument. And Mr. Speaker, I would like him to explain it in a bit more detail, because in the same section, the fact of committing an offense against a young person under age 18, or, for example, spousal violence, the mere fact of having committed such an offense against this category of individual is an aggravating factor. So why do the Conservatives insist on not wanting to see that the fact of having an elder being attacked as an aggravating factor? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. All situations, all types of abuse are important. They all have impacts on the victims, but we did not want to amend the Act because of proportionality. So abuse in a case, a significant abuse which causes a genuine impact, deserves a harsher sentence because of its impact on the victim. So that respects the principle of sentencing proportionality as set out by the Criminal Code. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the answer given by my colleague across the way, and we're coming back to the latitude given to judges, and that's quite a shame. We wanted the different types of elder abuse to be set out, so why are the Conservatives insist on not taking our opinion into account so that we could protect seniors in a more general fashion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I find it curious to talk about the facts that we're not respecting fundamental principles of the Criminal Code in sentencing. We're talking about compliance and uniform logic. That's why we rejected their amendment. I already explained the matter of the proportionality of sentencing, and the logic of our reasoning remains the same. Questions and comments.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. I guess there's issues in terms of reactive and proactive, and in terms of elder abuse. One of the major concerns that we have in our caucus is the issue of fraud. And what we're seeing with the 419 scams, where senior citizens who are using online services are being targeted almost right down to their specific background and family because of data breaches. Now, data breaches has to do with the fact that there's all kinds of third parties out there who are actually in the business of stealing personal information. Then they can target people, and they can go after them. And this is how the 419 fraud is really moving into an area of frightening sophistication. So I'd like to ask the honourable colleague if he would work with the New Democrats in the recommendations that are being brought forward to ensure that the Privacy Commissioner has the tools to ensure that companies who are playing fast and loose with data there's consequences, because some of the data that's out there is not necessarily the companies think that it's going to be breached, but it is being breached because of sophisticated hackers. And then senior citizens, other individuals are the ones who are defrauded, their information stolen, their credit information is grabbed. That we need to actually start closing this in advance, because once it's out there, it ain't coming back. So rather than be reactive, we have to see where the problems are and move. Would the honourable colleague be willing to work with the New Democrats on addressing these issues of fraud?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the honourable member for his very relevant question. Of course, in committee, we are always willing to work with the opposition parties to strengthen the protection for the people of Canada. Fraud for elders is a very significant wrong that we want to cure and sort of protect the public from, certainly. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, we've also done another act that deals with white-collar crime, increasing sentencing and protection of the public. So certainly we will welcome any good ideas that the NDP may have to strengthen the further protection of the seniors.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Pierrefonds Dollard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have worked on the Justice Committee with my colleagues from all parties on Bill C-36, and I am also very pleased to rise in this House today to talk about it, to debate it, to talk about the testimony that we heard before the committee during the study of Bill C-36, and to make my comments on that topic as well. First, Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain briefly the bill as such and the contribution it will make to the criminal code. This bill is entitled the Protecting Canada's Seniors Act, and it adds an element that reads as follows. Evidence that the offence had a significant impact on the victim, considering their age and other personal circumstances, including their health and financial situation. This specific wording that has been suggested as an addition to the criminal code under C-36 seek to add an element that would allow the court to take into consideration certain aggravating factors of an offence. Therefore, in Clause 718.2, it says that the court determines the sentence to be handed down, taking into account certain principles. And then certainly aggravating circumstances are set out. For example, hate crimes, crimes based on the victim's ethnic origin or their sexual orientation. Those factors are taken into account when considering the sentence that will be handed down, whether the sentence will be heavier because there was an aggravating factor. For example, the abuse of trust or authority is another factor that should be taken into consideration as an aggravating factor. So what we're adding here is another element that is the age of the victim and the degree of vulnerability of that victim based on their personal situation. So I'm not saying that the age of the victim is as such an aggravating circumstance, because age in itself is not a vulnerability factor, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to point that out. But sometimes certain victims, certain actions can have more considerable impacts because of the person's age and personal situation. Now, here's an example. In committee, we heard from Ms. Perka, who is a supervisor of social programs for an elder abuse program. It came to testify, and she said that based on her long experience in this area, she stated that we have seen that health problems from a social and spiritual aspect can incite anxiety, suicidal ideas, and other mental problems. Elders who are abused can feel very guilty because sometimes the perpetrator is a friend, a family, or a very close relative. So I think that what Ms. Pelka is telling us here is that if the victim is an elderly person who is particularly vulnerable because of their situation, their housing situation, for example, they may be dependent upon a friend or a residential center for housing, well then,
It is possible that this abuse means that they might have to move, but they can't do that because of their financial situation, and perhaps their social network is very important to them. And so that person has, or the impacts are greater on that person because that person has limitations with regard to the possibility of moving, for example, in order to avoid said abuse. So that is simply a factor, Mr. Speaker, to show you the needs that were identified by the various players when they were recommending the measures that the government should put in place based on the vulnerability of the person's situation, considers as aggravating factors. So that's just what I wanted to show you.
So that's the real impact that the bill will have, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'd like to say that this is an additional tool that can be used to when sentencing occurs. So the age of a person can be used. We hope that it will give the judge the tools that he or she needs. We can't confirm that. There was some doubt expressed in that regard, and I'll come back to that a bit later. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to say that we hope these additions will have an impact, and I've explained why they're important. But what are the limits of these measures? Now, earlier, a colleague said that in the wording of the bill, there's a mention of important effects. Now, we don't know exactly what that will mean. What does that mean exactly? How do you prove that something is significant, a significant impact? How can you prove it? How do you define it? So that's one of the concerns that we have. We would have liked the government to take that aspect a little more seriously. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also need to be careful about something else. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like it to say that the legal process is a very long one. We have to follow it all the way through for elder abuse. Now, why do I say that? Because 1 out of every 5 cases of elder abuse is identified, denounced, and I mentioned this earlier. Why is that? Not all seniors or elders live or experience this situation, but many have trouble denouncing the situation. Most of the time, the abuse comes from people they know, family, friends, and it's very difficult for seniors to denounce a situation like that. The denunciation can have very serious consequences for vulnerable seniors because of their finances, their health, or where they live. So the denunciation is something that's very difficult. Once a case has been denounced, Mr. Speaker, we have to prove that an offense has occurred, and that's not always easy because elder abuse can happen can take various shapes and forms. Some people or some types of abuse don't leave tracks, like intimidation, for example. Sometimes it's difficult to prove manipulation and intimidation or bullying. That can be difficult to prove. But if abuse is proved and there's some police involvement, a file is put together to subsequently make or launch a formal complaint and take the matter to court. Now, if there isn't an out-of-court settlement and this goes right through to the end of the legal procedure, that is where C-36 will come into play. Now, I agree with the bill, with Bill C-36, with its purpose and with what it can accomplish. But we need to bear in mind that it's not a solution that will help the majority of seniors who are experiencing abuse because of the process that I just identified, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to quote Ms. Beaulieu from the Center for that deals with elder abuse at the University of Sherbrooke, and I quote, "We all understand that many cases of elder abuse may not make it all the way through this process. What happens about seniors who cases don't go all the way through? In other words, what will the real repercussions of this measure be? How many cases will it concern?" End of quote. So that's a first concern with respect to the impact of the bill. I'd like to draw another one to your attention, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I said that an aspect is indeed being added to the criminal code. However, legal stakeholders need to have resources to be able to use this effectively. Do they have that? Now, what do I mean by these comments? First of all, the frontline responders and police who receive the complaints. There are some specific aspects of the complaints that need to be taken into account for several reasons, Mr. Speaker. Some of them I've already mentioned. What do you do when a senior comes to you but doesn't want to admit that he or she is a victim of abuse? How to process it, to not make the senior afraid, to have the person abandon the procedure because he or she feels intimidated. Those are questions that we have to ask ourselves, and those measures would need to be put in place, in fact, to ensure that Bill C-36 meets its objective. Then there's also the issue of training for judges, lawyers, to identify the subtle comments made by seniors. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to once again quote Ms. Litwick from the Jewish General Hospital in Montreal, who's very involved in the issue of elder abuse. "I challenge the way that this bill will be enforced. I am afraid that for this type of bill to be effective, prosecutors will have to recognize issues affecting seniors and the subject of elder abuse. Judges must also know how to ask relevant questions. Plans also have to be put in place for dealing with these issues before the court, because seniors will not give evidence like a young person. All of these aspects can be very different." Ms. Litwick has made comments in support of what I'm presenting here today, aspects that need to be taken into account when discussing elder abuse, to ensure that the process flows smoothly, that the consequences aren't detrimental to the person who is launching the complaint, and for this be as beneficial as possible for the victim. Bill C-36, yes, but how to ensure that it can be implemented effectively and to ensure that it meets its objectives. Now I have provided some excellent suggestions on this. Now, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say a few words about prevention and intervention. I couldn't overlook those two aspects. A bill that applies to seniors and is called Protecting Seniors Act, Mr. Speaker, should logically protect seniors, but I have some doubt with respect to that. I'm not sure that the word protection, in fact, is the best choice here, Mr. Speaker. The sentences need to be commensurate with the situation. How will this bill protect seniors? I'm not sure that sentencing is a good tool for protecting seniors. There's a great deal that needs to be done to protect seniors from abuse, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to quote some other evidence we heard in our consideration of Bill C-36. Ms. Santos from the Lawyers Association of Ontario said because many cases of elder abuse are not identified or brought to the attention of our association, we encourage the adoption of a multi-pronged approach which focuses on effective prevention of causes of elder abuse and vulnerability, such as social housing, lack of housing, and poverty. What I retain from that, Mr. Speaker, is the adoption of a multi-pronged approach. And that is the way one of the witnesses put it. Susan Angus from CARP put it differently. The words she used were as follows. Bill C-36 is simply one aspect of the global strategy to deal with elder abuse. A comprehensive global strategy is what she talked about. Adopting a multi-pronged approach, a comprehensive strategy. It can be called a number of things, Mr. Speaker, but I think the point itself is very clear. We need a strategy to deal with elder abuse. It seems to me that it's like we're trying to take some pieces of a puzzle, we're trying to put Band-Aids on major wounds without really considering what the long-term impacts will be, the repercussions, or what steps should be taken in order to achieve the best possible results. Bill C-36 is part of what strategy, Mr. Speaker? We still don't have the answer to that. What does the government plan to do in terms of training for stakeholders in the legal system to ensure the bill meets its objective? What will be put in place in terms of prevention, intervention, so that elders who are abused can denounce the situation if that's what they intend to do? And we don't know what the government plans to do that, and that is a shortcoming. We need a comprehensive strategy outlining the thrust, the clear objectives, and the means used to achieve that. It's incredible that we still haven't received that information. I'd like to refer to an interesting report that was produced by the Committee on Palliative Care. It was a committee that was set up and represented, or in fact had many members from different parties on it, and it contains a chapter on elder abuse, and they called it a hidden crime in Canada, Mr. Speaker. In this chapter of the report, Mr. Speaker, they talk about a Canada action plan to combat elder abuse. One of the suggestions that should be considered by this government deals with an action plan, not an isolated measure, Mr. Speaker, as beneficial as it may be, but a broader, more comprehensive, long-term, sustainable approach. This suggestion contains 4 points, Mr. Speaker. First of all, awareness, raising awareness so that people can identify and recognize signs of elder abuse, so that seniors and elders themselves can recognize that they are being abused, so information for everyone who can be involved in a solution. Secondly, prevention. Information isn't enough. Prevention is also very important. So, for example, by breaking down elder isolation, by supporting caregivers, and I could name a number of other aspects, Mr. Speaker. So that means we can't simply punish the crime once it's occurred. There are other aspects that need to be put in place before the crime is committed. And then we could really talk about protecting seniors. Protection before the crime has been committed, not simply after the fact, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to quote something that the committee says. It's very worthwhile. It can help us draw a link with the debate that we heard today. The committee feels that basic funding for non-governmental organizations is essential to build the necessary infrastructure in order to reduce elder abuse. When will we see that, Mr. Speaker? I'm eager to know very impatient to see it, in fact, because that is something that can make a difference. Non-governmental, not-for-profit organizations are in the field. They're frontline responders. They can identify the needs and assess the needs of their communities quickly and effectively. Mr. Speaker, the third and fourth points in the report by the Standing Committee are putting in place advocacy measures so that people can know how to defend themselves, and fourthly, developing adequate legal measures. C36 is the fourth component of this strategy recommended by the committee. And there's also training for other players in the legal field, including police officers and frontline workers. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention a couple of the challenges in the views of certain witnesses. Challenges for new seniors who are newcomers to Canada, who aren't familiar with their laws, who don't necessarily trust the Canadian legal system. Then we need to think about their specific needs. There are also gay and lesbian and transgendered seniors. They are very vulnerable. All of that to say, Mr. Speaker, there remain a great deal of action that is required. A lot of measures need to be taken. This is a step, but a step towards what? We need a strategy that the government will put in place for the long term. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. Question et commentaire. Alors, la députée de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard for all of the work that she has been doing on the issue of protecting seniors and to make us aware of these issues. Once Bill C-36 is adopted, I wonder what my colleague would like to send in terms of a message to the government to ensure that the bill will apply or be enforced Canada-wide from sea to sea to sea, taking into account our partners in the combat to end elder abuse. Police forces in the provinces, municipal police forces. So what kind of intervention does she think the government needs to put in place to ensure that this bill is worth more than the ink and the paper that it's written on? The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Oftentimes, the government comes out with legislation that's designed to meet the needs of the community, but when we scratch below the surface, we see that it's just a smokescreen, and more concrete action could be taken in order to help people in communities, but that's not the case. I'm not saying that that is the case with C-36. It is pertinent, but if we don't include it as part of a global strategy, I doubt really what kind of impact it will have. Our colleague has clearly identified the situation. If we want to build C-36 to be effective, if we want it to meet its objectives, then we need to think about training that needs to be put in place for police forces, for lawyers, for all other players involved in the legal system, Mr. Speaker. We need to take into account training to ensure that we can fully benefit from what C-36 is designed to do.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup, Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member for Gatineau has just said, I'd like to underscore the important work being done by the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard for Canadians, for the members of this House, by drawing our attention to these important issues. Now, we are supporting this bill. However, there are other measures that the government has put forth, or could put forth, in fact, for vulnerable seniors. But what they've done is extended retirement from 65 to 67. They've put in place huge cuts for seniors in terms of access to government services. So because this vulnerability or the situation makes seniors more vulnerable, I'd like the member to say a few words about what this government is doing. Do seniors feel more vulnerable because of the government? The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, that's a very interesting question from my colleague. If the government is really serious about wanting to deal with elder abuse, then a great deal of work needs to be done. They need to do a number of things that they haven't yet done. What about prevention and intervention, Mr. Speaker? If we want to deal with seniors, help them overcome elder abuse, we need to reduce vulnerability. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Well, we need to deal with things such as poverty. But pushing off eligibility for the OAS from 65 to 67 won't help. That's going to extend poverty among seniors, Mr. Speaker. That will not help deal with elder abuse.
Another example. Seniors count on the healthcare system a great deal at some points in their lives. Well, Mr. Speaker, when you reduce the percentage of transfer payments expected by the provinces, you can only wonder, when people depend on the healthcare system, will they have access to a good, reliable system? I'd have many other examples. Affordable housing, for instance. It's important to make sure that seniors have access to adapted housing and affordable housing. That could be a factor in vulnerability. I want to point out that being a senior does not mean you're automatically vulnerable, but if we want to tackle elder abuse, we have to take into account the factors of vulnerability that lead to abuse. And right now this government is increasing the factors of vulnerability, which is very disappointing. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech on their fourth point of access, or action rather. She mentioned the particular problem of vulnerability regarding senior immigrants who do not speak French and English. Many of them arrive young and have an opportunity to learn both official languages, but those who arrive in Canada older, when they haven't had an opportunity to learn French or English, are in a very vulnerable situation. So I'd like my colleague to discuss that problem, which is a quite specific one. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, seniors who are new arrivals, who don't necessarily speak French or English, are vulnerable in some ways that have to be taken into account. The Director General of the Social Services Network appeared before our committee during the consideration of C-36, and she said that yes, indeed, one must make sure that seniors have the necessary services to get access to the legal system. They have to understand their rights in this country, Canada. They have to know that they can trust the police. They have to have access to information and services. Sometimes they have to overcome the language barrier, which is an obstacle in and of itself. So yes, there are many particular features of seniors who are new arrivals in Canada. We have to make sure that they too have rights and access to services and dignity, Mr. Speaker. Until now, I haven't heard any measures on the part of this government that would take into account such situations. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, my colleague for Bon-Missisquoi asked a question to a Conservative government, asking him why his government did not want to invest some money to get seniors out of poverty. The Conservative member didn't understand the question, so I wanted to put it again, and I was surprised by the response by the Conservative, who said that, in his opinion, all seniors, be they rich or poor, are subject to elder abuse, so the government does not have the will to lift seniors out of poverty. So I wonder if my New Democrat colleague could tell me whether she feels that her values mean that the government should help lift seniors out of poverty through various measures. She talked about a strategy. I'd like her to explain how, in concrete terms, the NDP would lift seniors out of poverty. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Villars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, right now in Canada, too many seniors are living in poverty. In a country like ours, that's unacceptable. We have a choice to help those people rise out of poverty. We have the ability to do so. It's certainly not by pushing back access to OAS from 65 to 67 that will achieve that goal, Mr. Speaker. Right now, an older person who receives the guaranteed income supplement and the OAS as their only income lives under the poverty line. The government has not put in place the measures necessary to ensure that seniors can continue to contribute fully to their communities and live in dignity. We should not accept the fact that a senior today has to make a choice between paying the rent, getting their medication, or buying food. It's indecent that that kind of choice be endorsed when we have the power to do otherwise. How? We could increase the GIS for all those who need it. Another measure, Mr. Speaker, protecting pensions. Right now, we can strengthen protection on pensions in case of bankruptcy, and this government is not doing that. We have many suggestions to protect seniors' financial security, and we hope to see a little bit more openness by this government on this subject.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-36, what the government has named as the Protecting Canada's Seniors Act. I'm pleased to do so not only as a senior myself, but on behalf of a riding that has one of the greatest concentrations of senior citizens anywhere in the country. For legislation with such a grand title, its enactment is actually only one clause long. Simply put, it adds to the Criminal Code section on sentencing a one-line addition. The judges are to consider, and I quote, evidence that the offence had a significant impact on the victim due to age and other personal circumstances, including health and financial situation, unquote. Essentially, this bill seeks to increase sentences for offenders who abuse our seniors in the commission of any offence. Itself a very worthwhile goal, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice outlined in his remarks. The seriousness and scope of the problem of elder abuse has been discussed over the course as well of our analysis of this legislation in committee, but it warrants attention yet again. A number of studies have suggested that as many as 10% of the seniors in Canada may be subjected to some form of elder abuse. Yet the true figure, as the witness testimony before our committee put again and again, the true figure is likely much greater than that, as many cases go unreported. Indeed, underreporting often due inter alia to the close or even dependent relationship between victim and victimizer, as well as the isolation of many seniors and their frequent lack of awareness about the resources that may be available to them, makes elder abuse a very complex crime to detect, to prosecute, and in particular, to prevent. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, if the issue of elder abuse is to become a national priority, if it is to be effectively addressed and redressed, a concerted effort extending across party lines will be required. In that connection, I am pleased that our committee meetings on C-36 generally took place in an open spirit of nonpartisan cooperation. Indeed, we saw at committee how effectively matters can proceed when justice bills do not include unnecessary mandatory minimums, which very often are objectionable in and of themselves and which disproportionately impact on those that are the most vulnerable themselves. Indeed, we observe that it is in fact possible for MPs to work together in a common effort to tackle crime without eliminating judicial discretion, a trend that I hope will continue. One thing upon which committee members, witnesses, and even the Minister himself, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary acknowledged in his remarks earlier, was that this one-line amendment to sentencing guidelines will not on its own protect Canada's seniors, the title of the bill notwithstanding. Accordingly, I will organize my remarks as follows. First, I will briefly look at what C36 can be expected to accomplish. Second, I will use the remainder of my time to discuss additional avenues to explore appropriate actions to consider if we are to combat elder abuse and how it can be done in a more comprehensive and effective manner. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us is a small step, admittedly a step in the right direction, but an insufficient step. By directing judges to consider the impact on the victim due to age, health and financial considerations as an aggravating factor at sentencing, it may lead to more serious sentences where warranted. Accordingly, when white-collar criminals specifically target seniors to defraud them of their savings or of their hard-earned pension money, or when workers at seniors' homes are neglectful or violent towards residents, or in extreme cases when family members violently mistreat seniors, these offenders undoubtedly deserve to be severely punished by the Canadian justice system. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we need to be reminded of the considerable evidence showing that longer sentences do not deter crime and that changes to sentencing guidelines are unlikely to have a preventative effect. This is particularly important in the realm of elder abuse. By the time a judge issues a sentence, the abuse has occurred, charges have been laid, and indeed the offender must be found guilty for there even to be a sentencing process to begin with. Yet, as witnesses at committee explained, there are so many obstacles to the requisite steps in the process prior to sentencing that it is unusual for a case of elder abuse to actually arrive at the sentencing phase. The impact of this bill is therefore likely to be quite modest. Again, and this bears recall, the criminal justice process is rarely utilized in cases of elder abuse. The primary reasons for this, as outlined in a report by the Library of Parliament, are as follows, and I quote, "Les poursuites sont souvent..."
Reasons for this include the fact that prosecutions are often difficult, as the victim may be reluctant to cooperate in a prosecution against the loved one. The victim may have poor health and possible present or impending mental incapacity. The prosecution may take so long that the victim dies before the case goes to court. The perpetrator may be the only significant person in the victim's life, and to report and testify against them would result in loneliness and pain from the perceived consequences of the intervention.
It is to be hoped that C36 will focus the attention of judges and other court officers on the particular odiousness of the victimization of the elderly, what has been referred to here as the denunciation objective. Ideally, and focusing of attention within the legal system will combine with the New Horizons Public Awareness Initiative, such that all Canadians will begin to be aware of the seriousness of the problem and the importance of finding solutions. Indeed, if nothing else, C36 can serve as what I would expect to be a unified statement by this House that the abuse of Canada's seniors is simply unacceptable, and honourable members condemn it in the strongest possible terms. Again, the denunciating objective. Of course, Mr. Speaker, condemnation only gets us so far if it is not followed by concrete action likely to facilitate the detection and, in particular, the prevention of elder abuse. Otherwise, we run the risk that Parliament and the country will move on to other pressing matters, and seniors who need help will be left with nothing but a remnant of moral support. As a case in point of how easily good intentions and even very good work can fade into the background, we need only remember the report entitled Not to be Forgotten, Care of Vulnerable Canadians, published 1 year ago by the Ad Hoc Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care. That report is a thorough analysis of the challenges faced by elderly Canadians and the challenges faced by government institutions and others who seek to provide them with care. And it contains many well-thought-out, concrete recommendations of how these challenges might be met. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, most of the recommendations in the report's 192 pages have not been implemented. Yet we are left debating a bill called the Protecting Canada's Seniors Act, that is, as I said, but one line long. It is a good bill, but there is much more that must be done. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to move on to the second part of my remarks and to elaborate on that which can be done and indeed needs to be done in this regard. First, it is crucial, and colleague from Pierrefonds Dollard addressed this as well, it is crucial to raise awareness among all Canadians that the abuse of seniors is a significant problem, one that is simply unacceptable. Programs such as the Federal Elder Abuse Initiative, mentioned by the Parliamentary Secretary, are a welcome beginning, but efforts in this regard must be continued and intensified. The government can do this by establishing its own set of programs, as well as helping to fund those that are run by the provinces and by non-governmental organizations, and warrant further support. Increased awareness is required on a variety of fronts. Not only must everyone be made generally aware of elder abuse, but professionals who work with the elderly require training so that they will know how to properly care for seniors, how to recognize signs of abuse, how to minimize patient-to-patient abuse in institutional settings. Family members should be made aware of things that they might be doing that perhaps they might not have considered to be abusive, but have detrimental effects on the seniors in their lives. Third parties need to understand that silence in the face of abuse is intolerable, Mr. Speaker, and that resources exist for dealing with abuse if indeed it is reported and acted upon. And of course, seniors themselves are too often ashamed of abuse. They themselves will minimize it and may indeed indulge what is a completely unacceptable situation. It is therefore critical that seniors be made aware that abuse is not something to be tolerated and that a range of options exist for addressing and redressing it. Now, alternatives to the criminal justice system do in fact exist in this regard. Indeed, our seniors must be encouraged to confide in a doctor or call an elder abuse hotline. They need to be told that both hope and help are out there. Second, Mr. Speaker, in addition to raising awareness, the federal government can take the lead in enhancing our understanding of the nature and scope of elder abuse in Canada. Last year's committee report and the witness testimony before our Justice Committee focused a great deal of attention on the fact that data on elder abuse is sorely lacking and that effective action will be difficult to take without a fuller understanding of the problem. According to the Ontario Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, most agencies do not keep information on the number of cases reported or responded to, and without national standards of collecting statistics about elder abuse, we are simply left patching together data from different studies with different scopes and methodologies, along with anecdotal evidence from a patchwork of jurisdictions. HRSDC has funded preparatory work for national prevalence study through the National Initiative for the Care of the Elderly, again referred to earlier. And a good way for the government to demonstrate its seriousness on this file would be to ensure high-level and sustained funding for the study itself and its recommendations. A third recommendation that was mentioned in the report and that arose frequently again in our committee meetings on C-36 was a need for increased funding and support for institutions, often non-profit organizations that do so much of the on-the-ground work in the fight against elder abuse. We met some remarkable people at committee who work daily to protect seniors, and I commend their efforts and those of other professionals who are instrumental in preventing, in detecting, and addressing elder abuse. They described to us some truly appalling cases of mistreatment, yet they remain undeterred in their tireless and noble service to seniors and therefore, in effect, to all of us. We should be very grateful to them and very proud of their good work, which we commend them for and trust that it will continue. Mr. Speaker, one can hope that such dedicated individuals will therefore continue their good work regardless of government funding. But we need not equivocate with respect to such a commitment. Groups need financial and other resources to hire and train responders to intervene in cases of elder abuse, to set up elder shelters, logement abordable, comme
affordable housing, as my colleague for Pierrefonds Dollard said,
and victim support services, and to develop pioneering initiatives such as financial literacy programs for seniors that help the elderly to protect themselves from fraud. The federal government must be at the forefront of funding and nurturing such activities, et aussi, comme mon collègue de Pierrefonds.
As my colleague from Pierrefonds de l'Art said, help them escape poverty.
Organizations can have an impact in ways we do not always consider. As was explained at committee by a member of the Elder Abuse Intervention team from Edmonton's Catholic Social Services, who talked about how important it is for instances of elder abuse to be handled by experienced staff. Unfortunately, cases of elder abuse are too often dealt with by people who may lack the necessary experience, as the organization's inability to offer high-paying jobs leads to employee turnover and employees leaving after a short period of time. A lack of resources may also mean that when people do as they are told by public awareness campaigns and report abuse, organizations may then become overloaded and unable to respond precisely because they don't have the resources to begin with. As a result, people who report abuse become understandably frustrated and less likely to report it in the future. Ultimately, these organizations are doing impressive things with very limited resources, but again, they need more government support. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, the federal government can also do more to help address systemic inadequacies that are at the root of many cases of elder abuse. And the witness testimony before our committee highlighted a number of these systemic inadequacies. Employees in healthcare facilities are often faced with an excessive workload and long hours, factors which, especially when combined with inadequate training, can create an environment in which elder abuse is more likely to occur. Better training is required, particularly to help workers detect and deal with patient-to-patient mistreatment, a form of elder abuse that often goes unnoticed. As well, overcrowding can lead to an elderly patient being repeatedly transferred from one institution to another, a state of affairs that one witness at committee said should qualify as institutionalized abuse. Fifth, and as a corollary to this point, increased funding for home care might help with overcrowding by keeping many seniors out of institutions in the first place and by thereby distributing the responsibility. Even though most of these institutions operate under provincial jurisdictions, although veteran hospitals, for example, are federally run, the federal government has a clear role to play in helping to ensure adequate health care funding. When health transfers are clawed back, it becomes that much more difficult for the provinces to address these issues. Six, Mr. Speaker, at the same time as we tackle these systemic problems to which I've referred, we must also deal with those specific individuals who abuse the elderly. That is what C36 attempts to do. But there are a number of other ways that elder abuse can be addressed from a criminal justice perspective. The Minister said at committee that he recognizes the important role that law enforcement officers and other legal professionals can play in, again, preventing, detecting and intervening in cases of elder abuse. I was glad to hear that perspective taken, and I hope to see that recognition translate itself into action. But better training required for police officers and for officers of the court in how to deal with seniors is something that needs to be put into place. Young police officers may not always know, for example, how best to gain the trust of an elderly victim, and lawyers who prosecute elder abuse cases may need to adjust their interrogation techniques to make them more effective with certain seniors. Another way of increasing the effectiveness of legal professionals is to include them as part of multidisciplinary teams, a recommendation that was made by almost each one of the witnesses who appeared before us, such as exist already in certain parts of the country and in those of the witness testimonies who made references to them. When elder abuse is detected, police officers, social workers, and healthcare professionals can coordinate from the start to ensure that the situation is dealt with appropriately from a social and medical perspective, as well as from the legal one. For our part, as legislators, we should consider certain changes to the criminal code that can have a greater impact than C36. Witnesses at committee raised the possibility of enacting specific elder abuse laws that would complement those already in place in provinces and territories. In addition, the committee discussed whether a mandatory reporting law for elder abuse might be appropriate. One witness, a social worker from Alberta, told us that he has a legal duty to report the abuse of a child, but no such duty to report the abuse of a senior citizen by contrast, Mr. Speaker. In general, there seemed to be support among the professionals we heard for a law that would require at least those who encounter abuse in the course of their professional duties to report it to the authorities. Such a law could supersede certain confidentiality barriers so that those who encounter abuse are not professionally bound to keep it secret. For example, bank employees sometimes suspect that a senior is being taken advantage of financially, but they are unsure of whether they are permitted to do anything about it. Clarifying the legal obligations of such an individual could help stem the tide of financial abuse of the elderly. These, Mr. Speaker, are just some of the many ways that the government could truly be, quote-unquote, protecting Canada's seniors. I appreciate that the Minister and the Conservative members of the committee agreed that C-36 alone is not enough, but they have yet to put forward sufficient, concrete, substantive measures in the realm of health care, research and justice, and they have yet to provide adequate support for community initiatives. Instead, regrettably, health care transfers have been reduced, old age security has been cut back, and attempts to deal with the problem through the criminal code, while acceptable as far as it goes, focuses only on punishment, again after the fact, and not on the necessary prevention itself. Seniors could be forgiven if looking at this one line, Protecting Canada's Seniors Act, and wondering where the rest of it is. As a side note, Mr. Speaker, I note that this House last Wednesday began third reading on Bill C-28, the Financial Literacy Leader Act. This is important legislation regarding the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, which itself has a role to play in the combating of financial abuse of seniors. At the risk of going beyond the scope of this debate, I do hope that the post of financial literacy leader, once this legislation is passed, will recognize his or her role in combating elder abuse by improving not only the financial literacy of seniors, but their understanding of the rights they possess when confronted with things like inappropriate investments, affinity fraud, and aggressive sales tactics, all of which the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada identifies as methods used to target seniors. Returning and concluding...
Order. Order. This is the end of the time allocated for the members' remarks. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question. It's about the Criminal Code providing a broad range of offences that apply equally to protect all Canadians, including elderly Canadians, and, for example, the offence of assault applying equally to protect anyone regardless of whether the victim is male or female, able-bodied, disabled, young or old. I wondered if the member would like to comment on if he agrees that the broad range of offences do apply equally to the seniors and not necessarily have to be targeting elder abuse in the creating specific offences to elder abuse.
For Mount Royal.
Well, there may be, application under the circumstances and context that is appropriate, but we are dealing here with the specific question of an aggravated sentencing with respect to elder abuse, and that is why I've been addressing my remarks to this particular situation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're on sentences rather than offences here, and I'd like to know the interpretation my colleague would have to propose, because he is a great legal expert. I'd like him to comment on the wording in the bill.
A significant impact, and how does he interpret significant impact, and does he foresee that it might create a bit of difficulty in interpretation by the different courts who will have to apply the new section?
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Yes, I would prefer to allow the courts to make that kind of determination with respect to impact without the inclusion of the word significant, and I would trust the discretion, judicial discretion in this regard to be able to make the appropriate determination, because the word significant may, in fact, perhaps inadvertently generate an inappropriate threshold without which the impact that in fact does occur and that needs to be addressed might not be addressed simply because we've unduly and unnecessarily raised the bar by the inclusion of the term significant.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as usual, my colleague from Mount Royal gave an elegant and eloquent analysis of this bill, which, if I take his analysis correctly, it's long on title and short on substance. So other than this bill being a glorified talking point, what are we actually accomplishing, and what were he once again restored to this position of Minister of Justice would he do in terms of substantive amendments to the criminal code to actually address the issues raised by elder abuse?
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Yes, I want to thank the member for his question. As I said at the opening part of my remarks, the bill does achieve a certain modest objective. It serves a modest objective simply in the raising of awareness, sensibilisation, with regard to this problem, and also by eliciting thereby through that raising of awareness, by eliciting from the partners in the system, whether it be governments or healthcare workers or non-governmental organization, a greater understanding and awareness on their part. But I think if a government were to address this in a comprehensive way, it would have to, increase the healthcare transfers for this purpose. It would have to ensure that it does not claw back old age security. It would have to ensure that it would address, as we put it, systemic inadequacies that are at the roots of many of the problems that the elderly, in fact, endure in the system. And we would have to, with regard to the legal matters in particular, we would have to address the manner in which law enforcement officers and other legal professionals can play a distinguishable role with respect to the protection of elder abuse, and that will have to address questions of education and training, formation, as my colleague from Pierrefonds Dollard put it, and the other matters that I referred to in my remarks.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank my colleague from Mount Royal for his eloquent speech. Now, the reality is we're dealing with another bill that the government's brought forward that deals with a particular reality, and certainly we support it. But there's quite another reality out in the streets of our nation. Across this country, we've seen this government gutting programs to seniors, reducing the services that are available to seniors, raising the retirement age from 65 to 67, and making seniors more vulnerable. That's what they do. We heard today, of course, about what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, and I know they seem to be waking up. It's about time, because seniors certainly have woken up about what they're doing to this country and what they're doing to seniors, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to ask the member from Mount Royal his opinion on how this government makes seniors every day in this country more and more vulnerable as a result of their actions and their cutbacks.
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I sought to say in my remarks, this legislation is part of a pattern of criminal justice legislation after the fact, but it does not deal with the whole network of prevention approaches, and indeed my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard stressed the l'importance de prévention, which I reaffirm in my remarks as well. But it's the overall comprehensive social justice approach that is required. In other words, to put forward concrete, substantive measures in the realms of healthcare, research, social justice, rather than find a situation where healthcare transfers are reduced, where old age security is cut back, and where the problem is attempted to be dealt with through the prism of the criminal code and not through a comprehensive social justice agenda with an interdisciplinary perspective on the level of the delivery of services and with a proper, formation and training that is involved, and indeed an important federalist perspective, where the federal government and the provinces and territories work together in common cause in this regard. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments. We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, the member suggests that we have not acknowledged elder abuse, but we have established a federal elder abuse initiative, and it was to raise public awareness. And then 2008, we announced $13 million to assist seniors to recognize the signs and symptoms of abuse. So I would like to know if the member was aware of that.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I was not only aware of it, I specifically referenced it in my remarks, and I specifically commended the government for it, as well as the New Horizons program. My whole point was that while this was initiatives that were necessary, they simply are not sufficient. And so I don't want to repeat all that I said. I commend those initiatives, but as I said, those are just modest steps. We need much more along the lines that I and my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard submitted to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry on the environment. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to address an issue that I'm very concerned about, seniors in Canada, who I meet with regularly in my riding in Gatineau. And I was going to forget, but I'd like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Now, as I was saying, I've been concerned with the issue of seniors for a long time now, and as a critic for justice and social justice, I'm even more concerned about the issue. You heard my colleague, the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard, the Honourable Member for Mont-Royal, who have covered off the important social aspect surrounding the issue. These issues facing our seniors in Canada, in Quebec, in all of our ridings, in fact, Mr. Speaker, because Canada's population is aging, and shortly there will be more seniors than any other segment of the population. And there will be some issues we'll need to focus on, which will not always be easy to deal with. I think that my colleagues have covered off a number of these issues, but there is something that bothers me about Bill C-36. As with all bills, Mr. Speaker, it's like a big balloon, this bill, and this one is more empty than others. Now, in all honesty, I would never tell seniors in Canada, Quebec, or Gatineau that we've accomplished something extraordinary for them on a daily basis, something that will have a major impact for them. I'm extremely, extremely disappointed because I think that for once we had a golden opportunity to improve a situation that is increasingly urgent. We've all heard or seen cases of abuse, elder abuse. It can take different shapes, Mr. Speaker. the elder abuse. And when I talk about elder abuse and negligence, I'm talking about elders who are abandoned in horrific conditions, conditions where we wouldn't even leave an animal. And when I received Bill C-36, when it came to the Justice Committee, Mr. Speaker, and I saw Clause 1, that was talking about an act to protect seniors, I said, bravo, finally. But I tried to turn the pages, but there were no pages to turn. One clause. Now, sometimes one clause can be sufficient. It can be all we need to protect seniors. But when we look at the clause, now after listening to all the witnesses at the Justice Committee, the Justice and Human Rights Committee, Mr. Speaker, we realized that there was a major problem from the outset, apart from the fact that the bill won't resolve much. The way that this bill was designed by the department is problematic because it talks about an offense that's had a significant impact on a victim, considering their age and other personal circumstances, including their health and financial situation.
We tried to present an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that would have ensured that the words significant impact would have been withdrawn. So we would have removed the word significant. We would have just said impact. So why is there all this debate just to try and explain whether there is a significant impact on the offense? With regard to the offense, it could have been some kind of attack. And as we were studying this bill, Mr. Speaker, in my region, you probably heard about this because it's not far from here, Gatineau was just across the river, there was a 90-year-old person, you perhaps heard about this, a 90-year-old who was attacked, who was sexually assaulted by an orderly. So not only was this person in a nursing home and they expect to receive certain types of care, but that person was sexually abused. And I can tell you that that was heard across the province, and thanks to the collaboration of the accused, it was quickly settled with a sentence of 20 months. But I'm trying to transpose this with regard to Bill C-36, and I'm thinking, would we be able to prove a significant impact on a 90-year-old who is perhaps not all there, who perhaps doesn't realize what's going on? And we can see what might happen. People might want to skate around this issue. So the section concerning sentencing, with the way that courts have to impose sentences, will it have the necessary impact? Because what we have to understand is that it seeks to amend the criminal code, and it seeks to amend Section 718.2, which says that the sentence should be increased or reduced to account for any relevant aggravating or mitigating circumstances relating to the offense. And then there is a list, a not exhaustive list, of the aggravating circumstances in question. For example, if it is maltreatment of the person's spouse, so whether the offense perpetrated is maltreatment of an elderly person or a person under 18. So what Bill C-36 does is simply to add an aggravating circumstance, the following aggravating circumstance, that is, that the offense had a significant impact on the victim considering their age and other personal circumstances, including their health and financial situation. It is curious, when we put the question to the government, Mr. Speaker, what they say is, well, it's a question of proportionality, and they kind of skate around the words. And yet in 718.2, they added in aggravating circumstances, for example, spousal violence or violence against children or people under 18. But they didn't put anything like that that would have a significant impact. And this is the element I think that I would add in my speech concerning C-36, is the idea of drawing a parallel between elder abuse and what has long been hidden, which is the problem of spousal violence. we can remember at the time that it was taboo to talk about that. It was simply forbidden. Even the forces of law and order had trouble dealing with that. And I was a lawyer at the time, so I remember when originally people started talking about the scourge of spousal violence, which is still a scourge to this day. And what we realize is that police officers, either due to a lack of training at the time, and things have changed since then, obviously, but what people did when they were going to arrest someone, well, they tried to move away from the place in question because it was deemed to be a family question, and this remained in the shadows. Because we must remember one thing, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about people often who are alone, who are underprivileged, and very few people go to visit them. And it is very difficult to realize what is actually going on in their lives, whether they are victims or not. And that is what we were told by CARP, which is an advocacy group for retired people, who said, I'm going to say what they said.
Abuse be recognized as a public crime and not just a personal matter. Systematically, Canada's rapidly aging population, poorly coordinated home care services, historically low support for caregivers, and inadequate long-term care options may also add a layer to the causes of elder abuse and subsequent underreporting. Overcrowded hospitals, inadequate long-term care beds, poorly coordinated at-home services, and lack of uniform training for professional and informal caregivers are a recipe for both intentional and unintentional elder abuse. Alors, est-ce que le projet de loi, Monsieur le Président...
So, Mr. Speaker, will this bill stamp out this scourge? Whereas, according to the study that was done by the Library of Parliament, which, by the way, does excellent support work for the committees, so this report said that courts are already using the fact that it is a crime against a senior or an elderly person as an aggravating factor. That's already been applied in a great many cases. So from my point of view, the fact that they talked about significant impact, even though we're trying to add the fact that the person is an elder within the aggravating factors, well, that means that once again, we will be creating sub-debates that should not be happening. Now, I don't know if the government is refusing amendments simply because they come from the opposition, and they'll tell us that they gave us the amendment on the title, but we're not that stupid enough to think that that's a major gift. But we just wanted a section that has a bit more punch, because elder abuse, crimes against senior citizen, there should be zero tolerance for those. Order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech tremendously, and I would like to take advantage of her knowledge once again, because I'm not a lawyer myself. It seems to me that this bill represents a step in the right direction, but I was wondering whether she agrees with me that on a great many issues, the Conservatives are trying to present us with simple solutions to complex problems. Now, everyone knows that there are no simple solutions to complex problems, and I have the impression that in the case of the bill before us, we're dealing with that exact same situation. And I had a concern with the interpretation that may be made by judges in certain cases. Will they try and apply a list where their ability to act as a judge will be undermined? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. That's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. That is also my very deep concern with regard to this bill. Indeed, we weren't born yesterday. We've seen government bills. They've got these highfalutin titles, and they claim to solve all society's ills, but in fact they don't present any solutions at all. The problem that I'm seeing here is that given that judges were already using the aggravating factor of age, That is the fact that the victim was a senior citizen, which made the crime even more despicable. Now they're going to have to interpret the law in 718.2 with regard to sentencing. So will that change the interpretations that were made before? I don't know. I asked my colleague from Mount Royal, who is also a legal expert. We can't say with any certainty, Mr. Speaker, that whether we have actually weakened or undermined the situation. And this is unbelievably sad and shameful. Sure, it's a step in the right direction. It's mentioned as being a type of, sort of, aggravating factor. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague from Gatineau for her very enlightening speech. It reminds me of the speech given by my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard. In the coming years, it bodes well for the government, that for this party which will form the next government. Now, Mr. Speaker, after having studied this bill in collaboration with my colleague from Gatineau, at least we were relieved to see that there will be no harm to the defense of the cause of senior citizens. But as my colleague from Mount Royal said, the progress that has been made is very limited. So I would like to ask my colleague from Gatineau what we can do, what more we can do than this tiny step in the right direction that the government has consented to make. It is, I would say it's rather, it's a marketing ploy more than any real help to seniors. The member for Gatineau. I think that a great many advocacy groups for seniors, well, I know that they have told us that there's a question of age and vulnerability. It's not true that because someone is 60 or 65 or 70 or even 80 years old. I met people on the weekend, Mr. Speaker, an 80-year-old lady. I think she can probably run faster than I can. She is extremely alert, very lively, very smart. So it is not always based on age. And so I think there is a type of fear on the part of the Conservatives. Someone who decides to commit a crime against against someone based on their age, is it because the person is vulnerable or not? They're just trying to profit from, they're trying to take advantage of that person because of their age. It's the same thing for offenses committed against young people under 18. So the solution that I see is to not be afraid of words and to put down the fact that attacking someone who is a senior is an aggravating factor, period, and that it will be up to the accused to prove that it was not a question of the person being a senior citizen. They just decided to commit fraud against the person, and then we can come back against the fraud that is committed against senior citizens. There's internet fraud that we're seeing all over the place, and we have to explain to them, no, you don't respond from someone from the World Bank order. The time for questions and comments has expired. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, it is a great pleasure for me to rise to speak to this bill as a member of the official opposition sitting on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I am very pleased to speak to this bill at third reading at report stage. Bill C-36, an act to amend the criminal code, deals with elder abuse, a problem that the NDP is extremely concerned about. As the spokesperson, or rather the critic for seniors for the official opposition, my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard, during her speech in this House on April 27th, Canada, like other countries in the world, must deal with the phenomenon of an aging population. According to Statistics Canada, the number of seniors in Canada should rise from 4.2 million to 9.8 million between 2005 and 2036, and in 2051, it is anticipated that people aged 65 and over will represent 1/4 of the Canadian population. I would like to come back to what my honourable colleagues said. Our society is enriched thanks to our seniors. They are people who still contribute a great deal to society, who do work on a volunteer basis, who share precious moments with their families, who help their families and neighbors, who invest directly in their community and their surroundings. We must ensure that the government and other structures adapt to the situation so that everyone can continue to live in dignity until the end of their days without that creating any problem, and that is possible. One of the issues that seniors must deal with is maltreatment. And this bill does take a step in the right direction in that regard. It amends Section 718.2a of the Criminal Code concerning sentencing principles. So in other words, the judge must take into consideration aggravating or mitigating circumstances, depending on the case, before determining which sentence will be handed down. As part of Bill C-36, the legislator adds to the Criminal Code an aggravating circumstance, which is evidence that the offense had a significant impact on the victim, considering their age and other personal circumstances, including their health and financial situation. Now, upon reading this text, we can see that a number of elements have been set out concerning the victim. That is, age, health status, financial situation, and other aspects. Now, the NDP supported Bill C-36 at second reading and then proposed the adoption of 2 amendments. One of these amendments had to do with the short title in the French version, and I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to say that it was adopted. The Protecting Canada's Seniors Act. But the second amendment was simply rejected out of hand, as my colleague said. Unfortunately, the Conservatives rejected this amendment, and we will see what the upshot of all that is, but it augurs very poorly for how it will be interpreted by the courts. Now, according to a report by a special parliamentary committee, between 4 and 10% of seniors are victims of maltreatment. However, these figures must be interpreted carefully because those people who are victims of abuse rarely report such acts either because they are scared, ashamed, or they feel guilty. The relationship between the victim and the person who commits the offense against an elder can also complicate the situation, and this is particularly delicate when the person in question is a member of the family, a friend, or a caregiver. Although the NDP approves this bill, supports this bill rather, the official opposition feels that additional measures are necessary and even essential in order to solve the problem of elder abuse. It would be ideal that these measures be put in place in collaboration with the provinces and territories. For example, a hotline for seniors who are suffering from this abuse and professional services that would meet the needs of this growing segment of the Canadian population. In addition to these measures, we must remember that of seniors, some 250,000 of them live in poverty, according to figures from the Conference Board of Canada. We must therefore ensure that all seniors can live in dignity, And that means that the public authorities must commit to improving income security, affordable housing, and health care as well. Increasing transfers to the provinces as regards education, health care, social services, as well as support for nonprofit organizations and NGOs that work with seniors. Mr. Speaker, that is the real solution. We need to increase the quality of our social fabric. Mr. Speaker, the official opposition supports this bill, but it insists on the fact that it is the responsibility of the government to adopt an appropriate approach with regard to seniors who have contributed all their lives in social and economic terms. So, Mr. Speaker, I find that a long-term strategy that encompasses a proper approach, as pointed out by my colleague from Pierre Fondolard, would be the right thing. We also talked about protection that would be provided before the abuse instead of after. Adequate education, proper training of all the players in the legal system as well, an increase in services to seniors. So all of these measures will ensure that we will be able to work for the good of senior citizens in order to minimize the impacts, or rather the incidents, of abuse. We will all become senior citizens one day, and all of us can be victims of maltreatment, regardless of sex, ethnic origin, income, or education. So for all of these reasons, in closing, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition supports this bill, but we find that it is wholly inadequate. It is only a partial approach. It does not provide a global vision in order to be able to solve the problem of elder abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Question commentaire. La députée de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for the cooperation we have on the Justice and Human Rights Committee, where we tried to delve into this subject in depth, and I particularly appreciated the overview of shortcomings of these very limited amendments to the criminal code as compared to the things that could be done for seniors to combat abuse, elder abuse. In committee, one thing, Mr. Speaker, was that we became aware of the importance of, in the vast majority of abuse cases, there's a very unique connection in most cases between the victim and the perpetrator, because in many cases, but in this case particularly, it's often family members who are involved in committing the abuse. And it becomes very hard for the victim to report a family member. So that's an important part. That was an important part of the committee's deliberations. I just wanted to mention that for the benefit of the House. The honourable member for Brome, Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. What I'd like to say about that is that, yes, it's true. Very often, it's caregivers, family, parents, relatives, loved ones who are the bullies, if you will, the abusers. They exploit their seniors. How is this to be avoided? There's no miracle solution, but helplines can be one solution by investing enough in awareness campaigns to raise awareness both among seniors as potential victims and among the potential perpetrators. There was a Manitoba government initiative in the area of elder abuse that might be promising to do something along those lines. There's all kinds of approaches that could be taken to these problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Brome-Missisquoi, who has the honour of representing the riding that neighbours mine. In terms of the unique features of elder abuse and the challenges that have to be faced, I'd like to hear him talk about a problem which exists in all rural ridings, including his, and that is seniors who've worked in farming and who then wind up being isolated because there are very vast distances, and my colleague knows this, and I congratulate him on the work he does in his riding. He has to cover a large territory. So how does this play into the issue? How is this an added dimension, an added complexity when we're talking about seniors living in rural areas, in isolated situations? Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very good question. Yes, indeed. In our campaigns, when we're campaigning, we have to cover many, many kilometers, and sometimes it's hard to get the message out. Now, this exists both in the countryside and in the city. There can be what we call family secrets. So awareness, prevention, training, increasing service levels, these are things that will help us combat this problem and get it under control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. The topic today is so important that I think it's very important that the most members possible speak to this issue. So, if you will, Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important topic, and I feel called, I feel very responsible to help shape legislation which will hopefully put an end to very many delicate and unfortunate situations. In other words, members aren't really happy to have to debate this. We would prefer to spend our energies building tomorrow's Canada, but we can't turn a blind eye to these situations, and we have a duty to protect these people. Elder abuse affects all of us because it involves protecting our parents, our relatives, and because the wheel turns, eventually, maybe sooner rather than later, for some of us, we ourselves may be potential victims. At what age do you start being called a senior? There was a time when the golden age started at age 55, but I recently learned when I went to get my flu vaccine that at 52, I'm now entitled to become a member of a group of people that could be labeled seniors. So we're all really, sooner or later, going to be concerned by this issue, affected, or at risk. And I hope this happens to the least number of people possible, as few as possible. So let's not close our eyes. Canadian society, like other developed societies, is aging quickly. So the protection of seniors is quickly growing to be a crucial issue for our society, and it's time to take action. And on this side of the House, we want to concretely support the passage of this bill, but again, we'd like to see it go even further. Just a few statistics to try to paint a picture of seniors. According to the 2011 census, seniors made up 14.8%, or 15% of the Canadian population, if you will. In Quebec, Quebec is the province with the fastest aging population. Those over 65, in 2013, they will make up 25.6% of Quebecers, or 2.3 million Quebecers. In my riding, it's a huge issue. From census to census, Trois-Rivières always comes tops in terms of the proportion of seniors. In 2031, it's estimated that 1 in 3 residents of Trois-Rivières will be over 65. They may have physical disabilities, they may have financial difficulties, and because of that, many seniors can become targets of abuse, just statistically speaking, or they could be more at risk of becoming victims. So it's hard to grapple with the scope of this phenomenon, but keep in mind that seniors are very often a preferred target, and therefore we need to do something to protect them. The NDP has been active on this file for a long time. In election campaign 2011, the NDP proposed stiffer sentences taking into account the vulnerability of a senior when the victim was a senior. But the NDP wants to go even further. Criminalization is but one way to reduce elder abuse. It's not a solution that's going to cause the root causes of elder abuse to disappear. So we have to go to the root causes as quickly as possible. So we need to establish a whole range of measures to get rid of elder abuse in cooperation with the provinces and the territories, and in providing the necessary resources for a comprehensive strategy, which would include, for example, a helpline for seniors who are victims of abuse, as is already done in some provinces, and for other groups in society, for example, youth. There's been huge success in helplines for youth. So it's conceivable that a similar service could be provided to seniors. Another thing that could be done would be to create special advisors on elder abuse based on the Manitoba government model. That would be a step in the right direction. I'd like to take these few minutes to commend the work of very many organizations, often volunteer organizations, who are breaking the silence on this issue and helping make seniors and their families more aware of the risk of abuse. In my riding in Trois-Rivières, the Table de Concertation Abus auprès des aînés in the Mauricie region is a group of organizations that aim to prevent and control elder abuse. They deal with advocacy, awareness raising, and prevention among seniors, institutions, and the community. I'd like to congratulate them for their determination to do concrete things to make the public more aware of abuse, efforts to organize conferences or seminars on prevention and advocacy, and participating in similar events organized by other organizations in other parts of Quebec and Canada. The NDP wants to go further and not just propose an amendment to the criminal code to deal with elder abuse. The NDP has a detailed plan to help seniors in Canada. It's a constructive, positive approach, and not just a punitive approach like the conservative approach. This bill certainly suggests that that is the conservative solution to this problem. We think we need to deal with the root causes of this problem. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that over 250,000 seniors live in poverty in Canada, in dire poverty? That's more people than the city of Windsor or Saskatoon. By helping these people overcome poverty, we would gradually eliminate the number of seniors who are potentially at risk of abuse and violence. How do we go about this? Well, I'll give you some effective ways of bringing seniors out of poverty. One is to increase pensions and income security for seniors. Poverty often causes seniors to live in isolation, and isolation makes seniors more vulnerable to abuse. Another thing could be done would be to increase federal transfers for home care and chronic care in order to ensure a certain level of home care. And we could also deal with the lack of homes where seniors can get long-term care. Measures could also be taken to help Canadians spend less on their prescription drugs. This could be done in cooperation with the provinces and territories. For too long, in Western societies, seniors get put out to pasture or parked in homes instead of being able to stay at home and bring their expertise and knowledge to bear in order to help the community. The NDP supports this bill, which partly meets the needs of seniors and is in keeping with one of the things we proposed in our platform, but it doesn't go far enough. There's a lot more to be done. The Director of Social Services at the Montreal Jewish Hospital said when she appeared before the Justice Committee, I think we need a multidisciplinary approach to deal with elder abuse. A simple amendment to the criminal code is insufficient. Unfortunately, this bill, once passed, will not dramatically put an end to elder abuse. If we really want to reduce abuse, this bill is an imperfect response. We hope to continue our work getting at the root causes, which are the poverty of seniors, their isolation, their health, and one of the most famous comedians in Quebec, Yvon Deschamps, spoke out about elder abuse and said, it's not funny. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm not in favor of leaping to conclusions, but I understand what he's getting at. When it comes to abuse factors for risk, there's the isolation of seniors. For a number of years, efforts have been made to promote intergenerational homes. That could be a partial solution to the problem. Not all seniors still have family members that they can live with. But I'd like my colleague to talk about the extent to which this could make a difference in the life of single seniors. If the Government of Canada could help out and stimulate the increase in the number of intergenerational homes in Canada. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you. That's a very interesting question. We could talk about it for hours, but I'll try to be brief. This situation, seniors, even though we might not know exactly what the age cutoffs are, but our life expectancy keeps going up. So we can expect or hope to live longer, to be seniors longer, and to be healthy seniors for a longer period of time. So it appears that the younger generation, there are some young people who would like to keep up a kind of connection with older people. We see that the bond between grandchild and grandparent is really special and really unique, and it deserves to be supported. A lot of families would love to have the means to be able to have a granny flat, for example, so that a parent or parents could stay within the family circle, if you will, and that might encourage exchanges between generations, and they could learn from each other. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech, again pointing out that the response to a problem in Canada by the Conservatives of merely making amendments to the criminal code is not really dealing with the problem. It's dealing with the effects of the problem, but it's not dealing with the problem. Much of what we've been saying here today is that there are other things that need to be done for seniors, including income supports, including social supports, and none of these things are part of this bill. However, even with this bill, as I read it, it appears that there are some flaws. The definition of substantial effect to a senior isn't something that a judge in a hearing is going to know about until after the person is convicted. And so the process of getting to a conviction will not reflect what might have been the substantial effect. Could he comment on that?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I completely agree with my colleague's premise. What's bothering me is this, and unfortunately, I'll probably have to answer his question with another question. The question is this: why does the Conservative government seem to be in this habit that we seem to see in other bills as well, of taking one step and then stopping? There's a problem that could be resolved, and yet the only approach seems to be is a marketing approach, a partisan approach. They rather than do completely what they can with the bill. So why stop halfway there or partway there? I think it's probably an ideological approach that consists in providing a simplistic solution to a problem that is not simple. They just simply decide to add or retract lines from the criminal code, and obviously this can't apply to all situations. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague from Trois-Rivières for sharing his time with me. As he mentioned, this is an issue that affects all of us personally, whether it be now or later. And so it's fortunate that we have an opportunity to discuss this. I'd also like to take a minute to congratulate my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard, who is doing extraordinary work in terms of the quality of life issues for our seniors. I think she's an excellent critic for this particularly important group in our society, and I really did appreciate her opening remarks earlier on. So I just wanted to take a moment to pay tribute to her work. Bill C-36, Protecting Canada's Seniors Act, deals with an issue that affects me. I represent Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and in this riding we have an aging population. There are many municipalities that are closer to Quebec City that have young families, but the further west you go, the more you find municipalities that are very small with an aging population. Unfortunately, those municipalities do not always have the financial or material resources that they require to be able to offer appropriate services for this aging population. And unfortunately, what that means is that sometimes seniors in my riding can end up in very vulnerable circumstances because of the surrounding environment. The purpose of Bill C-36 is to amend certain provisions of the criminal code in order to ensure that sentencing for an offender who is guilty of an offense committed against a senior takes into account the vulnerability of that victim as well as the terrible consequences of that crime for them. So the effect on the victim because of their age will be considered, as well as their personal situation and their health and financial situation, will be considered as aggravating circumstances when that offender is given their sentence. Elderly abuse is an issue of great concern, a very troubling issue. All we have to do is think about the cases that have recently been in the media over the past few years and that are quite shocking. As members of Parliament, it is our responsibility to do everything we can to protect our seniors who have contributed so much to our society and who continue to contribute to their communities throughout their lives, whether it be on a political level, whether it be just in terms of sharing life experience. I think it is necessary to act quickly as soon as we can in order to eliminate elderly abuse that too many seniors are affected by in our society. According to a report drafted by a special parliamentary committee on palliative care, between 4 to 10% of Canadian seniors suffer from mistreatment or abuse throughout their lives, regardless of their gender, their race, their ethnic origin, their financial situation, and their level of education. So all seniors may end up in these kinds of vulnerable circumstances in the future. One cannot predict what the situation will be. Now, unfortunately, this statistic may only be the tip of the iceberg because too often seniors who are victims of abuse hesitate in speaking out about this situation. Several studies have shown that, in fact, only one case of abuse out of 5 is brought up by the victim, and there are several reasons for that that resemble other situations, whether it be sexual abuse of minors, etc. There, for example, there may be a fear of reprisals. Perhaps they don't understand their situation. Perhaps they feel ashamed or guilty even. There may also be cognitive reasons. Another reason may be that there is a link, a family connection between the senior and their aggressor. Quite often, elderly abuse is committed by a person, an individual that senior knows. It might be even a relative. It might be a friend, a member of the family. It might also be a professional caregiver. It may even be in a long-term health care institution, and the list goes on. So there are often connections of trust with these seniors. There may be, some of these abusers may be in a position of trust, and therefore they're abusing their position of trust in order to commit that mistreatment or that abuse. Since 2004, elderly abuse in families has increased by 14%. Out of all those documented cases, 35% of abuse have been committed by a family member, and another 35% have been committed by a friend or an individual that knew the victim. Adopting Bill C-36 would be a first step towards a deterrence for people to commit elderly abuse, and it would provide for more severe punishment for those individuals who do commit that kind of crime. Under the Criminal Code, there are already similar measures that exist for abuse, for example, for young people under 18 years old. Given our aging population and given the number of cases that are increasing, or given the case that, given the fact that we have seen these cases in the media, I think it has become obvious that we need to better protect our seniors. These seniors may end up in vulnerable situations that are through no fault of their own. For example, they may be suffering from physical disabilities, or they may have cognitive problems, or they may be financially dependent on another individual. As several of my colleagues have already pointed out, the NDP supports Bill C-36 because it responds at least partially to the demands that we put forward during the last electoral campaign. However, we do believe that this bill should not be an end in itself, but rather the first step of a whole series of measures that will ensure a true protection of the elderly and that will also prevent abuse, elderly abuse, before it even happens. It is absolutely essential that we be severe with those who abuse our seniors, but we also have to take steps that will prevent these kinds of situations from happening, as well as providing families of the victims the necessary assistance to deal with the situation. During the 2011 election campaign, we proposed a measure that's similar to that in Bill C-36. However, our measure was part of a broader framework of measures whose purpose would have been to eliminate elderly abuse in collaboration with the provinces and the territories. For example, we suggested that appropriate resources be provided for a strategy that would prevent elderly abuse amongst Canadian seniors. And this strategy would include the following measures: a hotline for seniors who have been victims of elderly abuse, the creation of positions for special counselors for counseling those elder seniors who have been abused, and also an amendment in the criminal code to ensure that appropriate sentences are provided for those who have committed these kinds of crimes. Beyond these measures, the NDP feels it is absolutely necessary to deal with those factors that lead to seniors being so vulnerable. Before becoming a member of Parliament, I was involved in psychological studies, including studies of the elderly, and I had the opportunity to see what kinds of factors can be aggravating circumstances for their situation. Sometimes it has to do with the environment, sometimes it's physiological or psychological problems that develop over the years due to the normal aging process. Now, in order to be able to protect seniors, we feel that it is absolutely essential to ensure that the elderly in our communities can have a good quality of life. And in order to be able to do that, we have to increase income security. Measures have to be taken to ensure that all have access to decent and affordable housing. And there has to be a universal drug insurance program for them. I was talking about municipalities earlier on, rural municipalities that are facing problems in accommodating seniors. It's often in the smallest municipalities, those with 1,000, 2,000 residents, that seniors have to become quite isolated. They have to go away to long-term homes elsewhere. They have to go to Quebec City quite often. And those kinds of problems have to be resolved, because in isolating the elderly, you make them more vulnerable. So C-36 is a first step. I will support it, but many more measures have to be taken in order to ensure that seniors in our communities can live safely. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks and put the following question to her. The government opposite has been in the custom of putting on shows for us, this type of smoke and mirrors shows. They deal with a complex problem by providing a simplistic solution, for example, simply amending the criminal code. And what I would like to know is whether a more global response would be appropriate. For example, one based on social justice, for example. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much to my colleague for that excellent questions. And I know that he has significant experience, broad experience in social responsibility and social justice. The bill we have before us is, as my colleague said, a bit of a smoke and mirrors show, because the very source of the problem is not being tackled. We're not looking at the factors that unfortunately can end up putting seniors in these vulnerable situations and which lead to misuse, abuse, ultimately. We have to ensure a good quality of life for our seniors. They have to have access to drug insurance programs. We have to make sure that they have access to the kind of care that they need, that they're in a healthy financial situation, and these are all measures that are very important and that whose focus is prevention.
we have to also make sure that people know how to recognize abuse. Sometimes it's not obvious to those surrounding the elderly whether or not they have been abused, and there can be some things that go unnoticed. And so we have to give people the tools to act as well and to recognize the signs. So this bill does not resolve all those problems that our seniors are facing in our society today. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. In the beginning, she said that there are seniors who are suffering from abuse and who are living in very distressing conditions. And I know that the member would like there to be some kind of hotline for seniors that they can call and so that they can talk about this abuse. It's very difficult for victims to come forward, and we have to support those who are willing to come forward. Now, I understand that this is a difficult situation, and I'd like to know whether she thinks a hotline would be a good idea for seniors. And maybe it would just be one more tool for seniors for them to be able to take the next step. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord for that question. Yes, I think that a hotline would be very, very helpful. And some may use it, yes, to speak out about the situation. Others may not be ready to do that, but they may use a phone service, this kind of phone line, to learn a little more about the kinds of resources that are available to them in their own community. Because they also need to be supported. And oftentimes, seniors have to be supported before they're ready to take that next step. They have to feel confident before they go to the authorities and identify their aggressor. So there should be these kinds of hotlines that are available for the purposes of support, for the purposes of empathy, for the purposes of providing information. I think that's extremely important, and it's one of many measures that could be taken to help our seniors. Questions and comments? A very brief one. The member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so, yes, once again, I'm rising here because I'd like to take a little bit of time to ask another question of my colleague. Does she think that there is a will on the part of the Conservative government to help our seniors who are being abused? Because for a year and a half now, I've been seeing all kinds of measures being put forward by the Conservative government that will not help our seniors and that will actually marginalize them even further. So I'd like to know what she thinks of what the Conservative government has been doing in general for our seniors. Very quick response. Thank you very much. My colleague has many questions today, and I thank him for those. I can't really start trying to denounce the goodwill of members opposite. However, it is unfortunate to see the services to our seniors being compromised. Now, I'm not going to suggest that they're targeting seniors specifically. However, I would suggest that they're not necessarily taking into consideration all those factors that would help our seniors. So Bill C-36 is a first step, but it doesn't go far enough in helping our seniors. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member from London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am splitting my time with the member from Argenton-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-36 deals with a complex and a challenging subject, elder abuse. It's difficult to paint elder abuse with one brush because it comes in many forms: physical, sexual, financial, and psychological. And the scale of the abuse can vary dramatically. It can be something that's been happening over a lifetime or occur when a senior becomes frail and vulnerable. The source of the abuse can be caregivers, spouses, children, or even strangers looking to take advantage of a vulnerable, lonely person. Often the abuse is hidden, not spoken of. And Mr. Speaker, this is a great tragedy. One program or one measure cannot address the varying needs of our older loved ones who are suffering from abuse. We need a plan, a comprehensive plan that will address the needs of all seniors, and in particular, those who are being abused. That being said, I want to speak in support of Bill C-36. Now, the bill is not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, had proposed something similar to this in the 2011 election campaign, and I'm glad to see that Conservatives are taking some of our suggestions. However, what we had proposed to tackle elder abuse was a complete package, some points of which we see in the bill, but we need something more comprehensive, including an elder abuse hotline, the creation of elder abuse consultants modeled on a Manitoba government initiative, changes to the Criminal Code of Canada to ensure appropriate sentences for perpetrators of elder abuse. And, Mr. Speaker, this package would involve working with the provinces in order to develop and implement and fund such proposals. Unfortunately, Bill C-36, as it stands, will not have the desired impact on reducing elder abuse without the other steps that need to be taken. By merely adding onto the criminal code an aggravating factor for sentencing when a crime impacts someone due to their age and other personal circumstances, we're missing an important opportunity to create a system of support for seniors facing abuse. Mr. Speaker, the key to addressing elder abuse in Canada is not stiffer sentences, but addressing the root causes of elder abuse. The best way to combat elder abuse is to give seniors control over their own lives and ensure they have the finances to live in dignity. Speaker, I've been listening to seniors and meeting with seniors organizations, and I've heard over and over how there is a desperate lack of funding for programs and a very real and legitimate fear that Canada is not prepared for the rapidly rising seniors population. The most important issue voiced over and over by seniors themselves is that they want to stay for as long as possible in their own homes. They want to be in their communities, near their friends and family. I really don't think, Mr. Speaker, that this is asking too much. It's very clear that we need a home care plan, a plan that ensures seniors can stay in their homes and any modifications that need to be done to those homes are available at an affordable rate. We also need to make sure that seniors can access services without having to travel great distances, especially as their mobility becomes more challenging. A network of community hubs would be an effective way to ensure that access is there for them. This would also help combat the solitude that affects so many seniors, especially single seniors or those caring for their partners or another loved one. And, Speaker, our seniors are asking for affordable and appropriate housing that will meet their needs as they age. As abilities change, our older loved ones need appropriate care within the community or residence in which they live. Access to families and their social networks is key to the health, well-being, and safety of our seniors. In addition to physical security is the need for financial security. Seniors fear losing control over their finances and over their personal choices. Family and those with power of attorney can take control and take choice away. In fact, can take that senior's dignity away. Our elders can be forced into housing they don't want and can be told to hand over those finances. Too often, we allow this to happen for the sake of convenience or for our own fears for a senior's safety. Yet older Canadians should have a say, and they should be able to determine the direction they wish to take. This, I believe, is the most important factor in eliminating elder abuse. With control over their own independence and finances, seniors remain in control of their lives, which makes them significantly less vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization has recognized elder abuse as an important problem that needs to be addressed. Globally, the World Health Organization estimates that between 4 and 6% of elderly people have experienced some form of abuse in the home. The organization argues that a number of situations appear to put the elderly at risk of violence. In some cases, strained family relationships may worsen as a result of stress and frustration as the older person becomes more and more dependent. In others, a caregiver's dependence on the older person for accommodation or financial support may be a source of conflict, and vice versa. Social isolation is a significant risk factor for an older person to suffer mistreatment. Many elderly people are isolated because of physical or mental infirmities or through the loss of friends and family members. In Canada, seniors are most likely to be abused by someone they know. Canadians seem to understand that. In an ECO survey in 2009, respondents felt that most frequent abusers were a family member other than a spouse, 62%, and paid caregivers in an institution, 46%. Knowing what we know about elder abuse and its prevalence, I'm wondering what this government plans to do to actually prevent the abuse from happening in the first place. We do indeed need a plan to ensure that our seniors are able to live in dignity and have the financial security to make the choices that determine how they want to live their lives. The government did have a program in place, the Elder Abuse Awareness Initiative, and while not addressing the root causes of elder abuse, at least it attempted to bring the issue to the forefront. However, this program has ended now, and we're left only with this bill on the table before us. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it perfectly clear. This bill alone will do little, very little, to prevent elder abuse in Canada. It's a step in the right direction, and I suppose no matter how small that is, it's a good thing. However, without other initiatives such as an elder abuse hotline, elder abuse consultants, and a strategy to deal with the root causes of elder abuse, I'm afraid this bill will only allow for harsher sentencing, but not prevent the abuse in the first place. In addition to the fallacy of harsher sentencing is the reality that abusers are rarely caught. Mr. Speaker, we need better training for police officers to be able to spot abuse in the first place. Seniors are very hesitant to speak of what is happening to them, often because they fear identifying someone in their family or circle of friends as though the abusers. We heard from law enforcement officials that police officers need better training that will allow them to secure the trust of an abused senior so that real remedies can be pursued. Prevention should be our first goal. For starters, prevention is much less expensive than the mounting costs of emergency health care, courts, lawyers, and jails. Crass numbers aside, our main concern must be for the dignity of human life and preventing anyone from facing the long, hard road of abuse. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to our elders to ensure they have a retirement that has dignity. They have worked so hard building this country and are continuing to shape its future. How we treat our elders is indicative of who we are as a society. If we treat our elders poorly, then we're doing a disservice to Canada and to Canadians. Our seniors deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Our families deserve better. I would like to thank you for your time and indulgence this evening, Mr. Speaker, but reiterate absolutely. Financial security, that means not reducing OAS by eliminating the age of retirement at 65. Home care that can be pursued by seniors and is affordable. Long-term care that they can access. In other words, Mr. Speaker, all of the things that are not happening in this country.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague, first of all, for her extraordinary work, what she has done for the rights of the elderly and so that they can live well in this wonderful country. And I agree with all of the points that she made during her speech. And even though she's worried that we might find ourselves looking at more serious sentences because of this act, I would like to say to her that C-36 will we just won't have the results that we might have hoped for because we talk about significant impact on seniors. Most often the Crowns will not use that and they won't have really a serious impact. The seriousness of the offense, even though it was targeting a senior person, will not have the punch because they won't really be able to count on that significant impact clause. So after all the work that's been done at the level of the committees here on seniors, I think that this is another wonderful effort that will not result in anything.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. And I'm so very afraid that she is absolutely right, that we spend a lot of time looking at government bills that are meant to keep us busy, meant to create the illusion that something is happening. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that very few seniors report abuse because they have to live in the home with their abusers. Otherwise, they have nowhere to go because their financial security is such that they're dependent. And it may be a child or a grandchild that's the abuser. And seniors are very, very hesitant to tell anyone that someone that they love, someone that they trusted, is committing this kind of crime. And finally, of course, we need to provide the training for police officers so that they can take the time. Seniors just don't call up and say, oh, by the way, I'm being abused. It takes a great deal of time and trust and discussion between an officer and a victim before anything can be pursued. So additional sentences just simply are not going to work.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague who's doing excellent work on this issue. I really appreciated her speech, and I want to come back to one aspect of what she said that I think really could apply to other issues that the Conservatives are dealing with badly, in my opinion. So once again, we here have a bill that's tackling a serious issue, but they never talk about prevention. They go after the people who are already there. So as my colleague said, one of the best ways of preventing these kinds of situations is by helping seniors to stay home as long as possible, to be independent, and to not have to depend on people around them. So that's the best way to ensure that this kind of situation doesn't occur. We saw this again with C10. People are punished. We keep adding more and more clauses to the criminal code, and this is all well and good, but can we not talk about prevention to ensure that these things don't even happen? So I'd like to hear my colleague comment on that, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. She's absolutely right. Prevention has to be at the center of this because prevention means stopping the hurt before it's happened. And what wouldn't any one of us give to make sure that a hurt that damages a life never happens? Because after the fact, it is too late. She mentioned prevention in regard to home care, and absolutely, seniors need to have that option. I would like to see this federal government invest in real home care instead of playing around and actually cutting the resources to our healthcare systems, $36 billion in the future, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to see the federal government work with the provinces to start talking about long-term care, the kind of care that we should have in nursing homes. Unfortunately, far too many are nursing homes driven by profit. The care, particularly in Ontario, has declined significantly over the years, and that, Mr. Speaker, is another form of abuse.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Député de...
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a really important issue, and it's very near and dear to my heart. Since I have been elected, my work as an MP has allowed me to become very aware of the huge challenges that Canadian seniors face, such as violence, negligence, and abuse, which unfortunately exists in our society, and which is a very complex issue. This bill is asking for the sentencing decision to take into account the vulnerability of the senior who was the victim of the crime, for example, through their age or any other aspect of the situation that's personal, such as their health and their financial situation, which would be considered as an aggravating circumstance for the sentencing decision. This responds in part to requests of the NDP during the 2011 election campaign.
But unfortunately, that's not the entire answer to the problem, and I'll speak a bit more about this later in my speech. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that the population of Argenteuil, Papineau, Mirabel is aging, and despite the fact that rural municipalities that I represent are strong communities with citizens who are very involved in their area, they take the time to help their neighbors, those who are in their neighborhoods, but there remains to be a lot of difficulties in terms of access to healthcare services for seniors. And elder abuse is a reality, and my constituents often add for legal aid or other assistance to remain autonomous, for example, in terms of housing and in terms of their income as well. And too often they're told that there are long delays, that there's a lack of funding for housing, and unfortunately, there's also a lack of education as to how to deal with cases of elder abuse for social workers and for the legal system. So there are a multitude of problems that exist here when we try to navigate through this system where an elderly person is just trying to become independent again, which they have the right to do as an individual. And this is really disappointing that the system often doesn't treat people the right way. And I had the opportunity to hear from expert witnesses and from seniors themselves who really are on the front lines here in terms of this fight against elder abuse. When the committee on the status of women was studying this issue, several organizations testified, and they're doing excellent work to really fight against abuse, and I would name a couple. The Canadian Network for Fighting Against Elder Abuse, the Advocacy Center for the Elderly, and FADOC. So what we heard from some of these actors is that, yes, aggressors don't often get appropriate sentences, and that, yes, it would be a good thing to ask judges to take into account the age and vulnerability of victims. I'm sorry, I'm rather thirsty. However, several other testimonials that we heard brought up other aspects that are also really important to assess, because just looking at the sentences is not going to solve the problem. We really need to tackle the actual problem of elder abuse, and we'll have to look at all of the stakeholders here and work together in order to prevent these abuses. All elderly people, regardless of their culture, their sex, or their income, could be victims of abuse. And it is a problem that affects every level of society. But there are social determinants like income, social status, gender, education, and housing security that can result in a person being more or less vulnerable to abuse. Elderly women are very often victims of abuse, not necessarily because they are physically weaker than men their age, but because poverty and insecurity in terms of housing represent problems that are much more serious for all women. So this is something that will really influence elderly women because it affects all women regardless of their age. All women live with less income than men of the same age. And so this is a problem that exists, as I said, at every level. And once a person reaches a great age, people have problems with their access to housing and so on. And those are the kinds of issues that we really need to be concentrating on, because the number of women, the proportion of women is greater among seniors. So there are more women than men even in younger age groups. And And obviously women live longer, so there are even more senior women. So I really think that their autonomy, seniors' autonomy, is a way to come to deal with abuse. If we treat our grandparents well, it says a lot about who we are, and if we ignore them, when there's a systemic problem, or if we don't even give them their due in terms of their pension, then we really have a problem in our society. Housing insecurity represents a problem for many elderly people, as I said. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we really need a national housing strategy. This is something that we have also asked for and during the last election, and it goes hand in hand with this specific bill. We believe, therefore, that the answer to this, or the solution rather, has to be created in coordination with all sectors of society that are involved, along with the government and every level of government, because there are provincial entities that help seniors as well to get out of situations where they're abused or ignored. So our society as a whole has to understand the importance of these issues. There are excellent efforts being made in my area. There's a network at Argenteuil. They're presenting a play that roughly translates as "We mustn't take Grandma and Grandpa as a couple of turkeys." And it's really an excellent play, the objective of which is to break the cone of silence around abuse. And young people will go and produce this play in schools. And it also suggests kinds of tools that people might use in order to protect themselves. So, as I said, this play is produced in schools so that young people can understand what the issues are. But also they go to old folks' homes and they bring along people who do work on the front lines who can help them if ever they find themselves in a situation where they themselves are being abused.
The federal government had created an initiative to combat elder abuse, but the funding ended last year. It was an awareness-raising campaign to make sure that people could identify elder abuse, and it was a good start, but unfortunately it was just a start, and the program has been discontinued. Once again, this was really just the first step, because we really have to address problems of abuse and violence and neglect of seniors, and we have to promote programs that would promote autonomy, independent living, and so on, that would break isolation and ageism. So there's a need for training throughout the entire apparatus, the legal system and social services, to help seniors avoid these situations. And just to conclude, there needs to be a mandatory reporting system. There are people who are in situations where the victims won't want to report family members who are the perpetrators, so it's an extremely complicated situation. I hope this bill is not all the Conservatives intend to do to help seniors with abuse problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel on the perspective she took on the whole complexity of this issue of elder abuse. She did a great job of dealing with the issue of senior women, particularly because When it comes to women, the older you get, the more numerous you are in the higher age brackets. Women outnumber men. So there's strength in numbers. And this greater proportion of women in the seniors category forces us to take their particular situation into account more than ever before. In the members' riding, it's quite a vast riding. There's a lot of rural areas, and a number of my colleagues have already spoken to this. I was wondering if she could elaborate a bit more on the challenges that a big riding can pose with a lot of rural areas, because frankly it's very interesting to delve into this issue further. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you live in a rural area or an urban area that's not right in the downtown, for example, it can be hard to get access to services, especially when you're a senior and you don't have the use of a car. It's very hard to continue to live independently if you don't have access to transit, if you don't have access to medical care. And if you're a woman, as I said, you're more likely to be poor. And that's basically because of inequality that continues to affect wage inequality in society. So when you're a senior woman, you likely have less money. And that's why it's so important to increase pensions and the GIS and so on, the OAS and GIS. And it's very important to women because those programs, if they were increased, that would help senior women remain independent. So those programs really are essential to helping those people out. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to my colleague from Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel for her very informative speech. Unfortunately, I have to prick the Conservatives' balloon once again. I have to tell them that their solution, C-36, is only a very small part of the solution to the problem, to the very complex problem. Once again, they're putting the cart before the horse. With stiffer sentencing, that's not really going to go to the root causes of the problem. We'd like to see a more holistic strategy, a more comprehensive strategy. So I'd like to hear the member from Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel talk a bit more about things that could be done to prevent the problem of elder abuse. The Honourable Member for Papineau-Mirabel, I'd like to thank my colleague. As he says, this is extremely complicated. And on the Status of Women Committee, we've looked at it closely, and I'm convinced that we haven't managed to deal with all of the problems that can lead to elder abuse. So we need complex solutions to a complex problem. So the Conservatives are doing contradictory things here. They're not doing things like increasing the GIS. They're not doing things to help seniors stay at home. They're not increasing pensions. They're not guaranteeing a minimal level of home care. They're not making sure that we have enough long-term care facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to rise in this House and speak on this bill, a very important issue for us in the New Democratic Party caucus, something that I take very seriously. The greatest influence on my life was Jenny Boyd, who came from the Hawk Hill in Dundee and was a miner's widow in Timmins and pretty much raised me. My grandmother was very passionate about seniors' issues. And she used to talk about, she called them the poor wee wifeys, the immigrant mining women whose husbands died. There were no pensions in those days. Women who just faded into the background in any mining town across northern Ontario, northern Quebec, and lived in poverty. And my grandmother always spoke about the dignity of senior citizens. In fact, my grandmother was the first New Democrat I knew, because every month when she got her seniors check, she used to come upstairs and she said, the NDP fought for this, they fought for the pension, and that's where I learned some of my first lessons. I'm pleased to rise to this. Of course we're supporting this to go forward because this comes out of the New Democratic Party election platform of 2011. We know that the Conservative trolls study our election platform very closely, except they mostly try to misrepresent it, get things wrong, make things up, give absolute complete untruths about all manner of things in the NDP platform. But they finally read something in our platform, which was that we have been pushing for a strategy on elder abuse. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep concentrated enough to notice that we had a much broader platform for dealing with seniors issues, something that they've dropped the ball entirely on. So we're now dealing with one piece of the puzzle. And it's only one piece. There's elements of it that are important. But we need to look at the issue of elder abuse in terms of the larger picture, which is the issues that we've talked about in the New Democratic Caucus. For example, protecting pensions. When I was looking first, I heard the government was going to protect senior citizens. I thought they were going to protect them from people stealing their pensions, like what's happened under the OAS. We believe in the New Democratic Caucus that senior citizens deserve the right to be able to retire at 65 and that they aren't a problem, unlike the Prime Minister who went and told the millionaires in Davos that, in his view, Canada had a problem, and that problem was senior citizens. I think that that's a really shameful thing to say, and I'm shocked that he said it to the Davos millionaires and he didn't have the nerve to come and tell it to Canadian seniors when he was campaigning. So we believe that we need adequate pensions. Adequate pensions is a base issue. We believe we need proper social housing for seniors, especially if you're in a large rural riding like mine where we have seniors in old farmhouses with oil tanks and they can't afford it and their kids have moved south and there's no proper social housing for them. If they do get into social housing, their entire pension goes to paying for their room and board. They have nothing else to live on, so even their quality of life is then affected. So we need to ensure that seniors can move into proper housing, that they can have the proper supports and they have the proper pensions, that they can actually live their lives in dignity. We believe that we need a strategy for palliative care and a strategy for dealing with support for families dealing with people who have loved ones who have dementia or Alzheimer's. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, we will hear all the horror stories of elder abuse, and the stories are many. But the real stories are the small ones, the frictions that happen within families, the pressures that families are under when they don't have the resources to help a loved one, a father or a mother suffering from dementia. These are the issues that affect Canadians on a day-to-day basis. So certainly the government can pull out of the back pages of the press horror stories of abuse, and they do exist, and we certainly believe the criminal code should be brought to bear. But more often than not, the abuse is happening because of the kind of pressure that families are under, and we need a coherent plan to address that. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of fraud that seniors are facing. And we know, and we've been studying this at the Ethics Committee, the threats of data breaches that are happening they can actually profile people right down to the individual person, that there's massive cyber gangs out there in Ukraine and Nigeria and that they're actually able to target seniors individually because of data breaches. So we all have a responsibility, and we're looking at, and I want to praise my colleagues in all parties at the Ethics Committee for the work we're doing on addressing this, because Seniors are using the internet more and more, and we know that the fraudsters are targeting them, so we need a coherent strategy to protect them from fraud because, you know, the sense of humiliation and shame if you've been defrauded, you don't want to tell your kids that, you know, you lost some money or you got caught up in one of these scams, and these scams are really, really sophisticated, and they're getting more sophisticated now because of their ability to gather individual data from citizens. And, Mr. Speaker, we think that that's another issue that needs to be added in when we look at this. So we're talking about the need to deal with elder abuse. So elder abuse it happens in a number of forms. It happens in a form of criminal violence. It happens in the form of the same kind of abuse that we see against other victims, but it's also different because in many ways it's familial. And so simply saying that we're going to increase mandatory minimum sentences for this kind of crime is not necessarily going it's a blunt instrument. If there's serious abuse happening, of course, we want the judges to have whatever discretion they need to render the sentence that is due. But more often than not, we're seeing within familial relations the kind of pressures that are financial, the kind of pressures with a loved one. I remember my wonderful grandfather, McNeil, my mother's father, was a brilliant man, never gone to school, but a hardworking miner, and he started to suffer dementia as he got older. And the effect of my grandmother trying to look after him in this little house in Timmins without family around, without support. Those are the kind of pressures that we see and seniors see. Mr. Speaker, there's been a number of great organizations, the health authorities that have come forward, the work that the Palliative Care Committee did on these issues, that we can draw from and actually come together within all parties and say, let's look at a coherent strategy. I want to talk about the Canadian Association of Retired Persons, CARP. CARP has done excellent work in advocating for seniors. And they've spoken out, Susan Eng spoke out, as a society, we're now far more open to talking about the hidden crimes of spousal abuse and child abuse. Now we need to do the same for elder abuse. The current law is clearly not robust enough to signal society's abhorrence of this crime. I think this is something we'd all agree on. In fact, the New Democratic Party is very proud of the work of CARP. And we noticed that recently CARP was attacked by the Conservative government for being, they called them a partisan front. And I personally find that shocking that an organization that does such good work on the behalf of seniors would be attacked by the government. But they were attacked because the government was feeling the heat on their decision to steal the pension of seniors under the OAS revisions. And our leader, the leader of the official opposition, I would like to quote his words. He said, CARP is not to blame for the backlash the Conservatives are getting from seniors across the country. The Prime Minister is to blame. And I think that, so when we see CARP speaking on issues of elder abuse, CARP speaking on issues of financial security for seniors, we all need to take note. It's a serious issue. Mr. Speaker, the issues that we're dealing with in terms of support at the family level, the federal government has really been missing in action. The provinces are doing what they can, but we've seen quality of care dropping year after year. And it's not the fault of the people working in the homes, but we see the inability of seniors to get home care. We see that within the institutions, the pressure that the nurses are under, that the caregivers are under. And so support starts to drop. And that's where people end up having the accidents, the broken hips, the injuries, that actually just destroys whatever quality of life they have remaining. It's the gaps in the system that start to form that the victims are the seniors. And then within this, there's the other element of elder abuse. A couple of years back in Timmins, we held a forum on Alzheimer's, because the issue of Alzheimer's and really the need for a national coherent strategy on Alzheimer's is another piece of the puzzle. I'm not saying that people who have Alzheimer's are going to be victimized, but the pressure on families, especially families in crisis when you have Alzheimer's, and the lack of a coherent strategy, the issue of dementia, especially when the dementia hasn't been recognized yet. These are things that we all need to look at in terms of how do we ensure that we have the proper resources to bear, whether it's at the federal level or whether it's at the provincial level. Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats will be supporting taking this bill to committee. We do believe there are some problems with this bill. Obviously, there's some problems with the bill. It's a Conservative bill. Problem is in their middle name. So we want to address this. We want to fix some of the problems in the bill, Mr. Speaker, but we think that it is important to send a message that elder abuse is an aberrant crime, and we need to give the families the support they need to ensure that senior citizens and anyone as they age has the support they need to live in the dignity that they deserve. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I really appreciated another of my colleagues' speeches, and it brings me to this question. I've been here for a number of hours today. This is probably the 8th or 9th speech on this side of the House. Obviously, we tend to agree. My question is, how does he explain, or how am I to understand the radio silence from our friends opposite? Is it because this bill is so perfect in their view that they don't have anything to say, or is it just sheer arrogance on their part that they're treating us this way? The honourable member.
Thank you. I find that a very interesting observation. I was noticing that myself actually all day. Earlier we were dealing with a bill dealing with addressing the danger of nuclear terrorism. I could hear the sounds of sleeping on the Conservative benches. Nobody was getting up to speak. The issue of elder abuse, serious issue. We're seeing radio silence from the other side. It's as though they have misunderstood the role of this Parliament. The Parliament exists to debate serious issues, that we're all to come together and debate and find a better way forward. They tend to use Parliament as a way of putting out spin, of misinformation, of whatever the latest lie that comes out of the PMO's talking points. They think that's the role of Parliament, and it's not. It's actually an abuse of the parliamentary tradition. So I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for pointing out that once again, when we get a serious issue here, all the Conservatives, they take a pass. But if it's some kind of idiotic speech that's given by the backbenchers, well, then they just can't wait to get in queue. And so I think that to bring up the level of debate, I'd encourage the Conservatives to get a little more involved.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his very insightful presentation. I would like him to touch on two things. The first, and he did mention this, the fact that the workers, the incredible people who give up their time and their love and their energy to work in nursing homes very often are poorly compensated. There are too few of them because the employer doesn't provide enough workers, and there are too few hours spent per senior. And the second is, this is the only country in the G7, except for Japan, that doesn't have a national housing program. And one of the things that we hear over and over again is that decent, affordable housing is key to every family managing and having dignity in their life and in their future. And that goes for seniors, too. So I would like to hear his thoughts on those two aspects.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for London Fanshawe, who's been such a passionate advocate on seniors' issues over the last number of years that I've been honoured to work with her. Certainly, we have a number of shortfalls in the overall system. Part of it's federal, part of it's provincial. Issues of the lack of access to even home care. So people don't have the proper home care they need. That's where they end up having the accident, the broken hip. They end up in emergency. There's no place to put them, so the emergency rooms are backed up. We see, and, if you go into my communities, if you go into Englehart, Kirkland Lake, Larder Lake, Cochrane, Timmins, Oracle Falls, I hear from seniors all the time. There's no housing for them to move into, so they can't afford the places they're staying in. They can't move into places with dignity. And we see this issue of the need to have enough qualified staff to be there to work for them when they're no longer able to stay in their houses. So yeah, this is a big issue, and I'm glad that we're debating it within the House of Parliament. It's obviously, it seems to be a discussion only amongst New Democrats, but when we've always been the party that says that seniors are our major priority. No wonder my grandmother was such a strong New Democrat.
Questions and comments? No, she's not getting it. The honourable député de...
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, I think I commend my honourable member for his speech. I think it's a question of priorities, the fact that the Conservative government, when it comes to spending on important things like senior care, we had in our platform in 2011, we had a home care transfer and a long-term care transfer. Now, the costing of those things sounds expensive. Each one was about $500 million a year. But when you think about the millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that government has spent on advertising, the $664 million they spent on G8, G20 summits, the $50 million for the legacy fund that benefited the member from Muskoka, you have to question, Mr. Speaker, where the priorities of this government are. They say when there's things like we need a long-term care transfer, we need transfers for our senior, they simply say we don't have the money to do this. And then we see this profligate spending on advertising, on legacy funds, on 1812 celebrations. So could my colleague address the difference in priorities of the two parties, which has been underlined today by the silence of the government side?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the excellent question. I want to say to the folks back home, get used to it. This is what it's going to look like in 2015 when we finally gotten rid of the Conservatives. They've abandoned the field to discussion all day. They've been, because they can't get up and make misrepresentations, they don't really know what else to talk about. So we could be talking about, I suppose, flying limousines for the Prime Minister over to hang out at the Taj Mahal. We could talk about their priorities of taking $50 million in border infrastructure money and blowing it in a slush fund. That's their idea of priorities. We could talk about the F-35, or we're not supposed to talk about the F-35 anymore because they're not sure if it's the F-35 anymore. And they were just going to have a $10 billion overrun on 65 planes, and then they were going to try and keep it from the Canadian people. Meanwhile, the real priorities, for example, getting the transfers for home care, for seniors, well, they're not interested in that. The fact that Jack Layton, before he died in the election of 2011, his one commitment to seniors was that we would pass a bill to get every senior in this country out of poverty. The cost? $700 million. That might seem like a lot. Boy, that's not even the cost of replacing probably the engine in one of the F-35s, because I hear they're not coming with engines. It's a question of choices. This is what politics is about. It's a question of choices. And we have a government that uses its choices again and again and again to blow money on their friends, to give breaks, to misrepresent facts, to use their time in the House of Commons not to discuss important issues, but to actually try and misrepresent and fool the Canadian people, whereas in the Democratic Party, we've been talking about these issues consistently and coherently. Canadians know that when we're talking about the issues of senior citizens' issues, it's not just that we're going to bring a mandatory minimum sentence. It's not just that we're going to change the criminal code, but we have to have a coherent vision to ensure that not only can we address criminalization against seniors and the victimization, but that we'll have a strategy for fraud that is proactive, that we'll have a strategy for home care, that we'll actually have the transfers to the provinces to ensure that the Canadian health system remains something that we can all be proud of and doesn't continue to deteriorate and deteriorate as it's happening all too often across this country.
Comments? The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Question to the member about the obvious inconsistency in the NDP platform in terms of they're against elder abuse and at the same time they want to abolish the Senate. But I'm not going to I'm not going to go there, Mr. Speaker. On a more serious note, would the honourable member agree with me that making the caregiver tax credit fully refundable such that it would help low-income families would go a long ways to helping those families and a lot of Canadians who are struggling with loved ones and seniors who need help at home? And secondly, that Canada should have developed a more robust national Alzheimer's strategy. We're one of the few countries in the industrial world without a really strong national strategy around Alzheimer's.
For Timmins James Bay, you only have about 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my colleague from the Liberals to this discussion. It's now between us and the Liberals to discuss these important issues. The Conservatives have all gone to sleep over there. And yes, we need a national Alzheimer's strategy. It is very important. And instead of them wasting time with attack ads and misrepresentations, I'd invite the Conservatives to actually get serious about some of these issues for a change.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Ms. Zablonsky, moved that Bill C-36, an act to amend the Criminal Code, elder abuse, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor, please say yea. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. No. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Convoquez les députés.
Call on the members.
The Honourable Whip for the government side.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you defer the vote to tomorrow following government orders.
The vote will be deferred accordingly. Orders of the day.
Resuming debate on concurrence in Committee Report Number 5, motion to concur in the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, strengthening parliamentary scrutiny of estimates and supply, in the name of Mr. McCallum.
The Honourable House Leader for the government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's important that the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement is implemented as soon as possible. We need to give Canadian workers and businesses more market access for their exports. Unfortunately, we find that the NDP is ideologically opposed to free trade, so it's not surprising that I must advise that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the third reading stage of Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. I move, seconded by the member from Red Deer, that the motion be amended by deleting all words after the word that and substituting the following. The 7th report of the Standing Committee on Government's Operations and Estimates presented on Wednesday, June 20th, 2012, be not now concurred in, but that it be referred back to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates for further consideration.
The motion is moved by the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader, seconded by the member from Red Deer, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 7th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates presented on Wednesday, June 20th, 2012, be not now concurred in, but that it be referred back to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates for further consideration. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rather shocked and surprised at this decision by the government because the committee worked in an entirely non-partisan way. Other than one small issue which came in supplementary reports, all government members agreed with all opposition members. The President of the Treasury Board had expressed enthusiasm for our work, and we spent many meetings with many witnesses. So I wonder if the government side can tell us why it is rejecting the recommendations not only of Liberals and New Democrats, but also their own Conservative members, and why, after all this work, is it necessary for the committee to restudy these questions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, I would point out that the government isn't rejecting out of hand all of the recommendations made by the Standing Committee. As the member well knows, the government has made a response to the committee's recommendation. In that response, the government has agreed with many of the recommendations, but they've also pointed out and observed that perhaps some of the recommendations could be amended and, in fact, strengthened and enhanced. That's all that's happening here. I believe that the committee would find it useful to be able to consider the government's response to all of the recommendations, and upon further consideration, the committee may, if it so wishes, decide to come back with yet another report to the House. So, quite simply, Mr. Speaker, we are not trying to reject out of hand all of the recommendations, quite the opposite. We're merely trying to make the recommendations a little stronger and give it a little bit more precision and clarity.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The
Questions and comments?
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, frankly, I'm flabbergasted. This is the third review on the subject matter in over a decade. The committee spent a dedicated 6 months with experts from around the world, experts from the Parliament of Canada reviewing this matter. In point of fact, what I'm finding amusing is perhaps the honourable member could clarify to us. One of the recommendations was that the matter of the role and mandate of the Parliamentary Budget Officer be, in fact, referred back to our committee for review and study, and they flatly rejected that. So perhaps the member could clarify, is the government now changing its mind and deciding that, in fact, it is appropriate for our committee to review that matter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my first intervention, or at least my response to the first intervention, the government has responded to the list of recommendations from the committee. That is a matter of record. And in fact, the government has agreed with many of the recommendations contained in that original report. However, the government has pointed out to the committee, through its letter back to the chair of that committee, that there are other items that we believe that the government, or at least the committee, should give further consideration to. And that's all this is. This amendment that I have proposed is merely asking the committee to take a further look as to some of the potential clarification, some of the potential enhancements to its original report, and should the committee therefore feel that it is necessary to either amend or create a new report and present that back to the House, they can do so. If they feel that they are satisfied with their original report, they have that option as well. This is merely an attempt of the government to provide to the committee new information and a new perspective from the government for their consideration.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Seeing none, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion of October the 24th, 2012, by my colleague on the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, the member for Markham Unionville. He moved that the 7th report of the said committee presented to the House on June 20th of this year be concurred in. The intent of this committee report is clear on its face and in its recommendations. The intent is to finally institute long overdue and widely called for reforms to strengthen the capacity of members of Parliament to effectively deliver their constitutional duty to review and approve federal estimates and spending. It is widely recognized, Mr. Speaker, that one of the primary responsibilities of Parliament, and consequently its elected members, is the approval of the funds required to meet the government's financial obligations. This is known as the business of supply. Each year, the Crown delivers to the House of Commons its spending plans, or estimates, for parliamentary scrutiny and approval. It's important to recall, Mr. Speaker, that it is Parliament that has the sole authority to grant the supplies. O'Brien and Boss, in House of Commons Procedure and Practice 2009, reiterates the powers of Parliament to review and approve spending and the duties of the government to enable a process to deliver that duty. I quote, "The manner that Canada deals with public finance derives from British parliamentary procedure as practiced at the time of Confederation. The financial procedures adopted by the Canadian House of Commons in 1867 were formed by the following principles." And these principles are important, Mr. Speaker. We have the government frequently referring to past matters. Well, this is an important matter, the very point in the foundation of this nation. The first principle, that although Parliament alone might impose taxes and authorize the use of public money, funds can be appropriated to Parliament only on the recommendation of the Crown through royal proclamation, in Canada represented by the Governor-General. The second principle, that the House of Commons has the right to have its grievances addressed before it considers and approves the financial requirement of the Crown. Third, that the House of Commons has the exclusive control over the business of public finance, both taxing and spending, and all such business is to be initiated in the lower house. And fourth, Mr. Speaker, that all legislation sanctioning expenditure or initiating taxation is to be given the fullest possible discussion both in the House and in committee. And I repeat that, Mr. Speaker, because that is the very crux of the report and recommendations from my committee, that all legislation sanctioning expenditure or initiating taxation is to be given the fullest possible discussion both in the House and in committee. Mr. Speaker, it's widely acknowledged that the various House of Commons standing committees are intended to play an important role in assisting the House with the scrutiny of planned actual spending and performance. But therein lies the rub, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, it has long been acknowledged that Parliament does not effectively fulfill its role, and standing committees are at best giving perfunctory attention to the government's spending plans. The information provided to members of Parliament and committees is simply lacking in the detail necessary to ensure an informed vote. And, Mr. Speaker, that is one of our most profound obligations here as a representative of the people of Canada. In fact, in some recent instances, the committees have been denied opportunity to review the estimates at all because of tight deadlines imposed by this government. 3 recent reviews of the estimates process have been conducted with the objective of addressing this long-standing record of failure. A 1998 review by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Secondly, a 2003 review by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. And third, the recent 2012 6-month-long review by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, hereinafter referred to as the committee. Mr. Speaker, a total of 75 recommendations were made to Parliament in the first 2 reports. In January 2012, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, or the committee, determined that few changes had been made by successive governments to act on these recommendations, and many of the barriers remained to delivery of this parliamentary duty. The committee decided to revisit the constraints with appropriate officials and experts and to identify and address the most critical problems. Our committee worked diligently and cooperatively over 6 months, producing a focused, consensus report with 12 modest recommendations. And Mr. Speaker, I have to share with you and with this place that of the many experts who came before us from around the world who work in these matters, they encourage that our committee work in a non-partisan manner and that we try to work together in a consensus with some strong recommendations. And Mr. Speaker, I can attest to that, and it's clear in the face of the report that across parties we worked diligently and came forward with a very logical plan to improve the role of members of Parliament in these important decisions. The stated objective of the report was improving members of Parliament and committees' access to timely, understandable and reliable information on estimates and the support and capacity necessary to complete an informed and constructive report to Parliament. As reported, the end goal of the committee study and recommendations to the House was to enhance transparency and accountability, agreed key elements of good governance, and certainly, supposedly, the very foundation of the government of the day. As mentioned previously, Mr. Speaker, the committee worked diligently to forge a consensus report, one that was practicable and readily acted upon in a timely manner. And that determination was formed, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, in concert with leading experts from around the world, with familiarity of the experience in other jurisdictions, and with our own parliamentary procedures. There was only one dissenting opinion. Both opposition parties supported expedited action on the advice of experts for the appointment of the Parliamentary Budget Officer as an Officer of Parliament, along with a requisite enhanced budget. Regardless, it was the consensus of the committee that the mandate and function of the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer merited study by our committee, including the option of reporting directly to Parliament as an Officer of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, one would logically assume that as the committee is composed in the majority of Conservative members of Parliament and the review proceeded over a 6-month time period, that the recommendations that the Conservative members concurred in, along with those of us in the opposition party, had been vetted and received concurrence of their party. The government, in its response to the report, has in some instances supported recommendations and committed to action. In a number of instances, Mr. Speaker, they respond that the required actions are the prerogative of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, we just heard moments before from the representative government. The government, even in its response, did not suggest that these matters be referred back to the committee. They simply stated that many of the matters that we were raising are the prerogative of Parliament to determine, which is precisely the reason why we wish the report to be concurred in, and so that we can move forward and begin taking action to improve our capacity in this place. The government, in its response to the report, has in some instances supported recommendations and committed to action. In a number of instances, they respond that the required actions are the prerogative of Parliament. The government has outright rejected some of the other recommendations. The President of the Treasury Board has committed to action by March 31st, 2012 on at least 2 of the recommendations. An ongoing evaluation of accrual-based budgeting and appropriations will be completed and reported, and a model and timeline for transitioning estimates and related appropriations based on program activities. This will allow members of Parliament to review spending within a context of actual program delivery. We look forward to these changes. I know that all members of the House look forward to these reforms, and hopefully they will be expedited following the report in March of next year. Where the government held that a number of the recommendations are simply within the purview of Parliament, it logically follows, Mr. Speaker, that the report be concurred in so that Parliament can proceed with the recommended reforms. Regrettably, the government has also opposed a number of the key recommendations. Notable among those were changes to the timing and configuration of the tabling of the budget and estimates. This would have enabled members of Parliament to review proposed spending against the budget by also having access to information on actual programs and policies. So the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, was, why not, as many other jurisdictions, including New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, bring forward simultaneously the budget, the estimates, and the plans and priorities, so that we can have a full debate on the substance of the proposals of the government. This, we were advised by experts, is the practice now followed in a number of other jurisdictions and is highly recommended as a more constructive and informed process. What appears doubly odd, Mr. Speaker, is the refusal to accept this sensible recommendation, is that it was the very President of the Treasury Board who wrote to our committee at the outset of our study recommending consideration to exactly these reforms. The government also rejected the recommended review of the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. And, Mr. Speaker, I am now left deeply confused because just before I spoke, the government is now suggesting that the matter perhaps can be referred to our committee. So perhaps there is a change of mind, and I think that review is useful. That decision to reject the recommendations on the PBO is disconcerting for a number of reasons. And could you remind me of my time, Mr. Speaker?
Minutes and 45 seconds.
As I said, the decision of the government to reject the recommendation, the consensus recommendation of the government to refer the matter of the mandate of the PBO back to our committee. The rejection of that simple review is disconcerting. The PBO was created by the Conservatives with the stated objective of improving the flow of timely and accurate information to enhance the capacity of members of Parliament to deliver their duties to review government spending. Precisely the objective of our review, precisely the task that was assigned to us to improve. And the government of the day created that very position to assist us in that review. Of note, in 2004, the Standing Committee on Finance, following an extensive review, recommended the establishment of an independent budget office, reporting directly to Parliament. Yet, despite 2006 election promises made by the Conservatives to create an independent budget officer reporting to Parliament, after winning the election, the Conservative government did enact the PBO office, but reneged on the commitment of an independent budget officer reporting to Parliament. During the course of the 6-month study, strong support was expressed by parliamentary experts for the creation of an independent office of the PBO, including his critical role in supporting and enhancing the capacity of MPs to effectively do their jobs. As Professor Joachim Werner at the London School of Economics and Political Science testified, and I quote, "The first change that could be considered is to protect and enhance the role of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Some adjustments are possible in the legal framework for the Parliamentary Budget Officer. In particular, this role could be strengthened if he was a full officer of Parliament. Moreover, steps could be taken so that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has total access to all relevant information. I see some scope for strengthening it, also on the basis of international experience." Those views, Mr. Speaker, were echoed by Robert Marlowe, the former clerk of our House of Commons. And I quote, "The PBO should be the core staff of the committee. The PBO should be moved out of the library into the committee branch, made a full-fledged officer of the House. Half of his budget should be spendable by this committee, Government Works and Operations, on studies, and the other half by other committees on estimates as they apply for it." And, Mr. Speaker, this view was echoed once again in testimony by John Williams, well known to this House, now Chief Executive Officer of the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption. And I quote, "I think the Parliamentary Budget Officer should be an officer of Parliament serving this committee, very much like the Auditor General serves the Public Accounts Committee. Therefore, it would have the staff and resources to do that program evaluation and also have access to documentation too." And, Mr. Speaker, we certainly know that that's the question of the day, access to that information. Mr. Speaker, major concerns have been raised throughout the term of the current PBO regarding constraints on his ability to effectively deliver his legislative mandate, due either to denied or delayed access to financial information and limited resources available to his job. So far, as I am aware, at this date, many senior departments and agencies have yet to respond fully to the PBO request for information on spending, savings, and cuts. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm advised today that the recalcitrant list of senior agencies and departments has now provided some information. I'm advised by the PBO office it still is not sufficient. Included among those recalcitrant entities were Finance Canada, Treasury Board, Privy Council Office, Citizenship and Immigration, Canada Revenue Agency, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. As the end of the term of the current PBO is imminent, now is the logical point in time to openly assess the terms of his mandate and adequacy of resources allocated to effectively deliver the services needed by Parliament. The concurrence by the government of the committee report provides the opportunity for this government to finally actually deliver on its commitments to openness, transparency, and good governance. I therefore call upon the government to concur in the report so that the government and Parliament can work together to expedite the reforms necessary to finally, effectively deliver their mandate. By simply concurring with this thoughtful report and committing to work with all members of the House, this government could finally, in truth, claim credit for removing the blindfolds and handcuffs on the democratic process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the minister. It's actually an area of interest that I've had for many years as a parliamentarian, is the way in which we hold government accountable. And given just the magnitude of the amount of tax dollars that the government has spends, that one would like to think that as we evolve into the future, that what we build into our system of rules and procedures is a system that allows for more transparency, more accountability. And my question to the member is, does she not feel, in looking at the report in its entirety, that this is in fact at least a step forward, and we need to recognize that change is something that's ongoing, and to adopt the report at least keeps us going in somewhat of the right direction. I know I myself would love to have seen all sorts of other changes, and when I get the opportunity to speak on I'll be able to enunciate on some of those. But I'm wondering if she might want to provide the comment in terms of just how important it is that we don't just leave the status quo, that we need to move more towards transparency and accountability. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. As I'd mentioned at the outset, Mr. Speaker, there were 2 previous reports in the last decade which included a total of 75 recommendations. It was with great regret when our committee reviewed those recommendations to determine that very little action had been taken by successive governments, and that includes previous Liberal government, previous Conservative government, the current Conservative government. We worked diligently to analyze all those recommendations and to pull out the key matters that needed reform. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the very issues that we pulled out and recommended on were close to identical to the ones that the President of the Treasury Board recommended that we look at. And so we reviewed those matters and came forward based on what experts recommended, what the history is around the Western world, of how they're proceeding into the 21st century to modernize their system of review of estimates and budgets, plans and priorities, to actually make sure that those who are constitutionally obligated to vote on spending are actually informed in that vote.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. These are subjects that are not too obvious, but they are fundamental to the democratic functioning of our country. Over the course of the study, we studied many things, many issues, and one thing that we looked at that wasn't the subject of other studies was the parliamentary budget officer. Now, obviously, does my colleague think that we could have better used the director of the parliamentary budget officer, rather's assets to better understand the provisions of the budget?
Oh, no.
I'd like to thank the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, for his question, and I have to say it is an absolute pleasure to serve on that committee with him, and he provides invaluable advice and contribution to the committee and this review. Absolutely, if there's anything that came clear, Mr. Speaker, from every expert who came before our committee, this was not something that we singularly determined. It was raised by these experts on parliamentary procedure, and they all recommended that we endorse the position of parliamentary budget officer, make him a full officer of parliament, and in fact embellish his budget, because it's his very office that is created to assist us, the lowly members of parliament, in the review of estimates, budgets, and plans and priorities.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation, which made it easier for us to understand the issues, because unfortunately I'm not a member of that committee. So I understand that the government is now asking the committee to waste its time basically for the next few months, because the committee already did its report, and now they're asking the committee to go back to the drawing board and potentially amend their report. That's just a waste of time. I don't think the government should have proposed that amendment today.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his very cogent observation. Anyway, thank you for the compliment. It is an extremely complex area. It is an area of a responsibility by members of this House that we all take seriously, and yet many of us come to this house without those very skills. And that is why that review is so important. The whole reason for this review was to take former recommendations and try to pare it down to a clear action plan to actually enable us, the duly elected representatives of Canadians, to make sound decision-making on spending their tax dollars. I find it, frankly, reprehensible that the response now, first of all, the response was, well, we like some of your recommendations and we'll work on it. And other ones, well, it's the responsibility of the House. Well, now they're saying, no, it's not the responsibility of the House. Let's send it back to committee again. Absolutely reprehensible. I think that we did a stellar job of the review of an extremely complex area and brought in just the best of witnesses and experts. We brought in officials of the government of the day and completed what I think is a very, very useful plan of action to improve our ability to do our jobs here as we are mandated by the Constitution.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased as a member of the Standing Committee for Government Operations and Estimates to participate in this debate today. The committee's work has provided an opportunity to further strengthen the business of supply, a process that goes to the heart of our system of parliamentary government. Of course, one of the fundamental roles of Parliament is to hold the government to account for how it spends public funds. As stated in the Financial Administration Act, no payments shall be made out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund without the authority of Parliament. And it is by scrutinizing, reviewing, and approving government spending that Parliament fulfills this important function. Mr. Speaker, our government is as committed as ever in supporting parliamentarians in exercising this constitutional duty. It is part of our strong commitment to make the government more responsive, transparent, and accountable to Parliament and to Canadians. I believe that our actions speak for themselves in this area. Indeed, Over the past few years, we have taken a number of steps to ensure that Parliament and Canadians are better informed about public spending. This includes steps to improve financial reporting, which has admittedly changed significantly in recent years. We have all heard the expression, "Sunlight is the best disinfectant." It was made famous by former U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis, who used it to refer to the benefits of openness and transparency. Well, financial reporting is sunlight in the world of any organization. It shines a light on its operations and allows for the proper evaluation of its performance, which is why the government has been committed to not only improve the quality of financial reporting to Parliament and to Canadians, but also increase the frequency. To that end, we have introduced quarterly financial reporting on government spending for departments, agencies, and Crown corporations. This practice has been in place since April 2011, and it has made government operations more transparent and helped Parliament exercise its oversight role. It's worth noting that up until recently, parliamentarians could get information on how departments spend only once a year. That was through the Public Accounts of Canada, which include the government's consolidated financial statements and which are tabled several months after the end of the fiscal year. The introduction of quarterly financial reports has changed all that. These reports provide information on how money has been spent over the past quarter and how that spending compares with prior periods. I would add that these quarterly reports are among the existing mechanisms the government is using to provide information on the implementation of Economic Action Plan 2012 measures. In fact, anyone interested in the impact of the budget should pay particular attention to a new section called Budget 2012 Implementation. This section has been a part of quarterly financial reports since the first quarter of 2012-13. It includes information on the initiatives and savings announced in the last budget, including planned expenditures in relation to personnel. I would add that not all departments would have seen the impacts from the Economic Action Plan 2012 restraint measures in the first quarter of the year. This is because these measures are being implemented by departments and agencies in accordance with their plans over a 3-year time frame. But I can assure you that departments and agencies will continue to report on the implementation of Economic Action Plan 2012 in their quarterly financial reports as saving measures are gradually implemented over time. Mr. Speaker, quarterly reporting is just one of the many things we have done to strengthen the way we manage public expenditures. Another important change has been the introduction of annual departmental financial statements. Since 2006, departments and agencies have been publishing their own financial statements every year on the nature and extent of their activities. These statements have contributed to Canada's leadership in financial reporting. Indeed, very few jurisdictions publish annual financial statements at the departmental level. Our leadership is also evident in the fact that the Public Accounts of Canada has consistently received a clean opinion by the Auditor General of Canada. In fact, the Auditor General has given these financial statements, which are one of the most important accountability documents prepared by the government, a clean opinion for 14 years running. This testifies to the high standards of the government's financial statements and reporting. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on describing the actions this government has taken to strengthen the way it manages and reports its public expenditures. Let me just say that the reforms I have been talking about are all about sound stewardship of public services. There are just some of the ways that the government provides more timely and relevant financial information for parliamentarians and Canadians. And they demonstrate that the government is as committed as ever in supporting parliamentarians in exercising their constitutional duty of holding the government to account for how it spends taxpayers' money. Moreover, these actions complement the many steps that parliamentarians have taken themselves to improve the oversight of government spending. Today, for example, the Leader of the Opposition can select 2 departments or agencies to have their estimates considered by the Committee of the Whole House. The responsible ministers are then required to submit themselves to questions by the entire membership of the House of Commons for up to 4 hours. This change, made possible through an amendment to the standing orders, puts a direct spotlight on the activities of individual federal organizations and their ministers in a very public and open way. And I believe it has added an important level of scrutiny to government spending. There is always room for improvement. This is the case with most things in life. And it's certainly the case with the estimates and business of supply, which have seen innumerable changes over time, which is not surprising when you consider that we're talking about something whose origins can be traced back to medieval England. That said, the government welcomes the committee's recommendations to strengthen this long-standing practice. They include a number of suggestions to make the estimates and supply more meaningful for members of Parliament and the general public. They also represent a good balance of recommendations that apply to parliamentarians on the one hand and the government on the other. This balanced approach speaks to the fact that ensuring greater and better scrutiny of public funds is indeed a shared responsibility. And I can assure this House that it's a responsibility that the government takes very seriously. Mr. Speaker, the committee's report has given the government much to think about, and I'm pleased to say that we are generally supportive of the recommendations that fall within our purview. This includes the recommendations that address the contents of the reports on plans and priorities. As I'm sure many of my honourable colleagues have noticed, the reports on plans and priorities have already seen many positive changes in recent years. For one, they have become a lot more user-friendly. That's due to the efforts made to streamline the reports to make them more concise and written in plain language. It's also due to a focus on results-based management, which requires federal organizations to demonstrate clear outcomes for their programs. Today, RPPs must clearly state how an organization will achieve results for Canadians, and the departmental performance reports provide information on results achieved. These changes have certainly shed some light on the workings of government. To put it bluntly, it has made it easier to follow the money. The recommendations proposed to the RPPs by the committee will also make it easier to track performance. This includes the recommendation number 4, that they include financial information by program activity for 3 previous fiscal years and for 3 future years. It also includes the recommendation number 5, that they include an explanation of any changes in planned spending over time, as well as any variance between planned and actual results by fiscal year as available. The government agrees with both of these recommendations. Another straightforward recommendation is the one calling on the government to identify all new funding in the main and supplementary estimates and to cross-reference that funding to the appropriate budget source. The government agrees that doing this would add clarity to the estimates process. And as such, we are committed to identify all new programs that appear for the first time in all estimates documents. We will also link them to the appropriate source of funds from the fiscal framework. These changes reflect our government's commitment to strengthen the linkages between the budget and the estimates. By the way, we will never have a perfect alignment of these 2 documents. It's simply not possible. I bring this point up because the committee has also called on the government to change the timing of the budget and adopt a fixed date of no later than February 1st. This recommendation is an attempt to have budget items for a given year reflected in the main estimates to the greatest extent possible. The government has offered reasons as to why this has not been adopted. First, it would restrict the government's flexibility to respond to global and domestic economic conditions, such as the economic downturn and the troubles in the Eurozone. In many cases, these global and domestic imperatives play a determining role in decisions related to budget timing, and the government should not be bound by arbitrary dates that constrain its ability to respond to a dynamic economic environment. Second, a fixed date would simply not ensure that budget items are included in the main estimates. This is a question of process. After the budget is tabled, departments then go about the complex process of developing detailed program terms and conditions that need to be approved by Treasury Board. So if you respect that process, it may be several supply cycles before you see budget items in an estimates document. And this is an important point to remember. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to ensuring that parliamentarians have the information they need to hold the government to account for how it spends public funds. I believe that the government's response to this report, which I've discussed in part today, supports this commitment. Parliament represents a crucial link between the federal government and the public, who expect the best use of their tax dollars. By supporting the vast majority of the committee's recommendations, I believe we are making that link stronger. I would like to thank the members of the committee, all of the members of the committee, for the excellent work that was done. It builds on the many positive changes we have seen to the estimates and the business of supply in recent years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I am sitting in this House a little stunned. I listened to the comments from the Honourable Member, who is a member of my committee, who submitted the report. I appreciate her contribution to that review and was very helpful. I am at this moment a little stunned. It was a consensus report. That's not in any way revealing any way how everybody voted, but everybody knows it was a consensus report. I guess I'm troubled, Mr. Speaker, now. In many ways, it makes me question, what is the point? What's the point of working hard as a member of Parliament in a committee and listening to a myriad experts and representatives of government and then coming to conclusions and recommending the very concise measures necessary for us to do our job as constitutionally required. So I guess the question to the member is, does she no longer stand by the report?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Rosetown-Biggar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee, as has been mentioned, made several recommendations directed to both Parliament and to the government in order to help improve parliamentary scrutiny and review of the government's spending plans. We know that the government has committed to ensuring that parliamentarians have the information they need to consider the estimates and supply bills. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the government has already taken many steps, as I've already mentioned, to improve the financial reporting and support parliamentary scrutiny of estimates and supply. I have already mentioned the publication of quarterly financial reports. Other measures include posting financial data sets on the TBS website and the Open Data Portal, and ongoing improvements to the form and content of reports on plans and priorities and departmental performance reports. So we know that our government is committed to ensuring that we have the information we need as parliamentarians and ensuring to improving the information that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do find it fascinating that here we have a report that was put together, some 16 recommendations. And we like to think that they were all done in relatively good faith. I know from a Liberal Party's perspective, Mr. Speaker, we were behind 100% from what I understand, 15 of the 16, and had some concerns with a 16th one, but we were prepared to accept it. In looking at the report and going through the 16 recommendations, believing that there was considerable support coming from the Conservative caucus, that really what has happened here, Mr. Speaker, is someone from within the Prime Minister's office is upset with something, that there's something wrong in the report that has offended the PMO's office. Otherwise, I suspect that it would have been concurred in, Mr. Speaker. And one cannot help but draw that conclusion, that the Prime Minister is upset with something within the report. So my question to the member is, what does she believe that the PMO, the Prime Minister's office, is not comfortable with, to the degree in which that office has offended many members of the House of Commons? I would suggest to you, even members of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. What's in the report that she believes that the Prime Minister doesn't like?
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we do know is that the President of the Treasury Board Secretariat was very encouraged by the scope of the study and noted the range of views and perspectives presented to the committee. And we know that he also noted the complexity of the matter and possible approaches. Of the 16 recommendations, 8 were noted to be directed to the government. The rest concern matters of parliamentary procedures. And of those recommendations to the government, the response indicates that the government agrees or agrees in principle with the recommendations that we made. And I could go on to read all 8 of those recommendations that were made, but I believe that the President of the Treasury Board commended the committee for the work we did and supported the recommendations that were ours to look at in principle. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke about the recommendations the government accepted, so my question is very simple and short. Does she support the amendment put forward by the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader? The motion to have it sent back to committee for further work, does she support that amendment?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. As a member of this committee, what became very clear throughout this entire study is that this is a complex issue. There are many pieces of information that are available to members of Parliament. That was noted as well. It was noted that we have quality information available, that what we need to absolutely be able to do is make the linkages between the budget, the estimates, the departmental performance reviews, as well as the reports on performance and priorities and plans and priorities. And so I am always willing to continue to do whatever it takes as a parliamentarian to broaden my understanding of the estimates and the business of supply. And I think that's one of the things that we noted as a committee, is that one of the strong reasons for doing this was to encourage other parliamentarians to understand this process as well. Thank you.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the committee for her participation in this debate. At the beginning of her remarks, she congratulated their government on improvements and reforms that have been made by this government since 2006. Now, despite all of that, the results aren't too promising. Matter of fact, a study was undertaken on the estimates, and obviously it didn't go far enough because it's being sent back. So I'd like my colleague to comment on the report that we added. The Parliamentary Budget Officer is an officer of the House, a parliamentary officer. So does she think it would be a good idea to improve the functions of the Parliamentary Budget Officer to help us in our work?
Bigger.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I will speak to is the fact that the government noted that the mandate of the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the location of this position within the Library of Parliament were previously studied by the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament, and that the Joint Committee found the Parliamentary Budget Officer services to be a natural extension of those provided to parliamentarians by the library, which include nonpartisan and customized research and analysis services to assist parliamentarians and committees in considering legislation and holding the government to account. As the Joint Committee noted, the library provides these services with full independence from the government.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This isn't necessarily very sexy material, but let's try and figure out this issue. I think we have before us is material that, even if it's not necessarily attractive, is of great interest to our country. And the average person who is watching this maybe needs an opportunity to better understand the problems by us debating this and have an opportunity to understand what we're doing with this report. So, Mr. Speaker, what are we going to do with this? Well, when we undertook the study, we wanted estimates, these famous documents here that we get 3 or 4 times a year, that these documents be comprehensible, be understood by the members who have to adopt them. Mr. Speaker, this is very important because when you have a British-type parliament, we actually authorize the House, the government, to spend. And it's a very basic principle on which our parliament stands. Now, when we began this study, a letter had been sent to us by the President of the Treasury Board, and obviously he encouraged us to pursue our study of this. He put questions to us, and we tried, through some recommendations, to respond to those questions. However, the essence of our work consisted in each and every member, in each and every committee, depending on the department. As I was saying, the intention was to be able to make members of Parliament able to understand what these votes mean, what these appropriations mean, and whether or not they are appropriate. It's very difficult to do this, Mr. Speaker. Just allow me to quote Mr. Page, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who said when he testified before the committee that the House is empowered to put its confidence and its trust in these its expenditures, has to be able to make sure that they are compliant with parliamentary oversight. When everything is compliant, then Parliament is serving Canadians well. Mr. Speaker, you see, it's very important to go through this process. And even after this report, I don't think we'll be able to go much further than that, because when we were undertaking this study, we heard from several witnesses. Some of these witnesses had worked on previous reports, and they were very pessimistic because they didn't think that we would be able to succeed where they had failed. But we didn't want to be pessimistic, and we decided we would work in concert with the government to be able to make the necessary changes so that each and every one of the members of Parliament in each and every one of the committees would be able to truly comprehend the numbers that they had before them. And ultimately, that all citizens, including those who are looking at us right now, be able to better understand what this is all about. Because that's really at the basis of this. One of the fundamental aspects of this House is that we have to adopt budgets, and we have to understand what we're approving. Some witnesses told us that Westminster-type parliaments, some of those parliaments, had difficulty through the budgetary process in truly
making this a dynamic process. And they said that perhaps we would have to take a look at that. We didn't, and perhaps we will one day. But we're dealing with a budget of more than $260 billion, and about $100 billion involve voted appropriations. So if you look at a document like this, there are about $100 billion, Mr. Speaker, in voted appropriations. That's nothing to sneeze at. We have a fairly significant budget and a lengthy budget that we have to understand. And the budget cycle takes a minimum of 18 months. So when you have the estimates all the way through to the report for the public accounts, there may be 18 months. And so when we're considering estimates from 1 year to another, 12 months to 12 months, well, we haven't necessarily yet seen, when we're looking at the next set of estimates, the report from public accounts. So we don't necessarily wrap up one complete cycle before we move on to the following year. And so it's very difficult then to compare apples with apples, because we don't actually know what the final outcome was of one budget. And that's unfortunate. Now, we were asked to look at various types of accounting. I'll leave that up to the experts. I don't think that's the most important thing to raise in this current debate. We were also asked to look at how this should be presented on a program or capital basis, but I'm not going to go into that either. I think that these items are for the experts. What's important here to talk about is that when the work is done, and when those numbers are presented, we have to make sure that they can be understood by those who are responsible for adopting the budget. That's the important point to remember. I spoke about the budget cycle that's rather long. I'd just like to go back over it a little bit to give you an idea. Obviously, you start with estimates, and then you get to the budget, which is a sort of a public policy, political statement, and then that leads to reports on plans and priorities from the various departments, Mr. Speaker. It looks somewhat like this. This is the one from Public Works for the current year. And what it is supposed to do actually is assist us in understanding how money is going to be spent under various programs in these departments. And normally, there should be a pretty clear and strong link between the estimates and this tool. However, what we're seeing is this, and this was in the recommendations that we made, because what we recommend was that they have to be better synchronized. So we have something in the plans and priorities that should be connected to what we saw in the estimates. So there has to be a link between these. And these are links that we can't find right now. One almost has to be able to, I don't know, read signs or to be able to understand it. No one seems to be able to make these connections. I have 10 fingers on my hand, and that's probably the only number of people who understand the connection between estimates and these reports on plans and priorities. So we have a structure that is old. Numbers are higher now. Budgets are higher now. There are multiple programs now, and yet we're still using the same methods we used to years and years and years ago, and they have to be brought up to date. Now, then there's also the supplementary estimates. So we have the main estimates, but there are also 3 supplementary estimates that come out during the year. One comes after another. And so if you really want to get a comprehensive idea of what the total budget is, then you have to add up, basically, what's in the main estimates along with what's in supplementary estimates A and B and C, and then bingo, you have a budget. Now, obviously, then it has to go to public accounts later on, but as I said earlier, the estimates have to be considered even from the following year before you even know what the outcome of the previous year was. It doesn't make any sense. So we have to shorten that cycle somehow. And we have to make it understandable. It has to be more concrete. We really have to be able to make these connections from year to year. Now, we made recommendations that reflect that, especially a recommendation on the reports on plans and priorities, so that we can follow what happens over the cycle. It's very difficult as things stand to understand what the outcome will be. And this brings me now to the role of the House. I would expect, normally, that everyone in this House will all want financial statements and estimates that are detailed, that are perfectly understandable, and yet I feel resistance. Mr. Speaker, I feel there's resistance to that. Now, people are talking about transparency and making things easily understood, but actually when it comes time to act, well, things move slowly, Mr. Speaker. And they say, well, start your work over again, because this is complicated. You need to start over. Well, do people want or to fulfill their roles and duties or not? Is this simply an issue of control? Or is there truly a will to be a parliament? Because originally it was Parliament that was authorizing expenditures on the part of the King. So in a Westminster-type Parliament, it was the Parliament that provided that spending authority. Now, one has to be able to understand what one is authorizing, and that's the crux of the matter. Now, if there isn't a will to improve the situation, well, then between you and me, Mr. Speaker, this is really just an empty exercise. It's not going to go very far. What are we doing here, then? It's important, Mr. Speaker, to stay focused on our goals. I'll give you another example. So estimates are sent to committee for consideration. Some committees don't take the time to consider these estimates. Or perhaps they don't really understand what's in the estimates, and so they do it too quickly. But this should be one of the main activities of committees, and that is to understand how the department they are responsible for is spending the money. So there should be a rule that says that if in a few weeks, etc., we can't do this, well, then we need to see whether we've actually done our work. That's the question. I mean, if our work is not to assess budgets, well, obviously there's another part to our job as well. There are all kinds of legal issues and studies and considerations, but the budget is a very, very important part of the parliamentary cycle and parliamentary work. And if we are not there to assess this, well, what are we doing here? I'm asking you the question, Mr. Speaker. This is why we wanted to go just a little further. We wanted budgetary analysis to enter into the 21st century. Because I think we look more like the 19th century right now than the 21st century. We're still using these ancient methods, and I think that we should be looking at this clearly so that the people who are here, the people whose role it is to examine and consider the budget, be able to do it in an enlightened fashion. Obviously, there are partisan issues, and some are for and some are against, but at least everyone should understand from the outset what it is they are discussing, and that is fundamental. I'll give you an example of something we could do that's quite simple, and I spoke about it a little earlier. What we could do is bring all these documents, budget documents, together, shorten the time between them, so shorten the cycle. That is to say, the time between the estimates come out and then the supplementary estimates and then plans and priorities and public accounts, all this should happen in a much shorter span of time so that each and every document is as relevant as it can possibly be, and so that the right connections can be made between these documents, so that the right connections can be made between the programs and the expenditures, even announcements of expenditures. We shouldn't have to wait for the public accounts report to be able to understand what the very purpose of an expenditure a while ago was or meant. It's too late when you're 18 months down the road, Mr. Speaker. So a statement doesn't make any sense by then. And between you and me and the people who are watching us, I'm sorry, but if we're not doing it, there probably isn't anyone else who's doing it. And so we're not getting anywhere. So we have to understand where we want to go with our public finances. Now, we talked about a time period for tabling the budget. Now, the government wanted a set date, but we were referring to a period ending by a certain date. Why is that? So that we could give public administration the right amount of time to publish all these documents within a certain period of time, while making them as relevant, as impactful as possible. We live in a federation, Mr. Speaker. Provinces are also interested in knowing what is in the federal budget. That's also important. And they depend to an extent on what we're doing in our budget as well. And so our understanding of the issues also helps provinces to better understand the issues, and they can then adjust accordingly. So if the budget is prepared over a specific time, then we know what the time is that we have to discuss it. So the basic idea here is to be able to publish and announce these things at appropriate times, rather than end up with a budget that's prepared in February and then have a plans and priorities report that's tabled in May or maybe in June. And by then, the information has changed, life has changed, and it's difficult then to make the connection between the two. So that's important.
Another thing as well, in this debate, we might have to just get out of our little sandbox a bit for a change. We have to have the will to see things differently, not just to look at this like an accountant might. Whether it should be a good idea to hang on to these old habits, and I'll give you an example. We had witnesses to come in and discuss the government's response. And I asked a question at one point in time. And I asked the following question. We know that if we start making changes to the budget in the way that it's tabled and all of the documents that go along with it, we know that this is a huge amount of work for public administration. Those are important changes in terms of financial management. We're aware of all of that. It can be long. But even if it does take a long time, it's worth doing. So I wouldn't want us to say no to a change because it's time-consuming. It has to be done in any case. However, I asked a question, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we use the parliamentary budget officer and his resources to better our understanding, could we minimize the efforts that would have to be made by the administration? And do you know what I was answered? Was that no, we didn't even look at that. So, in conclusion, I'll remind you that the objective really is to make everything clearer and more concise. And what's important is not what the machinery of government thinks about it, but that this House and these members be able to have figures in front of them that they can understand and that they can be aware of what they're voting on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for making this a little more understandable for us parliamentarians. It's not understandable by most Canadians, and that's one of the things I wanted to ask him. And this report may actually not do what it is that Canadians might want it to do, but I'll give him a couple of examples where Canadians were somewhat baffled by budgetary issues, and maybe he can comment. One was the move of $50 million from the Border Infrastructure Fund into equipment or gazebos in one of the ridings, purportedly for a G20 summit or G8 summit. And the other was the decision by the Minister of Natural Resources to only spend half or less than half of the money on the eco-energy retrofit program by unilaterally determining to cut off the program before its program date. Both of those are examples where the government makes announcements, we vote on budgets, we vote on appropriations, and then the government unilaterally changes those things. And I'd like for Canadians to understand how those things can happen in this parliamentary system of ours.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. I thank my colleague for his interesting question because indeed, during the study that we did on the report, these questions did come up. Why is it impossible with the G20 story to transfer programs from one program to another without parliamentary approval? On the other hand, in a situation where we could table expenses by program, we could come down hard on that sort of thing. Now, also, and obviously, the other program that was mentioned, even if those amounts were allocated for that program, the government can decide whether to spend it or not. But I agree with my colleague that when we have programs that are good for Canadians, I don't see why we wouldn't spend the money on the allocated goals.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank the member for Louis Hébert. It's a privilege to serve on the committee with him. And as is clear from his presentation today, he lives and breathes the subject area. He's very educated and informed in the subject area, and we were grateful to have him as part of the discussion. The member is alluding to, I think, what is missing here and has been missing for quite some time in this place, and that is political will to actually reform this place so that we, the duly elected representatives of the citizens of Canada, can actually watchdog the spending of their tax dollars. One of the kingpins of the current government of the day in ousting the Liberals was that they were going to be this new, open, transparent, accountable government. And they promised during the election that they would create a parliamentary budget officer who would be an independent officer reporting to Parliament. And then when they were elected, they created the office, but they did not create it as an independent officer of Parliament. It has been commonly stated, it was stated by a number of the experts before our committee, that essentially it's leaving members of Parliament blindfolded when they are making these critical decisions which the Constitution imposes on us. So I wonder if the member could speak to that. The government is now suggesting that the matter simply goes back to committee again. That will be the fourth review by committee in a decade. So does the member think that that is a responsible and credible response to the hard work of this committee and the sage advice that we provided?
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague with whom I have the honour of working on at this committee. And indeed, one might wonder on what the real goals are. I have the feeling that the government wants to show the pessimists we met at the beginning of this study to be right. If there was a real wish to be transparent, and if there was a real willingness to be open and transparent, and often the President of the Treasury Board uses those words, but as we like to say, they have to walk the talk. We have to be able to have that desire to change. That's what's lacking, Mr. Speaker. Do we have to content ourselves with half measures where we're saying, all right, this has cosmetically been fixed up on this document and we've published another one? We're just adding another document on top of the big pile? Or do we have a sincere desire to do what has to be done for the good of all Canadians, which is to say that we have here, Mr. Speaker, in this House, specific and precise information that's comprehensive that each and every parliamentarian can vote on. That was the objective of this report, and I hope that we're going to continue in that vein. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was interested with listened with great interest to the member for Louis Hébert, who is obviously quite steeped in this information. But I wanted to offer something from my own experience, having sat for 16 years in another parliament. And each year we would have a budget presented, and along with the budget were presented the estimates. And the estimates said, well, here's what we said we were going to spend last year, here's what we actually spent last year, and here's what we're proposing to spend this year. And all members of the Assembly could look at this and could ask questions about it and ask why you were increasing or why decreasing, or new expenditures would show up. And then the public accounts would come out sometime later on, and you could look at those as well in terms of more detail. Now, is that what we're looking for here, something that we can understand what's going on? Because I've been here since 2008 now, and I was here a long time ago, and it seems to me that what we've got is a recipe for obfuscation by the government, where they can delay answering questions, where they can say, oh, well, read the budget, read the budget. But the budget doesn't tell you what's going on, because what's really going on is in the estimates, and what you say is we don't get the estimates for 18 months. So what I want to know is, why is it, do you think, that the government is not responding favorably to this report and recommendation?
Before I go to the answer, if I could remind all honourable members to address their questions and comments to the chair rather than to their colleague. The
Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And indeed, it seems as though the government is using the increased complexity to bury the information that we are seeking. Now, is that voluntary or on their behalf? I'm not certain, but what is clear is that the result is parliamentarians not having the needed information. So if I look at the government's response here, there doesn't seem to be any firm will to change. And yet, as he said for his own province, and we have other examples we could give, it is possible to do things differently, to think about things differently, and to provide parliamentarians with the necessary information. And at that point in time, Mr. Speaker, I feel that first and foremost, it's political will that we need in this House, and I think that it is cruelly lacking at this point in time.
Time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. J'ai beaucoup aimé le discours.
I very much appreciated my colleague's speech. He's done wonderful work as usual. And I would just like to ask him this question, because the Conservatives don't seem to agree with the report to which they contributed, and at one point in time with which they seemed to agree. So now we're found ourselves in a planning process that could avoid the problems we had with the G20, the F-35, and several other issues where the budget issues were a complete failure. So I'd like to ask my colleague a question. Now, is the problem here really that it's a financial framework that the Conservatives don't want to respect? Is that why they don't want to know anything about this report and they want to send it back to committee? The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. I thank my colleague for his question. And in fact, my appreciation of the facts are that we want to make cosmetic changes, but not substantive ones, to a system that serves them very well. I think, as I said earlier, that there really is a lack of political will to transform all of these numbers and the budget process so that Parliament can really get back to its initial role, which is to approve budgets for the various departments and organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Department of Public Works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to find myself here tonight to speak to the government's response to the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, entitled Strengthening Parliamentary Scrutiny of Estimates and Supply. Within the framework of its study, the committee heard testimony from academics, from federal and provincial government representatives, from independent consultants, and other interested parties. The committee deserves praise for having heard the observations from a very group of witnesses and for having taken into consideration a variety of perspectives. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Canada's government and the committee agree that parliamentarians must have access to the information they need in order to study the budget provisions and the appropriation bills. This is a fundamental part of our political system. And this is one of the keys to ensure Parliament and Canadians that public resources are used efficiently and effectively. In our parliamentary system, the government has the responsibility of developing its budgets and policies, and the government has the responsibility of Parliament has the responsibility of asking Parliament to account for its actions and for the results. That is why, since we came to power, we've worked to ensure that Parliament has the information that it needs in order to ask the government to report. Every year, the Government of Canada prepares the main estimates and the supplementary estimates as required in order to support the request made in Parliament to authorize this public expenditures. This is done officially through appropriation bills in Parliament. The supplementary estimates are intended to obtain the funds asked for by the departments and organizations in order to implement the programs approved by the government. It's also necessary to transfer funds approved in the main estimates from one organization to another or within particular organizations and from one vote to another. Moreover, the supplementary estimates serve to inform Parliament of changes made to the estimated costs of programs that are authorized under some legislation or an appropriation bill. The tabling of the main estimates and the supplementary estimates, which are intended to ask Parliament for the authority to spend, constitute an important element of the oversight that Parliament carries out of the government's intended expenditures. We do not provide the information only to parliamentarians. We also provide the information to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have all heard the saying, according to which knowledge is power. And yes, by making the information accessible, we are letting Canadians ask their government to report to them. We're making it possible. Canada is a leader as far as providing information to its citizens and making it accessible. We are one of the first countries to pass access to information legislation almost 3 decades ago. And that is the reason why, since coming to power, our government has tried very hard to open the doors and windows of government and to make information available not only to parliamentarians, but also to all Canadians. For example, in 2006, the government significantly increased the scope of the Access to Information Act thanks to the Accountability Act, which included amendments that were the most significant made to the Access to Information Act, which came into effect in 1983. More significantly, these amendments extended the scope of the Access to Information Act to more public institutions. Since the 1st of April 2007, the Canadian Wheat Board, 5 foundations, and 5 officers of Parliament are subject to the provisions of this Act. The Federal Accountability Act added a total of 69 other public institutions to the list of entities targeted by the Act. Mr. Speaker, there are now some 250 public organizations subject to the legislation on access to information. The services that these institutions provide are varied and have a very broad scope and include many activities and services that are important for all Canadians. However, in order to ensure greater transparency and accountability, we have to go beyond a simple expansion of the scope of the Act to more institutions. More recently, we ensured that it was mandatory for all of the departments and organizations that are subject to the Access to Information Act to publish summaries of the requests for access to information. Each summary includes the number of the request, a summary of the completed request, and the number of pages disclosed. And I'm pleased to tell you that the departments, the organizations, and the Crown corporations are complying with this new requirement. Over the last year, we have also published thousands of data sets, and we have put them up online.
So we're giving access to a vast warehouse of useful information, which until very recently was gathered very assiduously and put aside like your grandmother's silverware. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada produces and acquires data in fields such as health, the environment, agriculture, and natural resources. Open data consists in giving free access to machine-readable data through portals, metadata, and research tools so that public administrations, the public, volunteer organizations, and the private sector can reuse them in new and unprecedented ways. The doors are henceforth open, and the possibilities are really very interesting. In March 2011, we launched the Open Data Portal pilot project. This is a one-stop shop providing access to federal government data, which can be downloaded for free by members of the public, by researchers, by volunteer organizations, and by private sector companies. This is the result of cooperation among Government of Canada departments and organizations. The purpose was to provide access to data generated by the government for use by the public, by companies and by communities for their own purposes. These data deal with various subjects: construction permits, wait times for elective surgery, emissions, pollution, and waiting times at the border. Statistics Canada, for example, publishes profiles on community health, as well as data from the 2001, 2006, and 2011 censuses, and those are socioeconomic and geographic data. In addition, in keeping with our initiative to create open government, Statistics Canada has stopped billing users for access to all this data in 2012. Environment Canada has gathered information on fish stocks and on data regarding freshwater quality indicators. This information was all gathered through the Canadian Environmental Sustainability Indicators Program. The Atlantic Cooperation Agency, ACOA, has provided data on projects approved by the agency since 1995. Health Canada has published data on approved natural health products, the dates of authorization of all drugs that have been approved since, and that data since 1994. The department also publishes information on suspected adverse reactions to health products. Industry Canada provides data on broadband coverage, as well as the technical and administrative data on frequencies and radio frequencies. The Treasury Board Secretariat publishes data on departmental and organizational spending, the tables on the main estimates 2011-2012, and survey data from public servants from 2008 to 2011. Mr. Speaker, we're proud because our open data portal is evolving daily. We're continuing to add new data every month. And in order to make the portal even more effective, it's important for us to reach out to entrepreneurs and innovators and work with them to transform this raw data into applications that can be used by all Canadians to stimulate innovation and economic growth. For example, on the Weather Network, up-to-date data and models provided by Environment Canada are used to create radar images of the weather from coast to coast. There are numerous other examples of Canadians with imagination creating and marketing applications through government data. This gives an idea of the possibilities represented by the rapid use of government data by members of the public, both in terms of commerce and research. And the big advantage of the portal is that it makes all this data available in one place. A vast range of government data can be adapted to various uses. Over the past year, some 273,000 data sets from 21 departments and organizations were posted and can be downloaded for free through the government's open data portal. This is a worldwide trend. In the United Kingdom, for example, they're planning to publish graduation rates for each school. In terms of healthcare, they're intending to publish performance reports on cancer treatments. It's incredibly powerful. Access to this information enables the public and consumers to make enlightened decisions about essential aspects of their lives. It gives them choices. And the fact that they have choices means that public services like healthcare and education will have to be more accountable, which promotes innovation and service improvement. I'm referring here to the power of putting information within the reach of everyone, but there's more. This is a tool to stimulate economic growth and long-term prosperity. The European Commission is of the view that the open data revolution could contribute up to $55 billion in economic spin-offs annually in Europe. So it's hardly surprising that British MP Francis Mode, Minister of the Cabinet Officer and Paymaster General, it's hardly surprising that he should describe data as the new basic resource, the new raw material of the 21st century. In Canada, we're all well aware of the importance of taking advantage of resources. The development of our resources, our natural resources, help make Canada one of the most prosperous countries in the world. And as we advance in the 21st century, the key to our prosperity will lie in our human capital and our potential to innovate. In this context, data are Canada's new resource, and the development of this resource supports the goals of the government's 2012 Economic Action Plan. The purpose of our plan is to bolster and consolidate the private sector and to make the private sector...
A point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I've listened diligently to the speech, and I'm still waiting for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to address the matter before us, which is the estimates report. I hear him talking about the government's economic action plan. I'm just wondering, is he eventually in his speech going to be addressing the matter before the House at this moment?
It is. I'm looking at the motion that was placed before the House regarding the business before us this evening, and it says that the chair shall not receive any quorum calls, dilatory motions, and I'm just in the process. It's my understanding that calls for relevance would be considered a dilatory motion in this context, and as such, the parliamentary secretary has the floor to address the matter in the manner in which he chooses. L'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope you'll be so kind as not to deduct this time from my allotted time. The plan aims to strengthen and consolidate the corporate sector and to make the private sector the driver of job creation and economic growth. We are focusing on the determinants of growth and job creation, i.e. innovation, investment, education, skills, and communities. And that's where open data comes into the picture. We see this as a potential springboard to create companies and jobs and to support economic growth. By establishing partnerships and working in cooperation with business circles, the government can provide the raw material which, through entrepreneurial innovation, can be transformed into a value-added finished product which is highly sought after. There has never been a better time for this kind of partnership. We've never had the type of tool that we have today, whether it be cloud computing, mobile apps, or web platforms. And this is just the beginning. There is no limit. That's why, starting now, we are working on the development of a new platform for our open data portal, which will include advanced research capacities, Web 2.0 functions, the adoption of international standards for open data, the launch of interactive forums, and the provision of more pre-programmed interface applications. By broadening and improving access to data, government data, we want to encourage the public more and more to use these data sets. We will also be introducing a new open license which is based on best practices internationally in this area. This will free up users of these data, free them up from restrictions which are now outdated on reusing data. We hope that ingenious people all over Canada, in small businesses, in not-for-profit organizations, and in universities, will use this data to create new applications which Canadians will be able to use using whatever machine they want. We hope that entrepreneurs will be leaders and will be the key to the future prosperity of Canada. We want to draw from this resource to transform government and stimulate Canadian companies. We want to build this new resource together with entrepreneurs and innovators. We know that our current portal isn't perfect, and we will continue to improve it. We want to do this right and in everyone's best interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. He seems to have deliberately avoided the topic before us tonight. And so my question is quite straightforward. Since he hasn't mentioned it yet, I asked the same question earlier and didn't get an answer. Does he agree with the government's amendment, with their recommendation that this be returned to committee for further work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to point out to him that in my speech, which I was unable to finish, I would have liked to finish it, but I really did underscore the importance of the portal in my speech. That's a tool of the future for all Canadians. It's currently available for free, available to all Canadians. This will be an economic revolution all across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I sat patiently listening to the member, and I kind of, you get this sense of frustration when you get a government representative coming up and not addressing the issue at all. And we're wanting to see him actually respond to the core issue. The core issue is that the government, from the Prime Minister's office, I would suggest, has made the decision that this report is to go back to the committee, even though many of his colleagues would have agreed with the report. And we were supposed to give it concurrence, accept the report, and then move forward. But for some odd particular reason that only the Prime Minister's office really knows, it's being sent back to the committee. And I'm wondering if the member could tell us, without looking at the speaking notes, and tell us, does he believe that the individuals, his colleagues that put in the time and the energy and the resources in coming up with this report are being done a service when you have the Prime Minister's office coming to the House of Commons saying, let's send this report back, because obviously he's not content with some aspect of it, even though we don't know which part.
L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. There is no doubt that our government is determined to improve accountability and transparency. We've proven this, not just with talk, but with concrete action, and our record speaks volumes. Measures, like I referred to in my speech, which enable Canadians to have access to the open and honest government they deserve, a government that acts transparently, uses public monies appropriately, and that's evidence of responsibility and accountability. When it comes to the budgetary process, the government is attempting to ensure transparency. The same thing for financial information that we parliamentarians need to guide us in examining legislation and votes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to at least commend the courage of this member. Unlike other Conservative members, they appear unwilling to speak at all. I don't know why, but when you look at the G20 when you look at the F-35s, when you look at the renovations to West Block, at each occasion, this government is incapable of coming up with a budget and respecting it. Every single time, this government appears out of control. They either adopt budgets that keep changing afterwards, or they've just simply overspent what they budgeted. So the government's record is pitiful, Mr. Speaker. There's no other word for it, and I think that all Canadians watching us this evening are aware that each and every time this government has come up short. So now we have a report, and the purpose of the report is try to clean things up with a new process, and the government's saying, no, we're not interested, even though there's a consensus, even though all the parties agreed that the system needed repair because it was seriously broken. But they're saying, no, let's not fix it. We don't want to fix it. We've got a process that's broken, but we want to keep it that way. We don't want to clean things up. So this member has not answered any of those questions. Why are they against a report that says precisely that things need to be cleaned up? There has to be a cleanup. The process needs repair. Why not? Why? He's not saying why. What recommendations do they disagree with? Can he give us, as soon as possible, at least some sort of an answer this evening? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. He wanted information about the government's plan. It's a pleasure for me to discuss that with him. Our plan, Mr. Speaker, aims to strengthen and consolidate the corporate sector and to ensure that the private sector is the driver of economic growth. We're doing this by focusing on the determinants of growth and job creation, which you rarely hear from the opposition. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. I'd like a point of clarification, Mr. Speaker. This is the third time a question's been asked, and the member has not answered the question. Are there any rules around that?
The honourable members have the opportunity to ask questions and make comments, and members who have made a presentation have the opportunity to respond to that. There is no process for that the chair determines the validity of the answer. That's in the hands of the member. L'honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, in response to the very broad question that was put to me earlier, I'd like to continue. Because the economy for us is a priority. And so we need to focus on the determinants for growth, job creation, investment, education, skills development, and communities. And that's where this portal is important. We know, Mr. Speaker, that it's very important to create jobs and to support economic growth. And so, by establishing partnerships and collaborating with the business sector, the government can provide the raw materials that will be transformed into a finished added value product, thanks to the skills of our businesses. And there will never be a better time than now, Mr. Speaker. And we have these kinds of tools. We have them now, whether it be mobile devices, web platforms. And the sky's the limit, Mr. Speaker.
There's time for a very short question. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary must take Canadians for fools when this debate is about how much money is the government spending, when are you going to tell us, And how are we going to be able to know what it is you're spending and what the effects of it are? And I'll quote the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who says that despite PBO requests, the government has not provided clear baseline information used for any of the expenditure reduction initiatives in a manner that would allow Parliament to assess the impacts on government programs and services. That's the problem. We here in Parliament cannot do our job because the government won't give us the information.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's speaking to transparency and information. And, Mr. Speaker, our country, Canada, is a leader when it comes to providing information that is accessible for our citizens. We were one of the very first countries to pass an Access to Information Act, at least 3 decades ago. And that is why, since this government has come to power, has decided to open its doors and windows and provide not only parliamentarians but also Canadians with information. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, beginning my speech this evening, that I have never seen a situation like this in the House, where essentially the government sends in one player to rag the puck on a debate that is of such fundamental importance to Canadians, which is about the tax dollars that are sent to Ottawa and how that money gets spent. It is fundamentally about the democratic process and about democratic accountability. And it's clear from the speech and the response to questions that we've just heard by the government member that they don't want to talk about accountability. And it's especially shocking given that we are here tonight debating a report that was recommended by all parties at the committee stage, and now to have a motion calling for this report to be sent back to the committee for further study really does a disservice to all of the hard work done by this committee, all of the witnesses who appeared before the committee, all of the work done preparing this report, and to the seriousness with which I know my colleagues on this side of the House take this subject. And this subject is, of course, about the tax dollars Canadians send in and how this money is spent and how it is accounted for. And the estimates that we deal with here in Parliament are estimates dealing with significant sums of money. We're talking about $254 billion of Canadians' tax dollars. Now, 160 of that is committed through statutory agreements, but $94 billion worth of Canadians' tax dollars is what parliamentarians debate and decide on, and that's what we're talking about this evening when we talk about this report on accountability, on financial accountability. And it is about how we account for this money in a way that is organized, that is clear, that is task-specific, so that members of Parliament, when they are looking at the estimates, when they're representing their constituents across Canada, we know clearly and precisely what it is we are talking about. And, you know, what budgets are about is how money gets spent. That's what the estimates detail. And it's about the decisions that government makes. So, for example, the fact that we continue to have an unemployment level, a number of people who are unemployed, 25% higher than it was before the recession started, with 1.4 million people still out of work. The fact that we still have these people facing a human crisis every day is certainly of concern to parliamentarians and something we should be dealing with through the estimates process, especially when only 40% of Canadians are able to even get the employment insurance benefits that they pay for, they and their employers pay for through premiums. So how we deal with unemployment is one area of concern. Whether or not we're investing in infrastructure and transit. I know in my city, in Toronto, the Board of Trade estimates that lack of transit investment is a $6 billion drag on the economy of our region, which is especially shocking given that the direct and indirect benefits of transit investment would create hundreds of thousands of construction jobs, not to mention the importance generally to our economy, to our environment, and to the daily lives of Canadians. Whether or not we're spending money on other kinds of infrastructure, and whether or not we're providing affordable housing. My area, the GTA of Toronto, delivers about 20% of Canada's GDP, but it's increasingly becoming an unaffordable place to live, and a decision by this government was not to invest in affordable housing, even though it would have created many new jobs for Canadians and made life more affordable. So all of these decisions, Mr. Speaker, are important for parliamentarians to review through the estimates process, and is fundamentally the work of parliamentarians. So I want to, first of all, commend the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates for the work that it's done. And there are a number of very positive recommendations in this report that generally we supported in our party. And you know, we want to see adequate information because we don't have a lot of time to be able to assess the estimates that are given to us. And so one of the recommendations is, in fact, about providing more time to parliamentarians, but making the whole process more coherent, providing clearer, more consistent, more reliable information so that any member of Parliament can have a common reference point and be able to study the spending plans of this government. And that is certainly something very basic that all Canadians expect of us. So as I say, there are many positive recommendations in this report and a terrific amount of hard work that's being done. And it is astonishing that this government wants to send this report, again, back to the committee. They want to rag the puck, just as they're doing tonight in this House, by not treating this report seriously. That sends the message to Canadians they don't treat the spending of their tax dollars seriously, and they're basically saying they have noblesse oblige, that whatever they decide is up to them, and that parliamentarians and therefore Canadians should not be able to provide adequate scrutiny. Now, there is one area that the report is sadly deficient in, and this again comes down fundamentally to transparency and accountability, and that is in the role of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And it is well known that the Parliamentary Budget Officer's position was created in order to provide transparency, in order to provide accountability, in order to ensure that there was an independent analysis of the financial numbers that are before members of Parliament, that was taken out of the politics of the daily cut and thrust of Parliament. And when this position was created under the Accountability Act, under Bill C-2 at the time, it was touted by the government as doing just that. It was to prevent some of the problems of previous governments whereby spending was overestimated, deficits were overestimated, and then at the end of the year we were able to see that in fact the numbers weren't very accurate all along. It was also important in the wake of the sponsorship scandal that there be this kind of more stringent accountability. So the position was created of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and it was a significant step forward that we supported. But what we were calling for and continue to call for today and have recommended in this report is that the Parliamentary Budget Officer's position be an independent officer along the lines of the Auditor General, so that the Parliamentary Budget Officer could have full access to all the information that he or she would need in order to conduct the work of the PBO. And it is a shocking state of affairs today that the PBO has in fact been driven to the point of saying he needs to take the government to court in order to get the basic financial information from government departments that he needs in order to do his job. I have introduced a bill, a private member's bill, C-381, calling for the Parliamentary Budget Officer to be made an independent officer of Parliament, like the Auditor General, so that he will have full access to the resources, to the numbers that he needs, and will have the full authority to do his job in the way that I believe Canadians expected when this position was first created. And I thank my colleague from Ottawa Centre who, prior to my introducing this bill, had also introduced a similar bill calling for this independence of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. It was a groundbreaking position when it was created, but it has failed, the position has failed to have the full authority that the PBO needs in order to do the job. And it's not just New Democrats that are saying this, Mr. Speaker. We had excellent testimony, as I'm sure you know, before the committee making this recommendation. And just to quote one of the expert witnesses, Dr. David Good, professor of School of Public Administration from the University of Victoria, and I'd like to quote from Professor Good, who said, "First, I would make the Parliamentary Budget Officer a full agent of Parliament to assist parliamentarians and committees. I think the role and mandate of the Parliamentary Budget Officer needs to be clarified and strengthened by making the office legislatively separate and independent from the Library of Parliament, thereby operating as a full agent of Parliament. A confused mandate, which I think we've had since its creation, only serves to increase partisanship and the scoring of political points rather than channeling substantive information to elevate the level of debate to assist parliamentarians in the scrutiny of the budget and the estimates. As a full agent of Parliament, the Parliamentary Budget Officer would have the authority to have greater access to documentation." And, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what my private member's bill would do, but we don't need to have a private member's bill to make this change for the Parliamentary Budget Officer. This could be included as a recommendation to this report. We've added it as a supplementary recommendation, and it ought to be included, and the government can make that reality. The current mandate of the PBO includes providing independent research and analysis to government on government's estimates and financial management. And in fact, it's been the PBO that has had groundbreaking reports that have been more accurate than the government's own numbers. Case in point, the work that the PBO did on the F-35s, where it was through his office as opposed to government that parliamentarians first became aware that the cost estimates by the government for the F-35 procurement program were wildly off the mark to the tune of billions of dollars, and it was the PBO that alerted Parliament and therefore Canadians that this was a problem, that the accounting that the government was providing to Canadians was very different than its own internal accounting, differing by billions of dollars. And in fact, it was the PBO's numbers that were accurate, and the numbers that the government was issuing publicly were not accurate. Similarly, the PBO's costing of the impact of the government's crime bills and what that would mean in terms of greater costs in the criminal justice system, greater costs for provinces in terms of greater incarceration rates, and the PBO's numbers have been, in fact, more accurate in that regard, and also in accounting for our military engagements. The PBO has been very helpful as well. And I know as finance critic, when the Parliamentary Budget Officer comes before the Finance Committee, he is able to tell us more accurately, and I believe more frankly than the government has revealed to us, the impact of budget decisions. So, for example, when the PBO came before the Finance Committee this spring to talk about the impact of the government's budget, he told the Finance Committee that the austerity decisions, the cuts being made to programs and services by this government would be a drag on the overall economy, would lead to greater unemployment, and would reduce the GDP of Canada, which is, of course, sadly what's been happening in situations where governments have been pursuing austerity measures in countries around the world. We're seeing Europeans belatedly coming to the realization that many of the cuts that they're making to budgets in various European countries are in fact creating more of a drag on their economies and increasing unemployment in those areas. So the PBO has been very, very frank, very helpful, and for his efforts he has been the target of significant criticism and attack by government members. And certainly I've seen when the PBO's come before the Finance Committee, government members on the Finance Committee have been excessively aggressive, and both aggressive and dismissive with the PBO, which is unfortunate because of the valuable information that the PBO has been able to provide. So we've just heard from a professor from the University of Victoria, and certainly there are other witnesses who gave similar testimony. We heard at the committee from Dr. Joachim Werner, Associate Professor of Public Policy from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and his recommendation was, and I'm quoting, to protect and enhance the role of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. A number of countries are creating similar institutions, and the Parliament of Canada he was complimentary. He said the Parliament of Canada has really been on the cusp of this development. Internationally, the Parliamentary Budget Officer of Canada is highly regarded, and it's certainly a major change, in my view at least, in the degree the Parliament of Canada has access to independent, highly professional research capacity. So he was very complimentary, Mr. Speaker. However, he said, I believe that some adjustments are possible to the legal framework for the Parliamentary Budget Officer. In particular, this role could be strengthened, or the status strengthened, if he were a full officer of Parliament. So in that regard, Mr. Speaker, we on this side have recommended that the government take immediate action to make the Parliamentary Budget Officer an officer of Parliament, and further that the Parliamentary Budget Officer be mandated to report to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates with respect to its estimates work. And we believe that this would help parliamentarians, it would help Canadians understand estimates, it would help understand the budget process, and it would certainly enable the PBO to do the job that Canadians expect him to do, which he's endeavoring to do today. But if he has to go to court to get the information he needs, then clearly something is broken in the process today. And I see I don't have a lot of time left, but I did want to, in concluding, I did want to note a section of the report from the committee that talked about the underlying principles of Canadian parliamentary financial procedures going back to the days of the Magna Carta, signed by King John of England in 1215. And basically that it was recognized that when aids or supplies were required, the king needed to seek consent not only to impose the tax, but also for the manner in which the revenues from that tax would be spent. And they proclaimed later on in 1295, quote, "What touches all should be approved by all." Mr. Speaker, we contend that in order to be approved by all, it needs to be understood by all, that Canadians need to know what we're debating, what the numbers represent, what the significance of the estimates fully is in order to do our jobs and in order to be approved by all. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated earlier, you know, it's interesting within this report are a number of recommendations in which all of us felt had a great deal of merit. And there is a sense of disappointment or frustration that when the work of the committee comes before the House, that the government has made the decision, and I've made the assertion before and will continue to do that, the Prime Minister's office got likely involved in this process and has made the decision that it's not good, the report, the recommendations. We don't know what aspects of it that the Prime Minister's office doesn't necessarily like, but at the end of the day, it now has to go back to committee. And even though that report, the report that we're talking about, those 16 recommendations, were passed through consensus, Mr. Speaker. All one needs to do is look at the makeup of the committee, and that will then tell you that there would have been Conservative members that would have been in support of this report. And for whatever reason, the Prime Minister has said, no, go back to the drawing board. I wonder if the member might want to speculate as to why it is she believes the Prime Minister wasn't happy with this report.
Well, member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, I thank the member for his question and for the hard work by his party and all members on the Government Operations and Estimates Committee. And any comment on this would, of course, be speculation, but we can check the record, and we can know that this government does not embrace transparency. In spite of, in a minority government, having created the position, for example, of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and in spite of individual, and I believe in all good conscience that the individual members on the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, I'm sure, embraced these recommendations as part of the consensus decision because they truly believe they would improve our work as parliamentarians. But the government as a whole does not seem to embrace transparency. Witness the Parliamentary Budget Officer having to go to court to get information, but also witness the difficulty that we as individual parliamentarians have had finding out basic information from budget decisions about what programs are cut, what programs are going to be funded, what the impact of decisions is. And I think that's a very, very unfortunate message to send to Canadians, that somehow the government doesn't trust them to share information with them. That's a sad message.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To the Minister of Public Works. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask a question of my colleague, who is the critic for finance for the NDP. I spoke in my speech about transparency, and I talked about the vision that we had of carefully presenting these things to Canadians in the future. And in the NDP platform on page 4, they talk about a new tax. And there's not a great deal of transparency We haven't seen much from this party over the last year and a half about what they want to do with this new carbon tax. And I'd like to give my colleague the opportunity tonight to tell us more about this initiative that we can see on page 4 of their election platform, given that she is the finance critic and what the future vision she has for Canada would be with this NDP tax. Perhaps she could explain to Canadians what this might bring about. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, which surprises me somewhat because, first of all, it has nothing to do with the debate that we are having tonight on the committee report, but also because we support a carbon market, and it's the same policy that was adopted by his party. So really, I'm quite surprised that he would be asking this question, because we're almost colleagues as far as adopting such a policy would be concerned. It's good for the environment, and I don't understand why he's asking the question. It's as though all of a sudden he no longer supports the carbon market that we were talking about earlier and carbon exchange, and his party's changed its policy on this. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for having offered such an enlightening speech on the importance on the statements and the documents that speak to us about the budget and taxpayers' money, how we manage that, how we spend it. And can she tell us why the Conservatives are so afraid of voting on this budget? What information is it that the Conservatives are trying to keep secret? What did they not want Canadians to know? Sending this back to committee, whereas this report comes from the very committee that studied it, experts spoke to it, there was work done by members of all stripes, and now they're trying to hide information once again. It's all smoke and mirrors, so people don't know what it is we're talking about. There were 16 recommendations, I believe, that were very important. I'd like to know why the government wants to hide this. The member for Parkdale Hyde Park. I thank my colleague for her question, which is very relevant. And really, it surprises me. There are 16 recommendations that were supported by all members of the committee. 16 recommendations that overall are very sensible, and we wanted to add these recommendations on the parliamentary budget officer as well. But for the government, they've all of a sudden changed their minds, and they've decided they no longer want to have any consensus. They don't want to have any accountability. They want to hide the information and deny all of the hard work that this committee did. It really demonstrates a great lack of respect for the committee and for the goal of transparency, and particularly for Canadians and all of the money paid by taxpayers to this government, the billions of dollars for which this government and for which this parliament is responsible. So it's shocking, and I don't understand. This government is afraid of Canadians and of transparency. We have time for one brief question. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for a really relevant speech. We can talk about real issues now. And I'd like to thank her, or ask her rather. The parliamentary secretary made some comments, but he was talking about openness, for example, and I'd like her to give her opinion on this, having data available to parliamentarians.
Park.
Je remercie.
I thank my colleague for his question, And yes, to have open data would really be a change for this government, which has just burned all of the gun registry data. And this is why the information that the parliamentary budget officer is seeking is so important, because it's having the necessary information in hand so that we as members of parliament can do our work, doing the work that we were elected to do. This is why we are here. It is to take decisions on behalf of our constituents, and if we don't have the necessary information, the basic budgetary information, how can we take reasonable and informed decisions? That is the fundamental question, Mr. Speaker. And why does this government have such a fear of data? Why are they so afraid of transparency, and why are they so afraid of Canadians?
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege and honour to rise in the House this evening to contribute to this debate on the estimates and supply. As a member of the Government Operations Committee, we've had definitely a very rigorous and fulsome debate on this issue. And just want to give a brief recap of where we've come from and where we're going to, and I believe our government moving forward in our open and transparent manner. The supply process of which the estimates are a part is one of the cornerstones of Canada's democratic government. It dates back to the British feudal system and the development of Parliament as a check on the spending authority of the monarch. While the system has evolved since then, its overall principle has remained the same. No payments can be made out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund without the authority of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the legislative process, including supply, is the mechanism through which this authority is given. The supply process is rooted in both law and parliamentary tradition. Estimates present information in support of supply bills, and while there have been changes to the presentation of estimates over time, there have been only a few changes to their fundamental form and content, and these were largely as a result of recommendations from parliamentary committees. So I'm pleased this evening to recognize the significance of the committee's work, as well as its significance for parliamentarians of today and the future, which will be better able to serve Canadians as a result of the committee's efforts. Mr. Speaker, I was especially encouraged by the scope of the study and the range of views and perspectives presented to the committee. As I mentioned, we had a variety of witnesses from not only across Canada but from the world giving input, and they're sharing their wisdom and experience. I believe this shows the complexity of the issues being studied and the approaches to improving them. In short, Mr. Speaker, the committee has taken considerable time and effort to review the evidence, and their effort is a good start to reforming the estimate process. I'd like now to summarize the government's overall response to this report. First of all, we agree with almost all of the recommendations directed to government. As you know, some of the other recommendations were directed to parliamentary committees and the House of Commons, as has been alluded to this evening. We have taken note of these other recommendations and offered observations or comments where appropriate. Let me elaborate briefly on the recommendations directed to the government. Recommendation number 1 is that the Treasury Board of Canada's Secretariat complete its study of actuarial-based budgeting and appropriations and report back to Parliament by March 31st, 2013. Mr. Speaker, we agree. This is consistent with our response to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts, with report tabled in August 2012. Recommendation number 2 is that the Treasury Board Secretariat transition the estimates and related appropriation acts from the current model to a program activity model. So taking the current model and moving to a program activity model. So we're going to assist the federal departments with this process and prepare a timeline for this transition by March 31st, 2013, and transmit this timeline to our committee. So we consider this as to be a very, very significant recommendation to come from a report, a change in the vote structure so that estimates align with specific strategic outcomes and program activity spending, providing a clear, traceable line between authorities, strategic outcomes, and related program activities.
Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to developing and consulting on a cost-effective means of implementing this recommendation. Recommendation number 7 is that the government identifies separately in the main estimates and the supplementary estimates all new funding that is included in the votes and that it be cross-referenced to the appropriate budget source. Once again, the government agrees. We will identify new programs that are receiving first-time funding in the main estimates and the supplementary estimates with the appropriate source of funds from the fiscal framework. Recommendation 12 is that departments and agencies include tax expenditures in the reports on plans and priorities as determined by the Secretariat to the best fit their mandate. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the expenditures are included in the Department of Finance's tax expenditures and evaluations report. We agree in principle with this recommendation. We're offering a little different approach. In the sense, tax expenditures are the responsibility of the Minister of Finance. So the allocation of tax expenditures to other departments could be subject to interpretation, and tax expenditures are estimated on the basis of the calendar year, not the fiscal year. So we have to make sure there's an understanding, one's based on the calendar year and the other on the fiscal year. So the government believes that information on tax expenditures should not be included in the reports and plans and priorities of other departments and agencies. Having said that, to give parliamentarians a broader perspective on government expenses, the government will coordinate the release of the tax expenditures and evaluations publication with that of the main estimates on or around March 1st of each year. We'll also add a reference with a hyperlink to the tax expenditures and evaluations publication and departments' RPPs. This will include a note indicating that the tax measures in the publication are the sole responsibility of the Minister of Finance and directing Department of Finance officials to provide briefings on the publication at the committee's request. So as the committee recommends, Mr. Speaker, the department officials from the Finance will come and update the committee. Recommendations 4, 5, and 16 are linked, and recommendation 4 is that departments' reports on plans and priorities, otherwise RPP, should contain financial information by program activity for 3 previous fiscal years and for 3 future years. So we're looking at 3 past and 3 forward, giving the committee a good perspective and parliamentarians an understanding from the 6-year time span. The government agrees with this recommendation. This information should be made more readily available. The Secretariat will also look at electronic presentation as well within the reports on plans and priorities. Mr. Speaker, recommendation number 5 is that the reports on plans and priorities include an explanation of any changes in planned spending over time and any of the variances between planned and actual results by fiscal year as available. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we agree. The Secretariat will provide guidance to departments to enhance appropriate sections of the reports on plans and priorities and the departmental performance reports. Mr. Speaker, recommendation 16 is that the government develop a searchable online database that contains information on departmental spending by type of expense and by program. We agree. Recommendations 4, 5, and 16 are also linked to our Open Government initiative. Open government, Mr. Speaker, is about sharing government information with Canadians, so the recommendations are timely. There are widespread possibilities for the use of open data that support the desire among stakeholders for better information and estimates and supplies. Once again, it only makes sense that we should take advantage of technology and recent initiatives to do that. And, Mr. Speaker, I must say that the President of the Treasury Board has been a strong advocate of already in many ways of implementing technology to help make this information online and more accessible for not only parliamentarians but all Canadians. In short, Mr. Speaker, the government agrees in principle with all but one of the recommendations directed to it. We disagree with the recommendation regarding the establishment of a fixed tabling date, February 1st, for the budget. I must say, as a member of the committee, that there was lots of debate on this particular issue, and in the opinion of the government, this would restrict the government's flexibility to respond to global and domestic economic conditions. So I understand the flexibility is needed, especially during these uncertain times globally with the fiscal crisis that we come through and uncertain times in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, in many cases, these global and domestic imperatives play a determining role in decisions related to budget timing, and the government should not be bound by arbitrary dates that constrain its ability to respond to a dynamic economic environment. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is not a partisan issue. It has to be in the best interest as ever governing our country at the time, make sure that they have the best flexibility, can make the best decisions for the specific time facing the economic situations, not only at home but around the world. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this report also contains many recommendations directed to other organizations, including standing committees, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and House of Commons, where we are this evening, which is not within our purview to comment on. This speaks to the thoroughness of this work and the wide perspective with which the committee carried out its review. Overall, our agreement with most of the recommendations directed to the government is a positive result. It is a testament, I believe, Mr. Speaker, to both the committee's desire. We worked very cooperatively, as alluded to previous speakers. It was great feedback and working together with all of us with the desire to improve the system and the government's commitment to advancing accountability and transparency in our public institutions. It also speaks to the ability of parliamentarians to work together across party lines for the good of Canada. Mr. Speaker, strengthening accountability and transparency was part of the government's promise to Canadians when we were first elected in 2006. January 23rd, 2006, matter of fact, is when I was first elected. And the platform was accountability and transparency, and we brought in C2. In that year was the toughest legislation on accountability, and we continue to move forward to open and transparent government. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have not wavered from that commitment, but have been hard at work since then. Let me give you a few examples. One of the first things we did on coming into power was bring in the Federal Accountability Act, as I mentioned, Bill C2, and its accompanying action plan. When the legislation received royal assent in December 2006, we immediately acted to reduce the influence of money in elections. As a result, a law prohibiting contributions to political parties by corporations, unions, and organizations, and lowering the limit on individuals' political contributions came into force that year on June 12th. We also gave government watchdogs, the Auditor General, additional powers. So, Mr. Speaker, only individuals could contribute, and unions and corporations were prohibited. If we look at our friends to the south, it's just a mess down there as far as I'm concerned, and how the money's taken over. And I think that's such a prudent decision of the government that we brought this in bringing some reasonableness to the debate that happens within our elections across Canada. We made deputy ministers accounting officers who must appear before parliamentary committees as accounting officers accountable for the management of their departments. We've put in place measures to provide Canadians with broader and better access to more information from public organizations more than ever before. We extended the Access to Information Act to cover the Canadian Wheat Board, 5 foundations and 5 agents of Parliament, and most Crown corporations and their wholly owned subsidiaries. We also introduced measures to strengthen ethical conduct in the public service. Mr. Speaker, we conducted open and extensive consultations with lobbyists and Canadians related to regulations on Lobbying Act and ensure that lobbying and government advocacy is done fairly and openly. And we brought into force the Conflict of Interest Act and named a Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner so that Canadians have the opportunity to voice their concerns about unethical behaviour in government and hold violators accountable. Mr. Speaker, to help give these accountability measures teeth, we introduced new criminal penalties and sanctions for anyone who commits fraud against the Crown, consequences for their actions. I think it's only appropriate. Once again, Mr. Speaker, all these reforms help restore Canadians' trust in our public institutions. But we didn't stop there. We also committed to ensuring parliamentarians have the information they need to consider estimates and supply bills. In fact, we have already taken steps to improve financial reporting and support parliamentary scrutiny of estimates and supplies. We have amended the Financial Administration Act to include quarterly financing reporting. This ensures that parliamentarians and Canadians have access to information on government spending on a timely basis. And financial data sets are now being posted on the Treasury Board Secretariat website and the Open Data Portal. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board is very aggressive in this matter and wanting to use technology and ensure this information is available for all parliamentarians and all Canadians. In addition, the form and content of reports on plans and priorities and departmental performance reports have been continually improved. And departments and agencies now post on their websites their reports of total annual expenditures in travel, hospitality, and conferences. This is on top of other transparency measures already in place, such as proactive disclosure of travel and hospitality expenses for ministers, ministerial staff, and senior government officials, and ministerial travel expenditures detailed in the Public Accounts of Canada. Mr. Speaker, and let me add, the government has strengthened its internal audit policies and standards and worked with the audit community to support professional development and capacity. As a result, we have a professional, independent appraisal function in place. Mr. Speaker, and heads of departments and agencies have to ensure that completed internal audit reports are issued in a timely manner, made accessible to the public, and posted on the departmental websites. I know it's hard to believe that this wasn't required in the past, but we're holding department heads accountable, where they have to ensure that they complete the internal audit reports, they're issued in a timely manner, made accessible to the public, and yes, posted on departmental websites for the public to see. In fact, we recognize by the Office of the Auditor General for the significant progress made in improving the quality of internal audit across the public service. Mr. Speaker, our record on advancing accountability and transparency in Canada's public institutions speaks for itself. We have bolstered parliamentary oversight of organizations, strengthened the rules, and tightened scrutiny of government expenditures. Mr. Speaker, the agreed-to recommendations from this committee will do even more to strengthen the understanding of government expenditures. To fulfill the estimate's time-honoured purpose, such as changes are necessary and welcome. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let me once again congratulate the committee for working so hard to improve a process at the very heart of Canada's parliamentary democracy. It's been an honour and privilege to be part of this committee, working together, as I said, very collegially in a nonpartisan way. And I'd like to thank them for their efforts and look forward to implementing many of the recommendations and continuing to advance accountability and transparency in the government as these recommendations work through our Government Operations Committee and other committees throughout the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech on this matter. It's been a pleasure serving on the committee with him, and I've always appreciated his contribution. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask the member, we did a lot of work over an intensive 6-month period. The committee determined at the outset that past governments had abjectly failed in taking any action on previous 75 recommendations to improve the capacity of members of Parliament to be informed in voting on budgets. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the member can speak to the government has now decided that they are simply rejecting our report, apart from a number of matters that they say they will look into and report back. No real promise of action, but we'll wait till next March to see whether they're really committed. Has the member received marching orders from his government that when the report comes back to the committee, if that's what the end result is of the vote, that the members are directed to reverse their decision on a good number of the recommendations of the committee?
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to also thank the honourable colleague across the way for her collegiality and working together and representing my old hometown of Edmonton and the south side of Edmonton where I grew up. And I know that we have the same interest and desire to ensure that there's open transparency and the information is available for all parliamentarians, as I mentioned, and for all Canadians. Specifically, as a committee member, free to work on resolutions to work forward. The government has clearly stated that we are implementing these as the ones that are recommended to the committee we'll discuss, and the ones that have other committees' implications will be passed through other committees. So I think the bottom line is that we already have implemented several transparency measures. As I mentioned, with Bill C-2 in December 2006 came into play, and we continue to use technology to make information available, and we'll continue to look at, as you mentioned, there's I believe 1998 and 2003, there were 2 reports that were tabled and 75 recommendations. Unfortunately, the previous government hadn't implemented those recommendations. We're still moving forward with our plans to ensure that the open and transparent and understanding of government, spending 9 years in local...
We're just watching the clock here. We have time for one short last question. We'll take one question, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll keep my question fairly simple and straightforward. There are 16 recommendations. We were hoping to be able to see the report concurred in. Ultimately, the report's being sent back to the committee. We do believe that that's a mistake, and that's why the Liberal Party moved the motion that it has. That's ultimately led to the discussion that we're having right now. I'm wondering if the member can indicate as to why he feels that the House could not have continued moving forward with the report, which appeared to have had support from members of all sides of the House. Why did it have to go back to committee?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I spent 9 years in local government as a city councillor in the city of Kelowna, and understanding budgeting is very important for elected officials to make the wisest decision, and I believe that this is a prudent decision, that our Government Operations Committee will be able to review these recommendations. The government continues to move forward in an open and transparent way to ensure that the estimates of supply bills and all the rest of our budgeting process is easily to understand and user-friendly, and that'll be over time. It's not something that's going to change over the one budget, but it's over several years. As I mentioned, there were 75 recommendations, and unfortunately the previous government didn't enact on those. We are acting on it, and we continue to make sure there's an open and transparent government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 9:12, pursuant to an order made earlier today, the question on the amendment is deemed put, and a recorded division is deemed requested. En conséquence, conformément.
Accordingly, pursuant to Standing Order 66, the recorded division is deferred to Wednesday, November 7th, immediately after the period provided for government orders.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to speak about the government decision to shut down the Experimental Lakes Area, or ELA, program. It's a disaster. Research into water quality is fundamental in Canada. The development of the oil sands and the pollution they cause, contamination from mining, acid rain, and so on, are stress factors which are increasing stresses on our lakes and rivers. Not to speak of the risk of environmental accident caused by gas and oil exploitation in the oceans. It's difficult to understand why the government has decided to hatchet programs that have made Canada famous abroad. Research is done there on algae, on the impact of climate change, on fish habitat, on contaminants, and on biodiversity, and so on. And these studies are unique and cannot be replaced, because this is the only place where that research is done directly on lakes and on complex ecosystems that are ever-changing, not in labs. The scientists all around the world know that this is important, and that's why they're condemning these cuts. Over 20,000 people have signed the petition in Canada to keep the ELA area operational. Why abolish this program? The government says it wants to save money, but the Conservatives assess the savings at only $2 million, whereas closing the lakes will cost $50 million. In fact, this irresponsible decision from the Conservatives will cost us $48 million more, in addition to jeopardizing our water quality. Canada recently announced an agreement with the U.S. about monitoring water quality in the Great Lakes. But how are the Conservatives going to keep these international commitments if they cut back all research programs, including the ELA? Cutbacks at Fisheries and Oceans affect hundreds of science positions all over Canada. And with C-38, the first mammoth budget implementation bill, this government went after the environmental assessment process. There have been more than 3,000 fewer assessments since this new bill came into effect in July. And with C-45, they're going after our lakes and rivers, with only 97 lakes and 62 rivers, which will now be protected in all of Canada. All the quality monitoring mechanisms for our water are being done away with one after the other, and the government is going to tell the Americans that we will be monitoring water quality in the Great Lakes. It's ridiculous. In addition to hatcheting water quality monitoring, the Conservatives are putting a gag order on scientists. The ELA scientists can't publicly say what's going on. Tom Muir, former biologist with Environment Canada, now an independent researcher, saw from the inside how politicized research has become in the department. Scientists can no longer explain the results of their research. They have to refer all media questions to the communications department of their department, to officials who are trained to serve up propaganda rather than scientific fact. Today, we learned that research done by Environment Canada into the oil sands was censored once again. Scientists from the University of Alberta discovered that the level of contamination of snow and rain near the oil sands is higher, much higher than average. But the department gave the researchers a bunch of pre-written answers to use with the media, and scientists weren't allowed to answer questions from the media. They had to refer all requests for interviews to the communications department. So we can no longer ask questions. Canadians are no longer allowed to know whether our lakes and rivers are being polluted, but I have a question for the minister or the parliamentary secretary this evening. What is going to become of the ELA? Will the program be privatized?
Motions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to respond to the member opposite on the important issue of the experimental lakes area. As part of the government-wide Deficit Reduction Action Plan, Fisheries and Oceans Canada reviewed all of its operations and is now implementing measures to reduce the cost of operations and program delivery. As a result of this review, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has made its decision, and Fisheries and Oceans Canada will no longer operate the experimental lakes area. However, having said that, the department hopes to transfer the facility to another operator better suited to managing it and ensuring that it is available to scientists in universities or elsewhere who need to do whole lake manipulations. Such a transfer will allow the research to continue by other parties, and the department is working hard to find another operator. Officials are continuing discussions with the province of Ontario, which owns the land, as well as other interested parties about transferring the facility. The department is now focusing on work that is being conducted at other locations across the country to meet its research needs. The department will focus its use of research-dedicated resources to priority areas and invest in areas where it achieves the best results for Canadians. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, departmental scientists are out in the field undertaking freshwater research in various locations across Canada, including the Great Lakes, Fraser River, lakes and streams in the Northwest Territories, Lake Winnipeg, and the St. Lawrence River. The department is conducting research in these areas where scientific advice is needed to guide sustainable development and enhance economic prosperity. Departmental scientists and biologists will continue to conduct relevant research that is essential to guide environmental policies and regulatory decision-making, and they will continue to provide scientific advice to support the department's mandate. Fisheries and Oceans Canada has an active freshwater science program in many priority areas, including aquatic invasive species, species at risk, and freshwater fish habitat. For example, staff at the Freshwater Institute in Winnipeg and at the Great Lakes Laboratory for Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences in Burlington are conducting research on freshwater fisheries related to fish habitat and invasive species such as Asian carp and sea lamprey, and we are proud of the work that they are doing. Mr. Speaker, departmental scientists will also continue to collaborate with academia, industry, and non-governmental organizations on priority research. For example, departmental researchers will continue to partner on projects with universities and supervised graduate students. As a result of these research collaborations, part of the important information that the department uses to develop policies that make decisions about our aquatic environment and fisheries resources. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, the department remains committed to freshwater science in support of its mandate. The Department will continue to conduct research on the aquatic environment and fisheries resources that supports long-term sustainability and conservation. And we will continue to invest wisely in priority science areas that directly support conservation and fisheries management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Beauharnois, the honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, when we're talking about savings, they're losing $48 million here. I don't know if the parliamentary secretary understood that, but they want to transfer this program to the private sector. Why lose the public sector expertise of our researchers and scientific experimenters? Wouldn't it be more logical and responsible for the federal government to keep the experimental lakes within the department? That falls squarely within government's role. The federal government is responsible for water quality, for protecting biodiversity, and reducing pollution. In addition, the management of the experimental lakes by the public sector allows for stable funding and better accounting, more adequate accounting. The development of the oil sands poses serious risks to water quality, and research and makes it possible to develop data to minimize risks and environmental impacts. But this is unimportant, apparently, for the Conservatives and their industrial cronies. So, could the government at least keep the experimental lakes within the public sector and thereby ensure better stewardship? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Fisheries and Oceans Canada is continuing to conduct scientific research that supports long-term sustainability and conservation objectives in an efficient and cost-effective manner. The Department believes that universities and non-government research facilities are better suited to conduct the type of whole lake ecosystem manipulation that is being done at the experimental lakes area. As such, Mr. Speaker, the Department looks forward to transferring the experimental lakes facility to another organization. In the meantime, DFO will continue to conduct freshwater research in various locations across Canada in response to departmental needs. The Department has an active freshwater research program, and priorities include fish habitat and aquatic invasive species. Mr. Speaker, science continues to be the backbone of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. We will continue to invest in important research on Canada's fish and their habitat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.